off the Big Share Live with a panel discussion with some folks that I'll introduce you to soon. And we'll be talking about the current political climate and how that's impacting our fundraising. But before we get into that, we are going to do some thank yous and make some announcements. First of all, you are tuning in now to the Big Share Live. We are at the Art Lit Lab on the corner of Livingston and East Main Street. And you can come, stop by, sit in the audience, say hello, listen in to some of the awesome panel discussions we have coming up. And we also will have some live music coming up as well at noon, and then again later this evening we'll have the Tony Castaneda Latin Jazz Band. But before we continue, let me do some thank yous. We have some folks to thank for this morning. First of all, I want to announce we're at about $182,000 so far this year. Yay, woo! About 1,332 donors so far, and we have a long ways to go, and that's just the beginning, and it's very impressive, and so we're so grateful to all who have donated so far. We want to thank this morning's Power Hour sponsor, Madison Community Foundation. Bob Sorge stopped by at Cargo Coffee with me this morning and the rest of some folks there as well, and we did some polka dancing thanks to DJ Shotsky. That was pretty fun, and it got me going, helped me get my energy moving. And so this morning's Power Hour winners were Wisconsin Conservation Voices and the Southern Wisconsin Bird Alliance. So let's give them a round of applause as well. Woo! All right, and we are now in our second Power Hour of the day from 8 until 9. Ascendium Education Group is our current sponsor. They'll be joining us in about an hour to announce the winners of this Power Hour, so we're glad to see those folks when they get here. Last night, we kicked off with a couple of prizes. We had our first donation prize that was sponsored by Bear Insurance, and that was awarded to Kids Forward. We had 2 Super Power Hours. We kick off Monday night with what we call Super Power Hours, so they're double the normal Power Hour prize amount. And those winners last night were WICA, Wisconsin Early Childhood Association, and Freedom Inc. So congratulations to WICA and Freedom Inc. for winning the Super Power Hours last night. Yay! All right, and then finally, we want to thank Alliant Energy Foundation. They sponsored our 1-minute match minute this morning. And for those of you who heard me ask you in the past, that if you stopped at 7:45 and did a little polka dance, we want to thank you. A lot of us have been polka dancing at weddings or that kind of thing for many years, so it was an easy one for us to pull people together. So what we're going to do next is transition into our first panel discussion. And as I started, this year we believe is especially meaningful for the Big Share. We are experiencing a great impact from the federal administration. There are a number of executive orders and positions being cut and funding being cut. And the primary issue areas that are being focused on are things like DEI, immigration, trans rights, and renewable energy. And these are all issues that Community Shares works on. And so we feel like this day is especially meaningful because we want to make sure that the community knows that we're all still here and we're going to keep fighting for you. And we are excited for the day. And so we're going to start. I'm going to join the panel now. I'm going to sit down, and we're going to start doing a round robin conversation. First of all, I'm going to introduce the names of the folks on the panel, and then Nick will be our first speaker. We'll start. Norm Stockwell is the publisher at the Progressive Magazine. Tyrone McCreech. I'm sorry, Tyrone. Executive Director of GSAFE. Tony Gibbart is the Executive Director of Midwest Environmental Advocates. And Hetty Lamar Rudd, the Co-Executive Director of Rooted. And Nick Ramos from Wisconsin Democracy Campaign. Thanks so much for being here, everybody. Yeah, so I think a lot of folks in the community are kind of overwhelmed, not sure what's going on, wondering how much all of these actions have impacted the work taking place here in Madison, Dane County, Wisconsin. So we're going to start by asking each member of the panel how the recent executive orders and actions are impacting your work, and we'll start with Nick Ramos from Wisconsin Democracy Campaign.
Well, it is a treat to be here this morning. For anybody that knows me knows that I am not a morning person, so being asked to be at anything at 8 a.m. is almost criminal, but I got to tell you, this day is extraordinary, and I'm just happy to be here with all of you, and I'm glad if you're tuning in or listening wherever you are, this is a really big moment, and so thank you for giving us an opportunity to do the things that we do. I think about the current administration, and I mean, we've had an opportunity to see it up close once before. I mean, I know that right now it feels like the sky is falling because there's so many things that are happening all at once. And I want folks to just take a moment and just take a breath, because if you allow yourself to get lost in everything that is happening right now, and there's a lot, and it doesn't mean that we sit here and act like nothing is happening and that everything's just fine, but rather take a moment, take a breath, and then realize that you aren't as powerless as they want you to feel. I think that right now is an opportunity to get local with the way in which we advocate, and it's created new opportunities to be able to have conversations about problems that have been problems for years. And that, like, in a state like Wisconsin, voters are going to be going and looking at voter ID. And I know that this administration has spent a lot of time talking about elections and election fraud, and there's a lot of mis and disinformation. I mean, it spreads like wildfire nowadays. And my big thing is, and money. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, money in politics, I think, has taken a very renewed front stage issue here, that people are realizing, wow, that we can have billionaires be able to flood millions and hundreds of thousands of dollars into our elections, and then what does that mean for everyday people like you and me? And so get local with your advocacy, and that we have been able to do so many amazing things here within Wisconsin, knowing that, like, it hasn't always been sunshines and rainbows here. It still isn't. But think about the progress that's been able to be made. We've been looking at fair maps. We've been looking at the return of ballot drop boxes. I mean, there's a variety of different things that have been advantageous and good for voters and good for Wisconsinites here. And we can be the bastion that people around the country look at and see that we are still moving progress and still moving our democracy forward, even though it feels like fire and brimstone in these days. And so, one thing at a time, find organizations, and there's a ton of them that are here that are part of Community Shares Wisconsin that are doing the work. Find one that makes sense for your interest and what you think is good. Learn more about them, support them, get involved with them, and I promise you that, like, we can do a lot during this time and not be lost in all of just the chaos and I think the shock and awe that's happening right now.
Awesome. Thank you, Nick. If you could please hand your microphone to Hetty.
Thank you.
Good morning, Hetty.
Hello.
Can you tell us a little bit more about your world at Rooted? How has all of this been impacting the work that you're doing, and tell us what it's been like for the last 6 weeks?
I'd love to. So again, thanks for allowing us to be here. This is great. So our work is at the intersection of so many of the things that are being focused on: urban agriculture, education, bringing our community together, celebrating cultures. So for us, at the moment, we're in a waiting game. There's a number of federal grants that we were hoping to apply for in the urban agricultural space that are on hold. So we wait. And then waiting for clearer guidance, which we don't necessarily want on how we proceed with the work that we do in community. It is definitely, it makes you question, your work. And I think that's probably what's happening with a number of the nonprofits that are community shares members, is how do we do that work? It's hard to imagine that wanting to get kids outside, touching grass, digging in the dirt, eating fresh food is not good work. I can't wrap my mind around it. So, but we wait. But the thing that we don't do is we don't stop doing our work.
Awesome. Thank you, Hetty. Tony, Midwest Environmental Advocates, thanks for being here to represent some folks from the environmental side of things. What's going on?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, Sherry, and thanks to everyone for tuning in and being part of this really special day. I want to echo a lot of what Nick said. We have a really vibrant environmental advocacy community here in Wisconsin, and those organizations, including Midwest Environmental Advocates, are still doing really good work. I'll just say a little bit about MEA. We're a nonprofit environmental law center that combines the resolve of communities facing environmental injustice to secure and protect the rights of all people to healthy water, land, and air. And we work with community shares members and other grassroots groups in Wisconsin to extend their power into the courts and to use legal advocacy as a powerful strategy. And when we've seen illegal actions from the federal administration and a lot of the chaos that Nick talked about, it's true that the courts and lawsuits are going to be an important way in which we protect the environment and protect our democracy and just protect good government moving forward. So judges and courts aren't going to save us alone. We all need to organize in our communities and advocate. But certainly we feel like the work that we're doing at MEA is even more significant in 2025 than it was last year. We've seen the Trump administration at the EPA cut environmental justice staff and programs. And environmental justice is really about fairness in environmental decision making. The history of this country is that when the powerful are calling the shots in terms of where facilities are sited and what water quality looks like, it's the rich and the powerful that have clean water and clean air, and it's low-income communities and communities of color that face the environmental and health consequences of pollution. We've made a lot of progress in recent decades to try to be more intentional and more fair in environmental policy and decision making, and the administration has come in and cut those positions and cut those programs. So again, just echoing what Nick said, there is so much that we can do on the state level. If the federal government is going to roll back the Clean Water Act and the Clean Air Act and the Safe Drinking Water Act, we have state laws here in Wisconsin that protect our environment, and that's where MEA focuses. We focus on advocating with the DNR and using our state courts to force our state government to protect our rights to a healthy environment. And so that's where we're focused, and there's just so much more work for us to do, and we do it, as I said, in collaboration with so many other groups that are members of community shares, that are part of the Big Share, and that are part of our community here in Wisconsin.
Thank you, Tony. I appreciate the reminder that there are other stages for all of this outside of the federal level, and all of our local groups here are working on the local level and some receiving state funds as well. And so we want to keep folks reminding that it's not all lost, that there's other opportunities as well. Tyrone, I wanted to check in with you. I know just my connection with other staff at GSAFE and other, especially trans friends that I have, and just the heartbreak of folks feeling like they're being singled out. And so if you don't mind telling us a little bit about what you're seeing and how that's impacting GSAFE and your programs.
Yeah, and start off by thank you for having me. It's nice to be here and with community to start off the Big Share. I think it's very much needed, and I'll start off by saying that this is nothing new. Our trans community has always and forever been under attack. Our BIPOC and trans students of color have always been under attack. So what's happening now isn't new, it just feels worse. But what it is essentially, as when we talk about it, G-Safe, is I like to talk a lot about how adults fail kids. This is adults failing our community as with our kids, right? When we talk about school board meetings, we talk about, Moms for Liberty, which is a national hate group. When they go into the school board meetings, when they're on school boards, and they're telling parents and also kids that are in the audience who are trans that you are not a woman, you are not a man, you don't have a right to a bathroom, you don't have the right to play sports, and they're okay with like the outcome of like, we'll talk about also, what if the child commits suicide? Because that's a very real thing, that people that are okay with telling kids that they don't have the right to exist sleep wonderfully and comfortably at home at night. They don't care about the after effect. If they did, they would understand that the kids are just trying to exist and trying to build community. The same thing with adults, right? We have staff on our staff that are trans as well, and we worry about what's gonna happen with medical, right? We worry what's gonna happen with their rights, because we also understand that like myself being an openly proud gay black man will not be as affected as like my counterparts who are trans identifying. That is just the truth about this as well. We're seeing that a lot of families, everyone's terrified. You can imagine after election, there were a lot of tears, there were a lot of calls, there were a lot of emails. The big question is like, what's happening, what's gonna happen next? People don't have the answers. We're steadily trying to come up with them, but like nobody's prepared for this in the way that I think our community wished that we were. It is a very like touch and go. We can only be progressive to a certain point and proactive. But I think that it's damaging. It's damaging like all the civil rights. It's damaging for everything that we have fought for. Like Brian Jukums, who has fought for this for years, has been with GSA for going 22, 23 years. And to see all his work, essentially like what our government is doing, it's insane, and it's insulting. We have to show up. Like I'm very much at a point, and we talk about that GSA a lot, that like active allyship versus not active allyship. In a sense, if you're calling yourself an ally, you need to show up. Like you should have been showed up. We're way past like this point of people asking like, what can we do? Like our nonprofits have been around for years, and we've been saying the same things of like how you all can interact and how we can help each other. And I would love if it didn't get to the point of a crisis where everyone's like, okay, now we're listening. We need to listen before we get here so that we can prepare ourselves for the best that we can.
Great. Thank you, Tyrone. Okay, Norm. Hi, how are you today? So Norm is here from the Progressive magazine, and so you have, as the publisher of a publication, you have your eyes on a lot of different things going on. So I'm curious, first of all, if you can share the impact on the Progressive and other media, and also anything else you're hearing out in the world, in the vast world that you're involved in.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here this morning. And yeah, as Sherry said, we're a 116-year-old political magazine, started right here in Madison, Wisconsin in January of 1909. And this has been a very busy time for us in the political magazine world, as you might expect. We're watching a lot of what's going on in all of the areas that all of the different groups here represent, but I want to talk specifically about media. And I think about the quote from Amy Goodman, where she says the role of the press is to be the fourth estate, not for the state. And that's something that certainly Donald Trump and his associates understand, and that's why they've been attacking the media even before his first election in 2016 and on up through today, calling it fake news and so on. And what we've seen specifically in Project 2025, the blueprint document that the right put together for this administration, and also in many other actions, is these attacks on the press. Recently, the Associated Press, a more than 150-year-old news organization, was denied access because they refused to accept Trump's renaming of the Gulf of Mexico. Now the White House Press Correspondents Association has been stripped of its ability to select journalists to cover press conferences and press events, and the Trump administration is going to do that themselves. As the head of the White House Correspondents Association said, in a democracy, presidents don't choose their press. We also see threats to change the liability laws and to try and overturn the Sullivan decision, a civil rights era Supreme Court decision that protects publications from libel suits. And in the case of public radio and public television, very specifically named, called out in Project 2025, Chapter 8, it talks about NPR, PBS, and Pacifica Radio as being threats, and these the plans to defund the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and to take away potentially the non-commercial educational reserved spectrum for radio stations. So all of these are things that have been in the planning for a while, and now, as we see, everything is coming at us fast and furious, the words shock and awe being used. And so these are the kind of things that we're trying to cover at the Progressive, both in terms of what's happening here in Madison to local alternative media, but also what's happening nationally. And finally, another threat that I think we very much need to keep an eye on is the change in tax law, the H.R. 9495 bill that passed the House late last year and may be reintroduced at some point to the Senate and the House as well, that gives the Secretary of the Treasury the ability to strip the nonprofit status from an individual organization that they feel is a threat, using the language of terrorism, but in fact that threat can be applied to so much of the social justice work that all of us do. So these are all the kind of things that we're keeping an eye on at the Progressive and will continue to report on. The famous paraphrase of the quote from the German pastor Niemöller that begins, first they came for the journalists, and after that we don't know what happened.
Uncomfortable laugh. Oof, yeah, all right. This is all very heavy, and I've been saying I've been doing some media interviews and talking with other community partners and sponsors about how the staff at Community Shares, and we know the staff at our member nonprofits, we're all kind of, I reference it as sludging through mud. We're all just kind of like, oh my gosh, what's happening next? And yeah, just thinking about how chilling it is to consider that, you know, just the work that you do, your 501c3 status could be revoked. And I'm aware that us speaking very directly is a strategy and an intention, and we're going to continue doing that at Community Shares. I'd like us to transition a bit to thinking about what can we do, and we've started talking a little bit about that, but I think that people that are tuning in to Big Share Live and participating in the Big Share are probably people that are looking for ways to help. And all the people that I know in this community are fantastic and helpers, and we're all looking for the helpers. So I'd like us to shift a little bit to talking about what we can do. And Hetty, I didn't give you the heads up on this, but I wanted to reference, if you can, yeah, give her the mic. Some of the work that we've been doing with Org School and the focus on centering relationships, and you speak so eloquently about it. Could you share a little bit about that work that we're doing and how important you think that is as we move forward?
Sure. Yeah, I think when you were asking the question, just one thing came to mind, and I have to give credit to Justice Castaneda, who's a member of our executive committee. We were talking about this weekend, and he says community is a verb. And when I think about the work that we do at Rooted, and when I think about the work that we've done in collaboration with Community Shares of Wisconsin, it's community's already there, but it's creating opportunities for community to come together even more. You know, as long as we're sitting in front of our TVs or sitting on social media, not being together, this fear has a place to grow in our minds and in our heart. It's when we come together as people and we see, like, you can't take our joy. You know, when I'm in community, when I'm in an org school meeting, when I'm you know, at a community dinner when I'm with a group of 5 women at someone's house, it used to feel like just something normal. Now it almost feels like resistance. You know, it feels like we are coming together. They can't stop us from having conversations, from having hope. And it's going to be being together with other people that's going to give us that hope to see that the things that are scaring us, they're not really, you know, in our face. I don't think if we had a group of people out here right now and said, who wants these awful things, that many people would raise their hands. You know, I think most people are probably in public not admitting to that. So I think being together more in community is where we're gonna find our strength. And so, you know, I think you and the folks that are funding the org school that we're doing through community shares for that, because that's helping us at Rooted to build wellness within our organization. And also, more importantly, I think I know the staff that I've invited to participate with me, they're learning about the work that the other nonprofit partners that are in the room are doing, and it's helping them to understand more how important our work is, but also how important it is to work in community. So,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know I think it was about a couple of weeks ago as we were preparing for the big share, after a few weeks of me sitting on my sofa scrolling and being really mad, I started thinking too about, yeah, all right, so the big share for so many years has also been a celebration. It's been an opportunity for us to celebrate the amazing work of our member nonprofits. And we usually try to do some fun things. And so that's when we started digging in and thinking, oh yeah, that's right. We usually do some goofy stuff that's, you know, hopefully it will go viral on social media. And so one thing we added this morning was a polka dance, because it's just more fun if you can dance and be silly together. And I know that, just real honest talk, I walked in this morning to Cargo Coffee and I was very stressed, and but being with my coworkers and the people that are part of the community with me, and then doing the polka dance, I am feeling so much better. And so those things that we haven't valued in the past are things that I know especially Community Shares is working on, focusing on as well. So let's take an opportunity for others to share a little bit more about what actions you're taking to make a change. How can people who are listening specifically help your work, Nick, at Wisconsin Democracy Campaign?
Great question. I would say something that I need to take my own advice on is not get lost in so many things at one time. And so for folks, wherever you are in Wisconsin, I think it's really safe to say that there's got to be one issue that you find very intriguing or something that really makes a difference in your life. It could be anything from fresh water and like not having lead in your water to wanting to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to vote in this state that is an eligible voter. And the best way to think about it, at least from the Democracy Campaign's lens, is this. We are celebrating 30 years of existing, which is no small feat. I mean, hell, I'm 33 years old. 33, 30, every year is not given. But since we were first created, it's been a lot about trying to track the money in politics. It's been a lot about trying to get campaign finance reform, because let's face it, like our elections, and we're seeing it happen right now, are flooded with money. And it's not just grassroots Wisconsin money. I mean, we have out-of-state millionaires and billionaires dumping in here, and you can think, well, how is little old me supposed to do anything when, you know, these people under their mattress have millions and I'm over here just trying to survive? Well, here's the thing. A lot about just community, it takes a village to be able to make any real change happen. And I feel like the big thing is that folks want you to sit on the sidelines because they want you to think that these issues are insurmountable and that you could do nothing to try and change them, so why would you even bother wasting any time, right? So with our organization, we work to mobilize community members by getting them the kind of education that I think a lot of times we hope that our government and our lawmakers and our exec and all these people, we hope that they're going to be doing that job. But unfortunately, it falls on the C3s and the nonpartisan organizations to be able to really get people understanding what is at stake and why you should care and why you have skin in the game. So if you're interested in things like trying to see fair maps full-time, not just we have a census that's happening in 2030, so if nothing changes, guess what? The lawmakers get to continue to draw maps, and they're the sole authority over that. Or if you're interested in trying to make sure that, hey, I don't know, maybe we all get a better seat at the table when it comes to our elections and like our autonomy and being able to not feel like we're getting drowned every time an election happens, because we have an election almost every year in this state. You want to see something happen with the money. Well, guess what? Like, you have an opportunity to not only get to see in real time who's spending what, but like, we're going to be advocating for real campaign finance reform in this state. If you want to be involved in just pro-democracy things that make sure everybody gets a seat at the table, well, guess what? We are working across the state through our network to make sure that people can see opportunities that not only we're creating, but our partners are creating, so that you can be involved and be able to build community and show that you're not just the only one that are thinking about these issues, that there is a whole swath of people that really care about their community, but it takes learning about it and takes doing a little bit of homework on your end, and if you get involved, I promise you, it's everything. And then you have an opportunity then to pay it forward to somebody else that might not necessarily be in the bubble and teach them a little bit about it so that we can continue to grow this movement and continue to move our democracy forward.
Great. Did you want to say anything?
Yeah, no, I was just going to add, on any given day across Madison, our staff, we have a small but mighty staff, are in schools across the city working with youth. So for me, when I think about the future, I think about the youth that we're impacting. One of our youth are going to be on one of the panels later, so you'll get a chance to meet one of the youth that have been impacted by our work. But I also think about, you know, the future of funding. And my small but creative and mighty staff, we're working on a fundraiser that's going to happen on May 24th called Farm to School Aid. So I'm really excited. We are going to get out of our box and get out onto the land and come to Troy and get some musicians together to hopefully raise some funding for the work that we're doing in the Farm to School arena. If anybody knows Willie Nelson, holler, because we'd like a promo. So, you know, getting out and supporting that work and having our local community really show our young people that they're there for them. And it's not just the young people, it's their families that are impacted too. So, you know, that's our core community, our young people, but it's also families that come to our neighborhood center, that come to the land. So just having the community show up and show out and show that, you know, despite federal funding freezes, we're still going to do the work. So.
Awesome. All right, Tony, yeah, tell us, you mentioned that you're focused on statewide work. Tell us what you're working on and if there's anything folks can do to help out.
Yeah, well, I want to pick up on something that Hetty said about community being a verb. Community is also a value, and it's one of our 4 organizational values at MEA, and just something that we're working on now and an example of the power of the community that we have here in Wisconsin. Just last week, a judge ordered that Enbridge's oil pipeline line 5, its proposal to construct 40 miles of new pipeline in pristine northern Wisconsin, is still on hold. And that's an example where MEA and our clients, the Sierra Club of Wisconsin, the League of Women Voters, and 350 Wisconsin, along with Clean Wisconsin, went up against a multi-billion-dollar oil pipeline company, and we won. This is just, you know, one stage in the process, but it shows the power that we have when we work together here in Wisconsin. And, you know, you think about the budgets of our organizations are, you know, like this compared to a giant like Enbridge, and it's because we're working together collaboratively, and we keep our eyes on our mission. One thing that people can do is to get involved with those organizations, whether it's MEA or Clean Wisconsin, but also the League of Women Voters and Sierra Club and 350 Wisconsin, that have lots of opportunities for folks to get active and to stay engaged. I'd also pick up on something that Hetty just mentioned. It's important to get out there and to be on the land. And in these times of turmoil, the world is so much more beautiful and rich than the ugliness that we're seeing at the federal level. And just to reconnect with your community and reconnect with the places you love, that's something that we all need to do right now to fill us up so that we can do that important work together.
Yeah, experiencing all the beautiful waterways in Wisconsin. Get out in your boat, well, pretty soon.
Almost.
Almost. You can go stand by the shore, and I do that a lot. Just for me personally, just standing by the water, it fills me with energy. And so I really appreciate what you said there, Tony. And one of the great things about having a dog is that we go to the dog park every day, and just being outside and experiencing nature and remembering that this is real, and all the rest of this that's going on out there that's just being invented on the spot by people. All right. Tyrone, if you don't mind sharing a little bit more about how can we help G-Safe and the kids that you work with?
Yeah, thank you. I think I want to add on to the little community thing. I also feel like community is a right. So I feel like that's something that we also need to I want to say that with G-Safe we do a lot of LGBTQ high school programming. We also have a family group. We have a transparent group. We get a lot of our funding through donations and grants. We have a big celebration, COL, Celebration of Leadership, that's May 17th. That is a scholarship gala kind of banquet for 4 high school seniors graduating. We award them $2,500 to put towards whatever they need to for college or whatever life adventure they're taking. And we usually get between 400 to 500 people in that room. That's community right there, right? That's a space where we're just celebrating each other and celebrating our identities and celebrating whatever we're going through. And just kind of blocking the outside world for those 3 to 4 hours. I think that showing up for any event that nonprofits are doing, I think actually physically being there is helpful, and it shows community and also allows you to create community of your own. We talk a lot about chosen family. Chosen family is life or death for a lot of us. And there's plenty of opportunities to make chosen family through all these nonprofits. I think it's just simply getting curious enough to want to get off the couch or behind the screen and get in your little car, whatever you're doing, and get to the event that's happening. I mean, I'm sure we're going to have hearings at the Capitol coming up about all the anti-trans bills that are happening. Show up to the Capitol. I'm sure it'll be from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. like it was last year. That is also showing people that you actually care because you're physically in the space. While all the testimony is happening, while everyone's there sitting there hearing all this crap from all these, I think wholeheartedly showing up is the best way that we can do these things. And I'll also say, if you can't show up physically, well then donate. If you can't donate money, donate time. Find other ways to get involved. We also know that there are different forms of activism and different forms of leadership. The loudest person in the room doesn't always mean that they're the most active, right? Sometimes it's the very quiet one behind the scenes that is doing the most work and pushing the nonprofit or whatever organization forward. We partnered with Fair Wisconsin last year, and we filed 9 federal complaints against school districts who refused to implement Title IX, right? So it's doing things like that. I'd say specifically for the work that we do, people need to. I want people to be more curious to run for school boards, right? We need people to be on school boards. We have to combat. We have to fight back what's happening. Show up to your school board meeting and don't be afraid to be vocal, or contact a nonprofit and see if one of us will show up there and support you. We're willing to do these things, but like my mother always tells me, closed mouth don't get fed. So if you don't say anything, we don't know. So come on, people, let's open up the mouth and let's get fed,
Awesome. All right, Norm, tell us a little more about how we can help the progressive and other alternative media and keep things the truth being out there.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you very much. I mean, one of the things that we try to do, we cover the news, we talk about what's going on, but really what we try to do is to showcase the work of grassroots organizations, groups like all of these in Community Shares and others around the country that are responding in positive and collective ways to all of the things that are coming down the pipe from from Washington, and we've got our next issue is going to particularly focus on young people and how young people are affected by a lot of these federal policies. And I guess the other thing, I mean, I can't emphasize how important it is for all of the people out there listening to us right now and participating in the Big Share to support all of these small local community organizations, because a lot of people now are seeing federal funds on hold or federal funds being cut or eliminated, and it's individual donations that really make it possible for all of the groups that are here today and members of community shares and around the country, you know, are able to continue the work that we do is with individuals that come up with their donations to keep this work on track.
Awesome. That's a great reminder, because that's why we're here today, the Big Share Online Giving Day. I'm going to make a couple of announcements and give you some information that's coming up, and then we'll close out and have some final words. First of all, we have a number of other awesome panels coming up today. Our next one, starting at about 9 o'clock, 9:10, is creating safety and safe spaces. We'll have folks from ACLU, another person from Rooted, and representative from Legal Action Wisconsin, and that's talking about how to make spaces that are safe for all of your all the folks that come and access services or need your help. We will be announcing our Power Hour winners with Ascendium Education Group here in a few minutes. Oh, actually, we have until 9 o'clock, so we have looks like about 14 minutes. So if you are currently tuning in and you haven't made a donation yet, and you want to make a gift to one of the nonprofits sitting here or your favorite nonprofit, and you're thinking about what is the right time to do that, this is a great time to do it, because Ascendium right now is going to be providing a prize to the nonprofit that raises the most and to the nonprofit that has the most donors. So we will be announcing that soon as well. And then we have a couple more panels coming up just to keep you in the loop. First of all, we have an events page on bigshare.org that you can click on to find the schedule of events for the day. After the Creating Safe Spaces, we will have a panel starting at around 10 o'clock on getting involved in the political process. So we've talked about different things you can do for these particular groups, but there are people that I've met that this is the first time that they've been motivated by what's going on to finally take action. And, you know, a lot of us, you know, I'm not always the most active person either, but just learning a little bit more about what you can do to keep up with what's going on in the political process and how you can get involved is always a great thing. And then one other thing I wanted to point out, we were talking about joy, and another thing we added to the calendar of events for today is we're doing protest music karaoke. So we'll be singing at Giant Jones starting at about 7:30. And we have created a playlist of protest songs that you can look at that might inspire you, or bring your own favorite protest song, and we'll encourage people to sing along. I know that's one thing that I miss, is singing in a group with people, and so we're looking forward to that. And that will be taking place at Giant Jones. So, yeah, any final thoughts? We'll give you each about 2 minutes if you care to add anything else. How about you, Norm? We'll start with you this time. Norm's done a lot of radio, so he's good on the spot.
Well, I mean, I guess, you know, I think it's important to look at history and to see some of the examples of people that have stood up to these kinds of government takeovers. Really, I think is what we need to look at this as. We have a small group of people with a very activist agenda to change the way this country is organized and run, and I would almost say what this country stands for. You know, we're looking at undoing decades of social services, the social safety net of this country, decades of civil rights and equality legislation. And so you know, I think if we look at some of the history of people that have stood up to this sort of thing, whether it's the Bolivian tin miners coming up with community radio to serve and educate their community, or you know, groups that have developed cultural practices of various sorts to respond to political repression, thinking like the New Song movement in Latin America in the 1960s and 70s. Those are the ways that people, individual people on the ground, are able to organize for change, and ultimately the power of people coming together will overpower the power of oligarchs trying to take things away from us.
Awesome. All right. We'll keep going down the line. If you're interested in any closing thoughts, Tyrone, we'd love to hear them.
Well, there's many.
Okay, great.
Well, yeah, let me see if I can put this all in. One of the things that I keep saying is show up, and I'm thinking about also what WIAA has now done, right, to implement saying that like trans girls can't play sports. As we know, there are 10 trans students that are playing sports in the state of Wisconsin that we know of. That this rule was implemented to block them from enjoying sports. Out of the thousands of kids that play sports in the state of Wisconsin, that's insane, and it's cowardice of WIAA for what they did and what we knew that they were going to do. It is cowardice, and I mean, you can look at their board, right? This is also why we need more diversity, because the board is majority white. That has got to change too. We have got to start diversifying people that are on boards for whatever nonprofit, school boards, it doesn't matter, because we need lived-in experiences and we need different voices. I also want to say again, as adults, we need to show up more, because our students are spending more time being activists than they actually are enjoying their childhood, which is not okay. We're robbing them of that because adults keep making these rules and doing these things that are failing them, that they feel like they have to, and they should, like, right, they want to voice their pains and all these things, but like, they shouldn't have to, because we keep failing them and the things that we're doing to them. And we need to understand that at the end of the day that these are kids, they're humans, they have rights, and they're kids. And there's no reason that adults, like and even like in schools when they're talking about parental rights, because this is really what this is about, that's fine, you have a parental right over your own child. You don't have the parental right to go into a school board and tell other parents that their children don't have the right to exist in that school when they're forced to be in this box for 8 hours a day that's supposed to be about education. Education is supposed to be freeing, and we weaponize it daily against our youth. And that has got to stop. And I also want to say that, like, to remind everyone to find the joy. Like, this is going to be a hard 4 years. We already know this. For a lot of us, this doesn't feel anything different. It's going to be hard, but we have to find the joy in the little things around our communities. It's simply, look, brushing your teeth, right? Having the strength to do just those simple things takes a lot of energy these days. And I think we just have to give ourselves grace, compassion, and pat each other in the back, and just understand that we are together. We're not in this alone. We are examples of that. Everyone in the audience is examples of that. This community, Big Share, is a huge example of that, right? There's like usually 70+ organizations in this. And that we will, at the end of the day, we'll get through this, because we've done this. We've done this. We're just sick of doing it. So.
All right, Tony, what you got for us?
A lot of thoughts. I think I'll pick up on a little bit of what Norm said about the fact that, quite clearly, we've got leaders on the federal level that are trying to dismantle government and really explicitly take us back to a time before your magazine was even founded. It's important for us to realize that we only have rights to healthy water, land, and air because we've had capable, accountable governments in this country, and the consequences of that dismantling really are profound. But in Wisconsin, right, we had the Progressive magazine founded, we had the Progressive movement founded in that era, and that legacy is in many ways still with us. We have strong environmental laws in the state of Wisconsin that started in that era and that developed, and we still have the possibility of advocating for a strong and healthy environment right here locally in our state as we continue to resist the changes on the federal level. So there's a lot of potential and a lot that we can do. And as we said, we just need to come together and meet this moment. So thank you.
All right, Hetty. Whoops.
Thank you. So I think about, we jokingly refer to the movie Idiocracy becoming a democracy, or a documentary. And I think about this, ask yourself this question: what do we want to see the future looking like? And if you haven't seen the movie, watch it. One of the premises of the movie is that people in the future don't know the nutrients that are required to grow a plant. You know, that frightens me. You know, when I think about the youth, especially the ones that are going to be coming here, and I think about what they're learning at Rooted in our school at Badger Rock Middle School, they're learning the science behind how to grow things, how to keep things healthy. And to imagine that we wouldn't have a future where that's something that we're doing or that we care about, I can't imagine. So you really have to ask yourself, what does the future look like? That's real. I also just want to lastly just give a shout out to our board at Rooted, because we've got a really supportive board that really is behind the work that we're doing. And you know, if you're not on a board, consider serving on a board. So.
Great. All right, Nick.
Wow. I mean, I draw so much inspiration from this group and just listening to their responses to this. And biggest thing I just want to say is that you don't have to be a comic book superhero to stand up and do the right thing. That what Norm was saying earlier, as far as look at history and look at when people have had to step up and answer the bell when it's ringing. Like, right now we are living in historic times, and it's enough for anybody to be jaded. It's enough for anyone to be apathetic and just, you know, it could be hard. Someone mentioned, like, it could be hard some days to get out of bed, but I want you to know that, like, we are not alone in this, and that I sit here as a happy warrior telling you that, like, you know what? We got a lot of opportunities right now to go ahead and take out the Death Star if we're really intentional about how we come together and work on these issues. And it really does show that, like, if we are willing to step up even when it's uncomfortable, even when it feels like, wow, like, I don't know how this is really going to end. The thing is that doing the right thing is always going to be right, no matter if you have somebody sitting there telling you that it's fake news or telling you that, you know, it's something completely different. And so, you know, for anybody out there that's interested in being able to go attack these things in a C3 nonpartisan way, and it's really about education. I feel like we do not have enough out there when it comes to giving folks the things they need to be informed so they can make real decisions over their lives. It's this shell game that we play with people, and I just think it's unfair. And does that really sound like democracy when we are not being equipped with the things that we need to be able to be informed to go make decisions on our lives? And so, you know, if you're out there and you're listening, you've never heard of the Democracy Campaign here in Wisconsin, you know, go check us out, wisdc.org. And again, like, big shout outs to all the people that have been able to keep this organization alive for 30 years. It's not lost on me whatsoever. As a dude that's been here for a year and 6-7 months and a new Madisonian, like, I got to tell you that it's inspiring when I get to walk into these rooms and I see how engaged and fired up people are because they're looking for something so they could go ahead and take that baton and start running with it. And so, you know, please, like, not just my organization, but the other organizations you see here and the organizations that you see on the website today, like, that $1, that $5, that $20, whatever you can contribute, it really does mean something to all of us. And so it's not lost on us, and I'm so grateful and I'm so honored to be a part of just this whole day and be a part of the Community Shares Network. I mean, it's a dream come true, and we got a lot of good work ahead of us, guys, so, I mean, I'm ready to go roll up my sleeves and get cooking.
Awesome. Well, that's going to have to end things for this very first panel. We are closing in on the last 2 minutes of the Ascendium Power Hour, and we'll be announcing the Power Hour winners in a few minutes. And we'll also be pausing for a moment to bring in our next panel and give you a chance to make your donations. Thebigshare.org, you can make a gift to any of these folks or any other nonprofits that you find on the website. They're all working on advocating for social and environmental justice, and we need your help. And this beautiful community that we brought here today is a wonderful way for us to keep going and stay motivated. So please stay tuned. We'll be announcing the Power Hour winners in a few moments.
What I love about wetlands is when you see the kids get done with a hike or a field trip out to the marsh, seeing the kids' faces when they come back about all the neat things, the dragonflies or the butterflies or the birds that they've seen. Wetlands are easy to fall in love with.
So, huge fan of wetlands.
Well, wetlands are cool. They're mysterious, they're teeming with life.
I love wetlands because each one is so different and unique.
I love the way they feel and smell.
They're also a great place to recreate.
This is what I like to do, and I like to come here and just see it.
The great thing about working in Wisconsin with wetlands is the wonderful diversity of different wetland types we have.
We have wetlands that have trees in them, wetlands that have lots of shrubs in them, wetlands that might look more like a prairie.
If you're tired of one type of wetland, just drive a few miles and you'll find some others.
Wetlands are that unique place on the landscape between the places that are always dry and the places that are always wet.
The most important things wetlands do is help regulate the quantity and quality of water that moves across the landscape.
Wetlands are really good at capturing runoff water, whether it's stormwater, whether it's snowmelt, keeping the waters from entering our neighborhoods, covering our roads.
Second, it provides really important area for improving water quality, for removing sediments before they reach our lakes, rivers, and streams.
We're very fortunate here in Door County to have a very large complex of intact wetlands that help buffer some of those impacts that we see from humans into Lake Michigan.
Incredibly important is wildlife habitat. 75% of the state's wildlife use wetlands for some portion of their life cycle.
They're full of life, animals, critters, and I'm going to swat a mosquito because it's going to penetrate my...
I remember one guy said to me, you know, why did God make mosquitoes? And I said, well, that was the first effort to preserve wetlands.
Wisconsin historically was a very wetland-rich state. We estimate there were over 10 million acres of wetlands in Wisconsin.
But it's really important to remember that we've lost half of the wetlands that we once had on our landscape to various kinds of land use changes, agriculture, urban development, roads. And we need those things, but we also need wetlands.
People say that you have to choose between economic prosperity and wetland protection and restoration. That's just simply isn't true.
We see a lot of examples of really successful projects where economic development and wetlands can coexist.
We're utilizing nature as a way to help with our water management, and it's just a win-win for everybody.
And one of the key tenets of how we approach our work is really to try to make ourselves useful. So understanding what a community's needs or priorities are, and coming in and providing training or technical support to help them integrate the wetland piece to what they do in a way that advances their goals.
They really do a great job of working with citizens of the state, with practitioners, with scientists, with legislators.
When legislators have something that directly impacts them or their constituents, they've got water quality issues, flooding issues. Across the political spectrum, there's really a recognition of how important wetlands are in our communities.
We really emphasize that the most important way for people and communities to protect wetlands is getting them to love the wetlands, getting them out, seeing it, smelling it, feeling it, all the things that wetlands provide.
I love the way they look. I love all of the different flowering forbs.
When they love the wetlands, they will care for the wetlands and they will help promote it into their communities.
We feel a groundswell of excitement for the work that we want to do.
It takes collaboration, it takes trust, it's kind of long haul work.
And it makes me so excited and hopeful to meet with people all around the state of Wisconsin who also love wetlands and care about them.
I am more excited about the future of wetlands in Wisconsin now than I've ever been.
It gives me hope for the future that we really can protect and restore Wisconsin's wetlands.
Hi, welcome back. I'm Sherry Dubiel, Executive Director of Community Shares of Wisconsin, and we are here for the Big Share Live, and we're excited to announce the Power Hour winners from the 8 to 9 o'clock Power Hour, sponsored by Ascendium Education Group, Jeffrey Jensen, our friend over at Ascendium. And we are excited to announce the winners of the 8 a.m. Power Hour sponsored by Ascendium are dun, 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 Tenant Resource Center and Midwest Environmental Advocates. Woo! Each of those folks have now added an extra $1,000 to their totals for the day. Thank you to Ascendium. All right. And so we are about now to transition to the next panel discussion. And that will be facilitated by Bria Brown, who is our project manager, and I'm just going to hand the microphone to you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bria. Welcome to the folks online, and thank you for being here today. I'm really excited to be joined by 3 of our member organizations here to talk about creating safe spaces. I thought this idea up when I was thinking about the Big Share Live this year and thinking about like how people can facilitate safety within our organizations on an individual level, navigating systems, like all of this kind of stuff. Like, how do we intentionally think about how to make those spaces safer for the people who are moving through these organizations, need these services, et cetera. And so I reached out to our members and got feedback and responses from y'all. And so we're going to talk about that here today, sort of thinking about it from the individual level and on out. So I'll have you guys introduce yourself. We're going to start here with Sarah from Rooted. If you'd introduce yourself.
Sure. Good morning. My name is Sarah. I'm the Director of Urban Agriculture Education for our South Madison programs at Rooted.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Megan Sprecher. I'm an attorney with Legal Action of Wisconsin, which is a provider of civil legal services that covers the lower half of the state, roughly.
Good morning. I'm Tina Itzen. I'm the Director of Development and Engagement for the American Civil Liberties Union of Wisconsin. And we do civil rights and civil liberties, protecting those for everyone here in Wisconsin across the state.
Beautiful. So I just want to sort of start off with asking you guys how you create safety inside of your organizations and what that means for you, and also sort of what your thought was when I asked you to join this, what you felt like you had to contribute to the idea of creating safe spaces. And we can start here.
Well, our work really focuses on food access, land access, and urban agriculture education in our community. But I feel like even more than those words, what's most important is how we do this work. And how we do this work is really relationally. Building relationships is the core of everything we do. And I believe that to be a community-based organization in more than just words, you need to have those relationships. And when people have relationships with one another, with staff of an organization, with a space, that is how safe spaces are created. You know, people can know that they have a place to come where they feel seen, heard, known, welcomed in all the different ways that people need that. And the only way that we know how to help facilitate those spaces is by having relationships in the community so that our community can tell us what they need.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think relationships are a big part of what we do as well to make people feel safe where and how they receive our services. So sometimes that might not be at our office, that might not be at Legal Action, that might be the clinics that we hold in partnership with Urban League of Greater Madison at their 2 different sites. That might be virtual versus in person. So we do a lot of clinics where we're helping people go through their background checks, where we're helping people who need help with a gender marker, a name change case, and it might not be the most comfortable to have them, do that in person at, for our tech college project at Madison College. It might be more comfortable for them to do that virtually, so that they feel that their privacy is being protected. So just considering, what is the type of work that we're doing? Does the population have any specific trauma history around that? Safety concerns? And we're really doing a lot more services virtually or over the phone. And so we were already comfortable making our office space as safe and welcoming as possible, but then really thinking about how we can translate that to virtual as well.
Yeah, I just want to echo my colleagues up here that relationships is really the basis for a lot of the work that we do as well. We are known as an advocacy organization versus direct service, so a lot of what we're doing is longer term impacts, and we're often known as a litigation, a lot of lawyers, we work in the courts a lot, and that's a piece of what we do, but so much of what we've been working on is looking at strategies that are much more integrated. So whether it's legal work or policy work that we're doing at the Capitol here, really making sure that embedded in all of that is the relational aspect with the community. And so our engagement work that we do is so important because we can't do our work in a vacuum. We're really trying to make sure that the things we're fighting for, the things we're pushing for, that there aren't unintended consequences on the community, which is why anytime we have a case that we're going to bring or a new resource around knowing your rights or whatnot, we have folks connecting with communities that this work impacts to get opinions, to get, to understand what the needs really are so that we can be informed in our work. So we're not fighting for something that's going to end up harming the community. And so really kind of that partnership relationship work with the community to make sure that what we're doing is actually bringing a benefit and not causing more harm. And with that, knowing that oftentimes we're partnering with community members, especially in things like testifying at the Capitol or people sharing their stories, we have to understand that work is really difficult, that we're asking someone to bring their stories, and oftentimes stories that have pain and trauma and that are not easy to tell, and to come and spend the day at the Capitol, which is often confusing, and you sit and wait for a really long time, and being able to really respect that gift that they're giving, and to not take it for granted, because knowing that it's not easy to show up and do that work. So really just trying to be very human-centered in our work, even though some of it's so long-term that it can be easy to sort of separate yourself from it.
And why do y'all feel like it's important to like intentionally build in this idea of creating safety in these like particularly vulnerable situations that people are finding themselves in, I think, or rather not finding themselves in, but these particularly vulnerable situations that y'all are encountering people in? Why is it so necessary to embed means of safety into that from y'all's perspective?
Well, I guess safety can mean a lot of different things. So our work is in food. So where my mind goes is also thinking in how we approach food access in our communities. So if you're going to shop for your Thanksgiving dinner at the farm stand and you see spinach, but you don't see greens, that says something, right, about who's invited and who is welcome, who that space is for. So thinking about that kind of thing, the kinds, even down to the kinds of food that we provide for our community, and the spaces. So in our land access work, if we're connecting somebody with land to grow their own food, which is the next step, right? Ideally, we would move away from a charity food model completely. Communities would have what they need to thrive, and we would be done with that piece. But land access is kind of the next step towards moving towards that. But if we connect someone with land, and it is a piece of land where their neighbors are calling the cops if they turn on some music, or if their friend pulls up, that's not it. That's not a safe space in a safe way to address that food access issue. In our educational programs, if people don't see their own cultures represented, if people don't see people from their own communities sharing information, knowledge, skills, resources, if it's not collectively built, at Rooted, we are all learners and we are all educators, all of us. If it's not collectively built and everyone doesn't have a space, it is not necessarily a welcoming, safe space. And I feel like right now, especially, this was a problem before our current crisis, and now it is even more important in creating spaces where our community can come together, not only to build resistance and to figure out how to collectively work together to grow and gather our own food and medicines, provide the things that we need for our basic needs. Everybody's got to eat, right? But it's more than that. We also need to create spaces where our community can come together and build joy, where our community can come together and build relationships, where our community can come together and share resources and skills. And, food is the great connector. I guess one way I think of it is we need to do our work to collectively build a table where everybody's got a comfortable seat.
Yeah, beautiful.
So, I think one thing that we've done at Legal Action over the last couple years that we weren't consciously at least doing is incorporating trauma-informed lawyering into not only our practices, but also teaching all of our volunteers and our interns and really making that a central tenet. And so that not only, I think, improves the quality of services that our clients are receiving, but then they're also more likely to come back. Low-income people generally have more than one civil legal issue impacting them at any given time, and those just continually crop up, whether they're evictions or debt collectors calling or driver's license suspensions, things like that. And so, if we're making a safe space, if we're treating people with dignity, which is just the bare minimum that people should receive, then they're more likely to come back if and when they have another civil legal issue. I also think it's the highest compliment that a client can pay by referring their family member or their friend, because what that shows is that they were treated with dignity and they felt comfortable and safe in that space. And so You know, one thing that I talk to our volunteers about is just how important it is. So even if you're seeing someone at one of our pro bono clinics and we can't do anything for the person, how they're treated and if their questions are answered and if they're treated with dignity, that's going to make an impact on if they come back at a later date. That's going to make an impact on how the community sees us, and you know, how we're treating people is also a reflection on all of our partners. So if we're working with you know, another site to do a clinic, we're tapping into the trust that the community has with them, and so we also have to be really conscious about that as well.
Yeah, you know, echoing a lot of that, there is a need to be really intentional about the way that we view safety in how we do our work. You know, like I said, as an advocacy organization, we operate a little bit differently at times, but, you know, oftentimes there's you know, we have avenues that we call, you know, our pathways to victory, and sometimes there isn't a pathway, or at least not an immediate one. And so part of that idea of creating safety is to not just be like, well, we can't win in the courts or we can't win at the legislature, so, well, you know, we'll see what happens. But our team with engagement looks at, okay, so then what can we do? How might we use community education or community engagement to help support around an issue and create harm reduction? You know, for example, in Milwaukee, there's been a thing around SRO officers in the schools, and there's been this back and forth on it. And you know, we're now at a point where they're coming back into the schools, and we're super concerned about that school to prison pipeline. And so we know that we don't have an avenue in the courts, and we don't have an avenue in the legislature currently. And so what we determined to do was to create a program called Know Your Rights for Encounters with Law Enforcement that is specifically for young people, so that they can have the education they need, so that, you know, if we can't make a change on a bigger level, at least students can have resources to make sure that they can stay safe. And with that is also making sure that when we are interacting with the community, that we are being very mindful about how we show up and who shows up. And who are the folks leading something, and trying to make sure that we're being very sensitive to the needs of the community, and making sure that those who are most impacted by the work and the issues are being heard and we understand them. So, you know, for like this training program, a lot of the students that we work with are students of color, and so making sure that we have trainers who also are people of color, so that there can be a connection there that makes a lot more sense. Or if we are leading or teaching something inside the carceral system, making sure that we have folks who are a part of that, who have an experience of being impacted by the carceral system, because it's important for people to be able to relate to folks who understand the stories that they go through, because a lot of what we do is really about working with people and not just for people. And I think that's a really important thing as an advocacy organization, and as, you know, something like the ACLU that is, you know, has such a long history. It can be really easy to walk in and say, I know how to help you, you know, I know how to solve your problem, without listening to that community member or that impacted person who has a lot of knowledge and a lot of experience and knows a lot of what they need. It's not good for us to show up and tell them this is what they need. And so I think that's another way that we create safety, is through partnership with the people that we are working for and working with.
I think that's, yeah, I want to like kind of touch on that a little bit more, sort of thinking about how you all are meeting communities, yeah, like how you show up in these communities and how you connect with folks. I'm curious about how y'all approach that work. I'm specifically curious also about the trauma-informed lawyering and what that looks like in practice. Yeah. Can I start with you, Megan?
Oh, sure. So, you know what, we as an organization are unfortunately not able to serve everyone who needs our help. So, any given day we're turning away probably half of the people that call us and qualify for our services and have a civil legal issue. And so what we are trying to do is really trying to leverage who is most in need of our services, who is the population most marginalized by this issue. And so that's why we do a lot of partnering. So for example, I supervise our background check clinics and our driver's license recovery clinics. And what we've determined is partnering with Urban League of Greater Madison, partnering with the tech college system so we can reach people who are in their GED and HSED programs and their other programs are the ways that we can really leverage the staff and volunteer power that we have to make the most impact with our limited resources. And since we do rely so heavily on volunteers, I think the trauma-informed trainings that we're doing and incorporating that also into our substantive training, so it's just part of all of our trainings, has been really impactful. So we can't assume that our volunteers or our interns have had the same life experiences as a lot of our clients, and so our 2-hour continuing legal education credit training isn't going to make them have that lived experience, but I think it helps people understand, for example, that a lot of our clients are going through multiple things at the same time, and so if they don't return a phone call right away, it could be because they're dealing with a child support issue and their kid's school is calling and their utilities are getting shut off. And so really talking to them about that and emphasizing the importance of building rapport. So, that's something that, we can't assume that we just have rapport with a client. That's something that we have to earn. And so really talking to the attorneys about that and, some of the differences that might come about. Their day job is going to be a little bit different than working with our clients, but it's something that is really rewarding for a lot of people. And especially with our interns, they're getting that hands-on experience and they're getting that trauma-informed lens to it, I think, at a really good time, because law school is famous for not really actually preparing you to be an attorney. I like to say that it prepares you to know a lot about railroad accidents from the 1800s. So it's something that is, I think, really good for our students to come out with, and regardless of if they come and work with me at Legal Action or if they're going to a firm, hopefully that they carry that with them, and continue to volunteer and continue to bring that trauma-informed lens to their lawyering and to the rest of their life as well.
Yeah. I want to ask, directly, what is the risk of not having, intentionally thinking about safety in the broad ways that we think about safety? What is the risk to the folks who come into and through your organizations? And I'm thinking about this from, an individual person-to-person level, but also as some of this work is about working within and navigating these much larger and oftentimes terrifying systems for folks who rely on your services, especially if those services are pro bono or, whatever the case may be. So I'm curious, what you guys see as the risk of not putting these safeguards in place intentionally. And I also haven't named working with minors or kids or teenagers, but I think that's something else when I'm thinking about how are we creating safe spaces. It's also how we're taking care of the young people who come through these organizations. Yeah. Whoever wants to go.
Yeah, I think, the danger is that we have the ability to just to cause more harm than good, and to be extractive of the people that we work with. Safety is such an important thing. We build reputation on a lot of things, and I know that there are organizations out there who want to build reputation on how successful we are and whatnot, but for a lot of us, success is, how does the community see us? Are people willing to come to us for help? Do they see us as somebody who is trustworthy? and yeah, it's not always an easy thing to navigate, because there's, you know, for every one, like for us with some of our casework, you know, for every one case, you're going to have people on multiple sides, and you have to kind of weigh the consequences on either side and what is going to be, you know, the best choice. And, you know, we've made some safeguards within our office that anytime we take a case, it's presented to our staff leadership, our staff, and our board to say, like, hey, like, is this an okay thing? So that if there's something about it that we're like, no, this is going to harm community in a way that we don't want to, like, those groups have veto power, which wasn't always the case. And I know that the ACLU, you know, our national office has a history sometimes of taking cases, you know, that have unintended consequences. But here in Wisconsin, we feel very strongly that, you know, community lawyering and being very focused on the impacts and the partnerships with the community is vital to our work, and is a sign of success. And so, yeah, it's something that we have to hold sometimes in tension, but it's so important. And, you know, for us, we have a couple of positions on our staff who are primarily focused on partnership building. We have a statewide coalition relations manager, Melissa Luden, who does a significant amount of work in the criminal legal reform space and a lot of our like prison work that we do, prison condition work. And she is consistently building those relationships, but making sure that it's done in a way that builds trust, community agreements, having those hard conversations with people when people don't always, you know, do things as well as they should have. But having that intentionality of building those relationships with the community, not just when you need to, because that sometimes happens of like, oh, we have this project we want to do, we need to build a relationship for this project, but being able to say, we have these relationships built, and out of that comes a need that then we can address. And it's, you know, sometimes you get similar results in the end in terms of like a court win or whatnot, but the relationship building is different when it comes from that relationship and not something that you build a relationship because of the project or the thing.
I agree that causing unintentional harm is something we have to be really careful of in community work. And, you know, white supremacy culture is the waters that we're all swimming in. So we all have to do our work, both as individuals and as organizations, to see when those things are popping up in ourselves, in our organizations, in our communities, and take a step back and do the unlearning and the learning that it takes to address those things so that we can move forward in new and different ways. And just thinking of our youth, you know, we work with so many youth in the community, and they are literally our future. If we are not creating spaces where our youth can be who they are, can be supported to grow in their gifts, to show up and to become the future leaders in these communities, food system leaders or any kind of leaders, then we are, as a community, really hurting ourselves. You know, we owe it to our future to provide safe spaces for our youth, especially now when people are being told that they don't exist. So many groups are being targeted. Our youth are feeling it. I feel it from our youth every day, whether it's you know, whether it's on a conscious level or subconscious. I have felt a shift in our youth over the past 6 weeks. And we have a real responsibility to hold them in this time as well, and to create spaces where they can grow, thrive, be who they are, loudly, unapologetically, be supported to grow into the beautiful people that they are.
And I'll just piggyback on that. I think also the opportunity for students to advocate for themselves. You know, I think that is a skill that I see kids all the time wanting to step up into those roles. And so, you know, helping to give them those skills and encourage them to be able to speak out. I know one resource we had shared or mentioned was we just launched a school board toolkit. It's got a fancier name than that, but it's essentially, it's a resource, you can find it on our website, that talks about how to engage your school board. But it's not just for parents, it's not just for community members, it's not just for teachers, it's also for students, and has like real world examples of how kids can do that. And I've shared it with students that I work with in other contexts, and to see their excitement of having, in some ways, this is how this works and this is how I can engage with that, is such a powerful thing to include kids in that process, and mentor them, support them as they learn how to find their voice and use it.
The only thing I'd like to add is just being aware of like power dynamics. So if you're working with youth, I think in our situation, that's something that we just have to be aware of when we're working with any client, but I think especially when we're working with youth, just being aware of that power dynamic. And then something as simple as being aware of and respectful of communication preferences. When we're working with youth, what I find is that texting is the best way often to get in touch with them and get information. And so just being willing to change, I think as attorneys, that's something that's newer for us, but recognizing that that's a big piece of communication for youth that we work with, and talking to them about what their preferences are and then honoring that.
Yeah. And I think that something that I'm curious about as we're kind of moving through, it's like kind of abstract, and also we're kind of also talking about concrete things, but I'm curious what you all want to see happen in nonprofits who are working directly with these communities, what you like hope to see as we move forward, either like in the urgency of this moment or just in general as nonprofits are developed and come and go and have like high hopes of like making impacts in all of these different areas. Like what do you think is necessary to create safety moving forward, and like what do you want to see change sort of from the status quo of what's going on in a lot of the nonprofits now?
I feel like nonprofits kind of get set up to compete with each other instead of collaborating with each other, just by the nature of the way we are set up. And I think our whole community would benefit from more collaborations and more working together, because the ultimate goal is to be in support of our communities, right? So the more that we can each contribute our gifts, our places where we have strengths, our spaces where we have leverage points, the more we can work together in those spaces to serve our community, in my opinion, the better. And also just to, in terms of funding, I mean, events like this that Community Shares is putting on are hugely important right now, given the funding landscape for nonprofits in general. And so finding ways to collectively also get the resources that we need to continue the work. And, hitting up our own communities to support us more. I think sometimes that's a missing piece. Whether it's volunteering time, whether it's, sharing skills, whether it's contributing financially, all of these things are ways that everybody in the community can help support us nonprofits in our work.
One thing that I think is really important is, for example, at Legal Action, at any given time, a certain percentage of our board members are client eligible populations. And so I think that brings a really good perspective to us as an organization. And then another similar thing is that with our, with support from Ascendium, we've been able to have a lot of interns from the different tech colleges in our service area, and those students tend to be from lower income backgrounds and more students of color. We've had a lot of interns who have had lived experience with the criminal legal system. And so just getting that perspective has been really valuable. And then, we've been able to add some of those interns on as staff, and that's been really impactful for us. So really not only listening to the communities that we're serving, but involving them and having them be leaders in how we deliver services and what services we deliver.
Yeah, I think this is one we often talk about in the office a bit. I think for us, especially in the kind of work that we do and in the heightened state of the work that we do, especially when you're out there trying to protect democracy, this is a challenging time. But I think safety has to start from within. I've worked in nonprofits for a very long time, and I feel very lucky to be in the office that I'm in now, because there is a significant intention of creating a safe space within the office and creating the kind of culture where people are caring for each other and that the ends does not justify the means. And that can be something that it gets tempting, especially when it's like we're trying to win. Our national office, like a lot of our brand is very much, fight for, to win kind of thing. And it can be easy to sort of be like win at all costs. But if we don't do this work in such a way that we're honoring what we say externally, internally, then it's like, what's the point? And so we've done a lot of work to break down silos between departments so that we are collaborating well internally. We've done a lot to make sure that people take their PTO. We've built in some wellness shutdowns for after peak times, just knowing that people need to stop, because in order to do our best work, we have to rest. And so those kinds of mentalities that we're able to check in with each other to create safe spaces around mental health and neurodiversity and other things like that I haven't seen in a lot of spaces, that allows us then to take those kinds of cultural elements that we're building within the team out into the partnerships that we have, to be able to say, this is how we expect to show up with each other, and to have those hard conversations when we don't always live up to expectations. Because that builds trust and safety too, knowing that all of us are able to show up as ourselves, and when we do something that injures another person, that we're going to talk about it, because that's important. And a lot of times, it's not always something that happens, but I think that nonprofits can not just look at the external ways that they create safety, but how they're doing that internally. Knowing that eventually it does, pervade out into the work that it does.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is so important and resonant with so many nonprofits, because the work has to be sustainable. The work that you're doing has to be sustainable in order for it to be effective. And I think I also want to ask, in the same sort of vein, what you are proud of to have seen in your workplaces, in the development of building trust and creating safety within your workspace or within the community. What changes that have you seen or have you implemented that you're proud to have happened? I'm swinging this question on y'all. It wasn't in my email, but I am curious. So yeah, we'll give them a moment.
There are so many things. I'm having trouble picking one.
I love that. Go for it.
One of the things is just our youth. I've been with this organization now for over 8 years, so I have seen kids come up through our programs, through our youth programs, through our youth employee program as employees of Rooted, and then starting to move up into their spaces that they're finding in the wider world to create the world they want to see. And that is, I can't even tell you how beautiful that is to witness, and to be a part of. Also, just seeing over time, you can advertise all the things you do as many places as you want. You can do flyers, all the things, and what it really comes down to is word of mouth between people. And once the word of mouth starts going, that you are onto something that is truly of and for the community. So seeing those things build up, you know, when we started our food distribution at Badger Rock, we had 16 families, and without any kind of advertisement at all, it grew to 100 families really fast. Our community garden is always full just by word of mouth. Those kind of things are, they tell me that we are doing something right.
One thing that I think I'm really proud of is just the bringing community building into this work. And so, you know, if you go to one of our clinics, we've got a really dedicated group of volunteers who all know each other and all care about each other and know the staff at the site where we're having the clinics, and we're getting clients coming in who are family members or friends of current or past clients. We have interns that, you know, go on to do other things and keep in touch and, you know, continue to collaborate with us. And so I just really appreciate the community building aspect of it. And, you know, it's not just transactional. And I think that's a way for us to sustain it in terms of volunteers continuing to show up and continuing to have people sign up for these things. And then for me, you know, as someone who I've been working with civil legal services for 20 plus years, that helps me, you know, go on and continue to do this work because I really appreciate the community aspect of it.
Yeah, one thing that I'm just super proud of, it's a recent sort of development that we've had, but it's an example of kind of what happens when it all works the way it's supposed to in terms of the way that we really do integrated advocacy and bring different departments together to move a project forward. So in the last year, we have a legal intake process. So we receive mail from thousands of folks across the year, mainly from the folks who are in the carceral system, you know, talking about ways that their rights have been violated. And we're not able to to do things on everything. We do respond to everybody. We send them additional resources. We connect them with other partners. But out of that came a case about a program that the Department of Corrections is supposed to be providing for mothers who have children, mothers who are incarcerated who have a child under the age of 1. There's a program that they should be able to apply for and receive services, be able to be connected with their child through that first year of their life. And for, I don't know, 20 or 30 years, the DOC has not operated the program. Anyone who's applied has been denied. And so we had a client who had the courage to say, I'm gonna stand up and do something, and reached out to our office. And through conversations with partners and folks, we decided to take the case. And so it's been cases take a while. But in the midst of that, our engagement folks said, let's not just do a case, let's talk about these issues. Let's partner with other organizations like Free and My Way Out and the Ostara Initiative, others who work with women who are incarcerated, who are coming out of incarceration, and talk about what it's like to be pregnant in prisons. We have trying to, anti-shackling, movement, things like that, and talk about the issues. And we were putting on an event last week to sort of showcase this. We had a number of panelists. And we did a storytelling video project in partnership with UW Milwaukee. So we'll be putting some of those online soon to tell Alyssa's story, the woman who came to us. And so all of that was, I'm proud of the way that all of that came together to be able to not just talk about the work that we're doing, but also the connections with other community partners and highlight them. And the extra bonus was that we did win the case. So the DOC now has to implement it. Obviously, there's lots of things in that with budgets and stuff at the legislature, which I try not to talk too much about. But yeah, so there's still ways to go, but it's exciting to see how it's not just the court case, it's also the conversations with the community and bringing up this issue that a lot of people are just completely unaware of, to be able to say, here's a need and here's how we can fill it. that is not just one little area of, like, we did a court case, great, and while that's so important, the community education and engagement aspect is so, in some ways, even more important. And so we'll be kind of finishing up this phase of the work by creating a Know Your Rights piece on being pregnant in prison, and this program to be then distributed through public defenders and other folks to get to women who are incarcerated, so they know of the resource that they can hopefully be able to access.
Yeah, that's amazing. I want to say I really appreciate y'all and the things that you're sharing, and it's making me think about the rest of today as well, and the folks who are coming. We have a youth panel coming later today, so we'll get to hear directly from our youth about like what they want from their future, and I think this is a part of that. We have a panel about from Black women leaders talking about like what also they need from other nonprofits and other entities, businesses, et cetera, from the community for Black nonprofits and Black-led nonprofits to be supported. And we're like talking about housing and stuff, and it all really folds into this like individual to community to systemic question of like how we make the organizations that we're working within and trying to build places where people can really go to like get support in solving the problems that so many of us are facing. So I really, really appreciate y'all for talking about this with me, both like from your organizational perspectives to beyond. So I wanted to know if you have any closing words, any final things that you wanted to share with the live today, but I just really wanted to say I really, really appreciated this.
I just will say thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. And, I know for all of us, engaging with folks out there who are interested in doing something, I always just say, it doesn't have to be us, but find the place that speaks to you. In this time where folks feel often very like isolated and alone and frustrated, or, not sure what to do in our current, economic climate or political climate, whatever you want to call it. One of the ways that you do something is to get involved with somebody, give back, support others, and make connections in community, because that's how, ultimately that's how we move forward as community, is in community. So just encourage folks to learn more about all of the amazing organizations that are part of Community Shares, and find something that resonates with you and get connected. It's a great opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We're going to wrap this up from here. I really appreciate y'all, and we'll see you in the next one.
Tuesday, March 4 is the Big Share, an online day of giving that supports 1,000 Friends of Wisconsin and nearly 70 member nonprofits of Community Shares of Wisconsin. At 1,000 Friends, we advocate for sustainable land use and equitable transportation policy to support healthy communities. In these uncertain times, our commitment to healthy, equitable communities for everyone in Wisconsin remains unchanged. We know that in the face of big changes at the national level, local action matters more than ever. We build coalitions to address the harm of building highways through the heart of Black and Brown communities. We run programs like the Community Transportation Academy to bring people together to advocate for street safety and equitable access to everyday destinations. We are collectively pushing the state to be a leader in climate resilience and carbon reduction so that Wisconsin communities are prepared to meet the climate crisis head-on, no matter their size, demographics, or geography. Your Big Share contribution helps make our work possible. Every dollar counts. Thank you for your support and being a friend we can count on. Tuesday, March 4 is the Big Share, an online day of giving that supports
everyone. My name is Janice Judon. I am the Director of Programming at Urban Triage. What drives me every day is being in the room with such powerful people and change makers. Working alongside other community agencies and advocates to help better serve our people is really the heart of the work. Your network is your net worth. And when we share our resources with one another, it truly gives that sense of community and belong. Awesome question. Big Share is so important because it's giving back to our community. For starters, our youth. Our youth is our future. Agriculture. With all this stuff going on in the nation right now, we need more homegrown organic produce and products now more than ever. Our nation is under attack. Our people are under attack. And it's important now more than ever to stand up for what we believe in and fight for what is our right. We have to stand together. United, we stand. Divided, we fall. And it takes a community. We have to uplift each other, support each other, share those knowledge and resources that are available so we all can be better. Yes. So let me tell you about a time when I worked with a youth who reminded me a lot of myself. We worked with this young lady who did not have a lot of hope. She didn't have a lot of confidence, and she wasn't sure of where she belonged. We partnered with this young lady. We worked with her day in and day out to let her know she matters. We helped her build her confidence. We helped her build her self-esteem. We helped her build community and a sense of belonging. So we took this young lady, and one of the things that we did to help her build her confidence, we took her shopping. This young lady didn't even know what size clothes she wore. She never seen herself outside of a pair of leggings and a hoodie. So we took her to the store. We let her practice looking at herself in the mirror and telling herself beautiful things. We did resume and job readiness career prep with her. We went over how to successfully interview. And what does that look like? What does that entail about making eye contact and having meaningful communication, knowing your responses ahead of time, and how do you promote yourself? And I'm proud to say that this young lady walked into her very first interview and left out with her very first job offer. Hey everyone, my name is
we're all teachers and we're all learners, and it's all collaborative together. And that is something that really brings me so much joy, is being a part of that. So I get to do all of the things that I love the most in this world, in this job. I get to manage the farm. I get to get my hands in the dirt. I get to work with people from all ages, from preschool on up through elders in the community, doing farming, doing cooking. Everyone has been involved in kind of co-creating this together. It wasn't just me putting something together in a void. It was definitely something that we built together. So we'll invite our community gardeners or other people in the community to come and cook with our students and share different cultural foodways. We'll have people come and show different farming techniques from different cultures. We'll have people come and share different art forms. The class that we teach is a garden class, but what we do in that class is anything and everything. You can teach anything using the garden as your classroom. So we started with making mosaic stepping stones, glass mosaics. Every student got to make one and place it in the garden. And that was the beginning of the art in the garden at Badger Rock. Now we have an opportunity for kids to make a stepping stone every year. It's become part of our thing that we offer so kids can come back and see themselves in this garden even long after they're gone. It's one of the first things the students notice when they come into space. They're like, oh, we painted, we made that, you know? There's a sense of pride and ownership, and also just giving students space to be creative and express themselves and add their own unique twist to their space. That is what makes this place what it is. It's not me, it's the community and the kids creating this space, all of us together. Come on out, we have a lot going on.
Alrighty, welcome everybody. We are back. My name is Sherry Dubiel, and I am the Executive Director at Community Shares of Wisconsin. And you are tuning into the Big Share Live. The Big Share 2025 is our 11th Big Share, and I've been here the whole time. I think Sarah's in the audience. I think you've been here every single Big Share. Yeah. Every year we do a little like, who's been here the longest kind of thing. But anyway, all of you who are tuning in are the most important people because you're here to learn more about how to get involved in the political process. Before we move to that, I'm going to make a couple of announcements. Starting at 10 o'clock through 11 o'clock, we are in the middle of the Summit Credit Union Power Hour. And if you were looking for an opportunity to make a donation to your favorite nonprofit, this is a great time because right now nonprofits are all competing to win the prize for either the most dollars raised or the most donors. And so power hours are a great way for you to help your nonprofits and keep engaged. And speaking of engagement, that's what we're here to talk about. And so I'm going to transition myself over and introduce to you this beautiful panel of wonderful ladies. So the topic is getting involved in the political process. And I mentioned a little earlier today that I've been talking with some people that haven't been very involved in the political process before, and for the first time they're feeling motivated and energized. And so I think the information that you'll be sharing with us today is going to be hugely helpful. So what I'm going to start with first is I'll introduce you, and then we'll start in with some questions. I've got to get them on my phone here. First of all, we'll be hearing from Bianca Shaw from Wisconsin Women's Network. Awesome. And then Khadijah Marquardt Davis.
Yep.
Yes, from ECHO, Embolden. And finally, the awesome Eileen Newcomer from League of Women Voters. Thank you. All right, so how about we start with, I introduced your names and your organizations, but tell us a little more about your work and experience related to getting involved in the political process. Each one of your groups does a lot of direct work with this. So let's start with you, Bianca.
So as stated, my name is Bianca Shaw. I am the president of the Wisconsin Women's Network, where we work to teach women and girls how to advance policy in the state of Wisconsin, as well as mentorship programs. But me personally, I got my start also in the Wisconsin Women's Network Policy Institute. I am a graduate of the 2017 cohort, and I can say that I got my start by wanting to do something. I think I was working in the Wisconsin State Capitol as a legislative aide, received the email to, submit an application. I think that I had no idea what an advocate was at that time, even though I had been advocating for myself for a long time. But since then, gaining the skills and the knowledge to change policy in the state, I've had the opportunity to work in the voting rights space, making sure folks have access to the ballot. I've also, specifically for Milwaukee and our tribes in Wisconsin, worked for towards digital inclusion, as well as, again, working for the advancement of women and girls in the state of Wisconsin.
Awesome. Khadijah, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, so as stated earlier, my name is Khadijah Marquardt Davis, and I am the director of ECHO, which stands for Engaging Communities to Change Health Outcomes. We are a civic engagement program that primarily works with BIPOC, Indigenous, and other women of color in Milwaukee, Dane County, and in Rock County. And our Dane County program is run entirely in Spanish, which I think is pretty awesome and unique. And the primary purpose of our program is to get more people involved in thinking about civic health, specifically the civic health of their communities, because research shows that people that are involved in their communities and have good civic health have better health outcomes. So keeping all of this in mind, how I actually got involved into politics is back in 2017, I was looking to go get my master's in social work because my organization at that time got stripped about $1 million in funding due to an executive order that Trump actually put down. And that made me realize that I didn't want to not be in the room when decisions were being made. So in my bid to apply for grad school, I actually found the Women's Network and participated through that. And as a result of that, managed to, once I got into grad school, get a internship in Senator LaTanya Johnson's office, which is really great. And then inevitably that moved into a job once I graduated from grad school. And then the current job I have, which is like an amalgamation of everything that I've learned both in grad school, at the state legislature, with the Women's Network, as I graduated as a mentor and then was on the board for a while. And yeah, so my program sort of speaks to all of those things that I have learned throughout that. And then on top of that, I have also interned for Emerge Wisconsin, which is an organization that trains women how to run for office. And then I also had the opportunity to help volunteer on an electoral campaign here in Madison back in like 2019. And so, I don't know, my participation has been long, which I appreciate. And I'm excited to have my program to help people continue that on, more so at the local level than at the state level. So
wonderful. Eileen.
Yes, so I'm Eileen Newcomer, pronouns she, her, hers. I'm the voter education manager for the League of Women Voters of Wisconsin. And I am just so incredibly proud to be representing the League here today on this panel. I sit on the shoulders of a whole bunch of men and women, and particularly women who came before me. The League is celebrating our 105th birthday this year, so we have a long history of active involvement and getting people engaged in the political process. The League actually formed out of the women's suffrage movement, which granted some, not all women, the right to vote in over 100 years ago now. And so when the women's suffrage movement, accomplished that goal, they thought, what is next? And they thought, we need a women-led organization to make sure that women had the resources, the information, and the desire to be involved in our political process, because having the right to vote is not enough. We need to actually act on that and hold our policymakers accountable to the will of the people. And when you had a whole new swath of people who were eligible to vote, it was really, really important to have that education. So that's kind of how the League started, and our mission has expanded since then to empower all voters and defend democracy. So there's a lot of things that fall into that. But we are, really proud to be the current stewards of the League, and here in Wisconsin, there are 21 local chapters around the state. They're volunteer-run organizations that are, grassroots folks who just, they care about their communities. They want to make them better. They want everyone to, be able to live with dignity and respect. They want education for their children. They want clean air, clean water. They want good government and, responsible government. And they are people who are on the ground engaging in community, whether it's at farmers markets, in high schools, on college campuses, in the local county jails, to help people who are currently in the jail but retain their right to vote, because we really, really do believe that everyone who's eligible to vote should be able to vote. And so we're trying to do the work to walk the walk and not just talk the talk. And so that's a little bit about the League. And then I guess about how I got involved in this is I was actually considered myself an apolitical person. And so if you feel like, hey, I don't know where to get started, maybe I can be a little bit of a case study of somebody who, when I turned 18, I didn't vote. I didn't know where to go. I didn't know who to ask questions of. I didn't want to look stupid going to the polls and then having to be redirected to the next place. But what I, realized later, was my own anxiety. And there were people who would have helped me along the way. I just didn't know who to ask and how to get engaged. And I did spend a decent amount of my life just feeling like, my true self is not welcome in my community. And, moving forward with that, I believe that everyone has a space in our community. And so that's kind of my personal journey with that. But really, it was friends and family who talked to me about their own political interests that got me involved. My college roommate, she was always talking about politics, and requested her absentee ballot when we were in college, and I was like, I don't know how to do that, but like I should learn. And so the conversations that you're having now with people are so, so important. And I know we're gonna get into that a little bit, but I guess that's some of my personal journey to the league.
Awesome. Yeah, so for people who are tuning in, maybe this is their first big share and they're just learning about some of the nonprofits that we represent because of the current political process. I think some people, let's demystify what it means to get involved in the political process. I think we can continue to use Eileen as our case study. Someone like Eileen who hadn't been involved before. What does it mean to be involved? I mean, do you have to get your lobby license? Do you have to, tell us, what does it mean? Well, let's start with you, Bianca.
Sure, and I think just for a playing field from where my foundation of education comes from, I want to give two definitions. Politics, or as we talk about politics, that's a behavior. It's the behavior of the individuals who we elect or who are appointed or who are public servants in our government. The policy is what governs your everyday life. And so I think when people begin to understand, you're distracted by the politics, but the policy is governing your everyday life. And so I think that people should understand that whether you're taking an active role or an inactive role, you're involved in it, and you do have a sense of responsibility. I think when we think about voting, which is, a fundamental principle and foundation to being an active participant in our government, that is not the end all be all. It is a circle, it is a cycle. And so go vote, but actually learn how to advocate for yourself. And what does that mean? You're the expert of your life. You know what you need best, and you're the best person to educate your child's teacher, your superintendent, your county board supervisor, your state legislator, anybody. You are the best person to educate those folks on the issues that matter to you, and that makes you an advocate. But the other realms of that are advocacy, activism, and organizing, along with civic education. And so I think a lot of people need to be able to understand where they are in the process. I'm an advocate. I've done activism, meaning like taking to the streets. I protested during the Brett Kavanaugh hearings, and that's where I found out that I was an advocate and not an activist, because when we got there our first night in DC, we had to sleep outside of I think it's the Rayburn building or one of the congressional buildings, so that we can be the first 20 to get inside. I've never been bougie in my life, but I was like, I'm taking the bench, not sleeping on the floor. And I realized then that I'm best suited to be inside the building. I'm not the best person on the outside. Now, I will take to the streets, I will do the activism, but I'm also an organizer, because I am a person who can get collective, diverse groups of people together on one accord. Even if we have different opinions over issues, we meet at the values. So we may not agree on pro-life or pro-choice, but we agree on the quality of life, and that's some place where we can meet. And so just understanding, one, are you an advocate? Are you an organizer? Are you an activist? Are you a mix of all three or a combination of some? And then understanding that, again, politics is the behavior that you display, whether you're being inactive or active, and that's the behavior that the politicians display, but the policy is what decides your taxes. It decides the quality of your child's education, their school lunch. It decides, the price of prescriptions. And so we have to understand that each person has a responsibility in this country to participate, whether you're able to vote or not.
All right. I'm going to move next to Khadijah then. We're talking about voting, being activists, showing up and protesting, and being an advocate. Bianca brought up. Can you tell us more about what are the next steps in becoming an advocate for changing policy?
Absolutely. So for me, the first step in becoming an advocate is to actually know what you're talking about and have a connection to the community in which is actually being impacted. It's one thing to just run into someplace and say that you yourself know because you yourself are experiencing it. While you are the best person to talk about your experience, it's also good to collect what other people are going through so that you can have a fuller picture of how to move forward. And so to become an advocate, all it really takes is a little bit of research. If you're nervous about actually going to talk to your state legislator or to a public meeting, maybe finding a friend. A lot of these things start with building community, or even just finding one person that can share your politic with you to go into a space so that you can feel a little bit more confident. And then conviction as well, knowing that you're probably gonna get a no, but continuing to show up, continuing to figure out ways to make your case, and then understanding that sometimes advocacy might not be the best route, and so you might have to switch up your plan and do something else. But yeah, to be an advocate is to take it on the chin, to not get discouraged, and know that this is a relay race. Like, you're only gonna get as far as you can, but it's worth trying, essentially.
And there will be ups and downs, and
so many ups and downs.
Yes.
Like, this is not gonna be solved immediately, so it's better to dig in and understand what your politic is too, so that you can't be swayed by all of the stuff that's gonna be coming at you as well.
So Eileen, let's carry on with you then through this question about becoming an advocate. So you are now an amazing advocate and a spokesperson, and you do incredible work at the League of Women Voters. How did you go from realizing that you could be getting a ballot in the mail and then now becoming who you are? What steps did you take?
Yeah, that's a great question. I spent a lot of time thinking that if I stayed small, I would stay safe, and that politics, government decisions wouldn't impact me. You know, I wouldn't get, fined for something or whatever, because if I kept it under the radar, then I'd be all good. And then I saw a lot of things happening that impact me personally. One of my issues that I care deeply about is climate change, and like whether or not we're going to have a world, and like if I'm going to have children, will there be a world for them to live in? And like that is such a deep core issue. And I looked at what was happening, and I was like, oh, people don't even believe that this is real. People aren't doing anything to make a change. And so because I realized that I couldn't just stay small and stay safe, that I needed to speak up, get involved, figure out what is the pathway forward. And I really do deeply believe that us as humans, we determine our destiny. And so the collective has the power to determine what the outcome is going to be. And following along that thread of thinking, I got involved in the League of Women Voters, because voting is such a fundamental way that we have a collective voice in our society. So that was kind of a first step for me, was voting, getting involved in voting, helping make sure that everybody's vote is able to be counted. So that's kind of a next step. Like, we run an election observer program where people can come and volunteer, see what's happening at the polls on election day, see if all the rules are being followed, and if people are actually able to access their right to vote, and continue to build and expand from there. But once you start digging in, you'll realize that there's a whole lot of opportunity and a lot of different levers of power, and you can plug in where it makes the best sense to you. And another thing that I really love about the League is, because of the history of the organization, we have 50-year members. There are a lot of mentors available to help show you the way. So I didn't come into this position knowing what I know now. I knew this much, and I was able to learn a whole lot. And like I said, there's a lot of different ways to get involved. Whether it's volunteering one time on election day, maybe becoming a poll worker, attending a protest, organizing a protest, having a postcard writing party. That's something that has been really popular in the last year, is people getting together and just reaching out to other community members, and going back to kind of that old school way of how we used to communicate through the mail versus like having text messages, or even having people, do phone calls, because people love getting things in the mail. And then it goes all the way up to, speaking truth to power. And I'm a very firm believer that it's important to speak your truth, even if your voice shakes, even if you feel like the way you're showing up isn't the correct way. There's no right way. We're all people and we all belong in the society. And so us speaking up is crucial to being able to have the future that we all want.
That's awesome. You mentioned people writing postcards or sending out cards. A couple of different people in the last couple of months have reached out to Community Shares with this offer of it was one group that said, oh, we want to write some postcards. And it took us a couple of back and forth. You want us to help you write the postcards? You want us to find volunteers? No, we want to write postcards for you. And it was like, oh my God, that's amazing. I couldn't believe it. And just people wanting to show their support for the work that we do. And that was so touching. And it took us a little while to figure out exactly what was going on. And I had another person who reached out to me through Facebook Messenger and just said, I want to send you a Valentine's card to let you know that we love Community Shares. And it was really wonderful. And so I think those kinds of things are great examples of small things because, not all of us do this for a living. And not all of us are connected to people socially that keep us updated or scroll on their phones all day long and get angry like I do, keeping up to date on all the ins and outs of everything. So that was a great example of a small thing people can do. So what about for other people who are out there that maybe this is going to be their first thing that they do? What's a small thing that people can do to be part of this?
Sherry, can I just add a comment on that? So thinking about what people can do too, being a support to people who are deep in the work is an excellent way to also get involved. I know I would not be able to keep doing what I'm doing without the support of my husband, my family, my friends who, take me out and give me some distraction or say hey, you know what? It's okay that you're taking a nap right now. You need to take care of yourself. And so even having those voices to remind you that that you're taking care of yourself and that your work is appreciated and that you're not alone in this is so critically important.
I was going to say, don't get stuck in analysis paralysis. The best thing you can do is to act. It's to act unabashedly. Know that you probably could get some pushback, but acting will always get you farther than just continuing to spin your wheels. And so, there's so much information that we are bombarded with these days, especially with misinformation. So find your issue. Find the thing that that you have passion for. And I'm talking all the range of emotions, love, rage, things that you're willing to go out and fight for, and then do that. Find your people. Know that you will get pushback, and you just got to keep on going. But don't get stuck in the analysis phase.
Excellent. Bianca, what about you? You have any other small things people can do?
Figure out your why. Understanding, so we know what upsets us, we know what keeps us up at night, but understanding what your why is and that action piece as well, because that is what is going to keep you fueled when you run into roadblocks and barriers. You have to remember why you're doing this. And Helen Marks Dix said it best to me once during the Policy Institute. She was a speaker, and she was talking about advocating for women to work. And she said, we just wanted to work. We didn't really care how much we were paid, and so we didn't think about the next generation. And so in understanding that when you're thinking about your why, definitely think about yourself, but try to think about someone else as well, because when we advocate for the well-being of Black and Native children, Indigenous children, we advocate for the well-being of all. So just understanding what your why is, and then working from there to deepen that labor of love.
That's awesome. Okay, so one thing that we hear a lot and that I experience, we all experience, is, oh, I've got this going on, there's this obstacle. What are, we know that real life gets in the way of getting involved. We're all busy and have phones in our laps all the time, dinging and ringing. But what are there obstacles that are put in place by the system to prevent us from taking part? Why don't you?
Absolutely.
I see Khadijah's eyes
I was
light
like,
up.
and this is where ECHO comes in. So yeah, there are definite barriers to having people participate civically. That's why we talk a lot about civic health. It's literally the places and spaces that allow people to come together to do shared decision making, goes into civic infrastructure and all of these things. A part of the reason, so with ECHO, we actually pay our participants to be a part of our program. And one, we do that is because the knowledge and labor of Black and brown women has historically gone like way underpaid and undervalued. So from step one, I just want to show people that we value them. Part two is like, if you cannot get your basic needs met, there is no way you're gonna show up and be able to do 90% of the things that you are able to do if you have housing, if you have food in your belly, if you know your kids are safe. And so part of what we also do with ECHO is try to overcome those barriers. Like we try and provide like childcare to people. If you are having trouble like getting someplace to like the meetings or whatever, we will get you a bus pass. We had multiple people have their housing fall through, and it is a group effort to try and get them housing. Because once again, if you are a stabilized person, it makes it so much easier to actually go out there and fight. So that's one. If you want to do any level of community organizing or civic engagement, I would urge you to really look into how you, as an organization, program, whatever, are meeting the basic needs of people, either through mutual aid or whatever, so people can actually show up. So that's one. And then two, the system has literally been designed to keep people from participating. That is a stone cold truth. We see that in voter suppression. We see that in how not having like national holidays for voting, or even the 9 to 5 is meant to exhaust us, if I'm being completely honest. And so, yeah, if you can find ways as a collective, this once again is gonna have to be a grassroots effort of through mutual aid, community building, especially when we're talking about fascism, where we're at right now. Like, these are the things that are gonna be needed so people can show up. So I think focusing on those things in a lot of ways will inevitably lead to more civic engagement.
Awesome. Did you want to go ahead, Bianca?
Yeah, I think that people I like what you said, or want to respond to what you said. People make time for what they want. And I think that is something that we have to be willing to understand in this day and age, is what are we willing to sacrifice? As an African-American woman, I constantly think about my ancestors who had no choice. And so I have privilege in waking up and saying, oh, I'm not gonna fight the good fight today. I'm just gonna, go have a coffee or a tea or something, right? I have to wake up every day and make the sacrifice for my daughter and her generations after her, right? And so I think that time and resources may be limited, but we have the opportunity to create. That is one of our talents that we have as human beings, is that we can create time. We're able to create resources. I think that for folks that are in power, because we do have access to a lot of folks that have access to political power, corporate power, nonprofit power, people power, money power, stop gatekeeping. Allow people in. We live in a state where we are so segregated into our communities, not just in the corporate offices and in government, but in our communities, we are segregated. Allow people to teach from their own experience. Don't act as a parent and think that you know what's best for everybody in your community. Bring them to the table. And if there isn't a table that's big enough for everybody, create another one. And then the last one I think is a big one right now in this political climate is letting go of fear and intimidation. We, the people, are the power. We have, again, I'm gonna go back to the issues versus values. We may not agree on all the issues, but we have values that we all can agree on, and that is where we meet. And so letting go of the distractions that are creating the fear and intimidation, and replacing that with faith and courage.
Eileen, from the perspective of League of Women Voters, I know I keep up to date on what you all are working on, and we were talking about barriers to participation. Can you give us an update on some of the efforts being made to prevent people from voting, and what League of Women Voters is doing in response?
Yeah, of course. So over the course of the last year, we've seen a deluge of constitutional amendments to our state constitution. And one of the things that not everyone knows is that we do have a state constitution. Not only do we have a federal constitution, we have a state constitution. And there have been 6 proposed constitutional amendments in the last year, which is like, oh, is our constitution so broken that we need to change it this many times? No. Really, the legislature is using the Constitution Amendment process to bypass the governor to implement policies that they want. And they craft the questions in such a way that it makes it seem like, oh yeah, no, this is good for us. But last November, there was a constitutional amendment that said that only citizens could vote in Wisconsin. Now, some people agree with that they think that if you're a citizen, you have to be a citizen in order to vote. But what they didn't realize is that what's the next step for that? And that would be proving citizenship. 10% of people do not have the documents that they need to prove that they are a citizen. You know, you don't have to go to a hospital to give birth. You don't, there are people who are older who, you know, they don't have those records of, you know, where they were born or things like that. And especially for women, you know, we are asked when we get married to take on our husband's last name and to, you know, shred our, you know, shirk our identity as an individual person. And then let's say you get divorced and you change your name again. Well, when you have to show proof of citizenship, not only do you have to show the name you were born as, that you changed your name, that you changed it back, that you were actually married. And so there's a whole number of documents that you would have to provide. And that is a structural way to disenfranchise women and people who are different than the norm of, you know, going to the hospital and getting born. We also have a constitutional amendment coming up on April 1st to try and enshrine the photo ID law here in Wisconsin. Now, we know that the photo ID law disenfranchises voters. I mentioned earlier the league has an election observation program. We've had people on the ground see how this plays out in person where, you know, people don't have an ID. They're not issued a provisional ballot even though they qualify for one. Certain people aren't asked if they ask for their ID because it's like, oh yeah, we all know them in the community. Well, that's not fair. That is a structural way to disenfranchise people. So I bring that up because one of the things the league has been working on is to push back against these constitutional amendments and to urge people to vote no. And it is also highly ironic that the legislature is considering all of these amendments when the people themselves don't even have the power to put their own referenda on the ballot. And so they claim that, you know, we want to give it in the hands of the people. Well, they actually don't, because if they wanted to put it in the hands of the people, we would have the ability to, you know, circulate signatures, get buy-in, get support for the issues that we care about, and put them on the ballot so that people can actually weigh in on these issues. But right now we don't have that. And so one of the things we're also working towards is to try and get us to a point where we can put our own issues on the ballot.
Okay. I know one big push that I have seen in these last 6 weeks is the encouragement to contact your federal senators and Congress people. And so there are apps and things like that. Maybe we can start with Khadijah. Can you share more about what it means to contact your legislator and why that's important? We can start with you.
Yes. Sorry, I'm really angry at a lot of legislators right now,
Okay,
so
good.
I'm gonna try and keep this on task. Yes, so contacting your legislator, especially when it comes to local issues, is incredibly important. And in fact, you usually have a little more success at the local level as well because they're right there, you know? It's important to remember, though, that you are more or less going to end up getting a staffer that is on the line with you, and it is incredibly important to be nice to that staffer. That staffer is typically going to be the one that is going to pass along your information and help filter it through. They're like, in terms if we were talking about power mapping, they would be the first touch to that office. So one, be nice to staffers. Two, do a little bit of research before you start contacting people. Know what you are somewhat talking about. So rely on a League of Women Voters or another organization that you trust if you're not like 100% about the issue that you're advocating for. As a former staffer, I can't tell you how weird it is to have somebody call your office and tell you to support a bill and your boss was the one that wrote the bill. So that shows me that you didn't take the time that you needed to do to, like, you know, do the research in that sort of way. So please contact your legislator. Don't let that be your only thing, though. I think that's a nice stepping stone into advocacy. It gets you comfortable with communicating your needs and the needs your community has in a very, like, non-intimidating way. But don't just stop there. Unfortunately, where we are at in our political process is they can kind of do whatever they want, and they don't really have to listen, unfortunately. And I feel bad saying that, but that's where it's at right now. So also don't be afraid to, like, show up places. Come in person, do what Bianca did, like, go to like a hearing, be loud, be present, show up, because just the regular phone calls these days aren't gonna get you what you need. So
Bianca, tell us more.
Yeah, everything. +1+1+1 to everything you said. Thank you. And we learned that in the Wisconsin Women's Network. Thank you. And so I think the other thing is always have an ask. Don't ever go before a legislator and not have an ask, because the other thing about a staffer is you'll come in and you'll say, you know, you may be saying thank you, or you may be saying I don't like this, and then you walk out or hang up the phone, and the staffer is like, but what do they want me to do? So always have an ask. And then the other thing about the phone calls is, as a staffer, if we receive one phone call, we may not move right away on that, but let 2 or 3, 4, 5, or 6 calls come through. There's gonna be a phone call that's gonna be made, possibly some action. So while you're advocating for the things that you like, educate your neighbors, your family, and your friends about it, and ask them to do the same. Create a script, because a lot of people just are not comfortable with what to say when they call their legislators. So actually creating a script, sharing it out, and getting more people to come along with you is also a great way as well.
So calls, letters, emails, what do you recommend? What's the most effective?
I think all of the above.
I would actually do all. And another important thing about emailing is you are trying to create a public record around it as well. Because a lot of offices, assuming they don't delete them right away, like, you can open records, request them based on certain information and stuff, like around the emails that they've received and everything like that. So if your legislator was ever like, I never heard about this, you can literally be like, these are all the people that have contacted you through your open letters request, at least here in Wisconsin. Right. So,
and the other thing is, the why is because you're the expert. Yeah. We elect, and our taxes pay for folks to, you know, to work in the state capitol building and your municipal buildings around the state, but you're the expert on your life. And so you should be calling them, letting them know what it is, what are the solutions. That's the other thing. Have an ask, have a solution as well, because you're the expert.
Eileen, did you want to add?
Yeah, if I could add, this was all really great about, you know, how to engage with legislators, but I did also want to mention that, especially at the local level, there are a lot of advisory councils for city council, for like the county board, and that's a way where you as a community member can get involved and have kind of a larger voice in the conversation, because you represent a group of people in your community, and they get a lot of time and face time with the different people who are in power. And so I really would encourage people to sign up for those kinds of advisory councils, get involved, especially if you have more time to do so. Other thing to mention is, you know, we focused a lot on laws. There actually are a lot of great laws that have already been passed that are not enforced, or not enforced to the level that they need to be. And so do not forget to also do advocacy work with the executive branch. We have made a lot of progress in the voting rights space by working with the Wisconsin Elections Commission. And they're not lawmakers. They're all people who are part of the executive branch who can make policy decisions within the scope of their work. And so think through that too, about who is enforcing the laws that already exist that impact the issues that you care about, and build relationships with those people as well.
Great. Okay, so what if somebody wants to take the ultimate step? You've been through Emerge, or yeah.
I've interned, yeah.
So what's the next step? If you feel like you are ready to take the next step and run for some kind of political office, can you all share a little advice or direct people in the right place?
Yeah, you can go.
Sure. I think that Wisconsin Women's Network is definitely a good place to start.
A community shares group you can donate to right now.
Right now. Right now. Okay, so Wisconsin Women's Network, it is an amazing organization. I actually did Wisconsin Women's Network and Emerge Wisconsin at the same time. Wisconsin Women's Network, nonprofit, nonpartisan. Policy Institute, we are in our 13th cohort, and we're teaching women how to advocate on laws that are currently in our state legislature, teaching them how to write those one-pagers, testify publicly, go into the state capitol and speak to the legislators on real issues that are happening that are affecting women and girls in the state of Wisconsin. Also at the Wisconsin Women's Network, through that program, it costs about $1,400 per participant, but we don't let fees, if they're not able to pay, they're still welcome to come into the program as long as they live in Wisconsin and identify as a woman. We have a mentorship program that takes undergraduate women and pairs them with career professionals to help them balance their profession, their family, and their life during their first year of undergrad. And then we have programs that create spaces for women to come together collectively. Our Feminism on Tap, we have Women's Equality Day. So we have these events that bring women together so that we're able to collaborate, network, and support each other in a way that feels safe and secure to ourselves.
Yeah, I think you should join ECHO once again, which stands for Engaging Communities to Change Health Outcomes. The thing that I really appreciate about ECHO, especially if you are new to the civic engagement space, is you don't have to know anything to join. We really want people that, everyday people to be able to come to us and receive the training that they need. So what happens with our program is, originally it was 9 months, we have now moved to 2 years. But what happens for the first 9 months of the program is we run them through the curriculum. We do like a civics 101, so we'll bring in a panel of like legislators, local elected leaders, people that are on school boards, so that our cohort members have an opportunity to get that face-to-face experience and get comfortable speaking to leaders. We also do community organizing 101. We do how to do a community needs assessment. And this is all umbrellaed under this concept of radical imagination. This is something that we also really strive for within ECHO. What radical imagination is it seeks to create a collective vision that moves us beyond our current state of the world. I consider abolition of our prison system to be an essential part to radical imagination, or like what the Black Panthers did in terms of those breakfast programs. It is basically a vision that helps us just move beyond the current isms, so capitalism, racism, ableism, and all of these things. So we actually have them do a radical imagination exercise to really open up their minds around like what they would like the vision of their communities to be. We then pare that down to a social determinant of health that they would like to focus on. And then they go out and they they design and implement a project based on a need that they have identified through this radical imagination process. Another thing that I'm really proud of that we focus on at ECHO is the healing aspect. All of our meetings start out with a 1-hour healing circle in which all of our participants are able to commune and receive fellowship with one another. And especially when working with like Black and brown women, like offering up a space that they can actually express themselves without fear of being shut down, I think is incredible, especially when we're talking about, once again, trying to expand our minds around what is possible, being able to recognize what our values are, how the systems have impacted us as Black and brown women, and how that might be hindering our collective vision, and then going out and trying to enact that collective vision. So
great. Eileen, is there anything that League of Women Voters is doing to help people decide to run for office, or any other resources you want to share?
Yeah, we do have a run for office toolkit on our website. Would encourage anybody who's interested to check it out. The programs that these two wonderful women mentioned are really great for walking you through once you're a candidate. What do you do? What are the next steps? And how do you kind of build your base? What we have on our website is more of like the rules. What are the deadlines? What are the papers that you need to file? Like, how many signatures do you need to have? Where do you send them to? So that's an important aspect to like be able to navigate that process and actually get on the ballot. And then we have a list of different programs that people might be interested in joining to, to learn more. So kind of like the Emerge program and things like that are listed there on the website. But I think one of the most important things that we have in that toolkit is just some information about, building confidence in yourself as a leader. You are more qualified than you think. And one of the things, especially with women, is that they need to be told at least 7 times that, like, hey, you should run for office before they even think oh, maybe I could do that. And I would love to get us to a place where it doesn't take 7 times, but that it comes from, from within, like, hey, yeah, I do want to be a champion for my community and speak up. So I hope if there's any women watching that you consider it 3 times at least that you've been asked to run for office, and maybe there's only 4 more to go, or you, take the plunge from that. But the reality is there are so many elected offices that are vacant, that go unopposed, and in some cases, having a warm body makes you qualified for that office. So just keep in mind, you're more qualified than you think, and you have your own experiences and expertise that you would bring to that office. And so, jump over that first barrier and think about seeing yourself in elected office, and just know that there are tools and resources available to help you navigate that process.
Excellent. All right, so final thoughts. We have a couple of minutes left here. Any final thoughts from anybody? Let's start with Bianca.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you so much. I really appreciate the platform, the opportunity to be alongside of these beautiful women and the beautiful folks in the audience, and just the opportunity to access. I think upstairs we were having a conversation about allyship and being a co-conspirator, and I definitely see this as co-conspiring with organizations to help us not only get our messaging out there, but to sustain our programming. So just thank you. I want to thank the folks that are watching and tuning in, those folks that are donating. I just appreciate each and every, donation that we get, no matter how large or how small, but want to tell folks to go over to WisconsinWomen'sNetwork.org. That's WIWomen'sNetwork.org. And if you feel compelled to, please provide a donation, no matter how large or how small. I thank you so much for today.
Thank you. Khadijah, any final words?
Yeah, well, first and foremost, please just get involved. Please, 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 we need you out here. Your voice matters. Just take the leap. I promise there will be people there to catch you. And then with that, if you would also like to donate to ECHO, you can go to ECCHOWI.org and donate to us there. We have a lovely video that you can watch to learn more about us there. And then you can hit the donate button on the right-hand side of our website.
Eileen, close us out.
Ooh, that's important. Okay. But I just would echo what these 2 women said. It's really important to get involved, whether it's a large thing like jumping in and running for office, or a small thing, writing a thank you card for your local clerk or something like that. There are all different ways, and you don't have to turn your whole life upside down to do it, like, I guess I did. But you can also do that. There is a pathway for you. If you want to make this a career, it can be your career. If you want it to be a really strong volunteer opportunity, it could be a really strong volunteer opportunity. If you want it to be something that you do, once a month on a Saturday with a group of friends, it can also be that. But we really just need everybody to pay attention, get involved, and make sure that we're moving in the direction that we all collectively want to go. So please keep that in mind. If you want to join the League of Women Voters, we would love to have you. Like I said, we got 21 chapters around the state. There is a local chapter near you. Google League of Women Voters of Wisconsin. You can find our website, get involved, donate, and check us out.
Awesome. Donate today at thebigshare.org. Any of these lovely ladies and the organizations they've been talking about, you can give to on thebigshare.org. In addition, you can go to their landing page and they'll have more information, including links to their websites and other information. Start signing up for their listservs and getting updates from them. And they will be encouraging you on next steps you can take and where to go from here. So we're going to pause for a few moments. We are just finishing up the Power Hour sponsored by Summit Credit Union, and we'll be back in a few minutes to announce those winners. Thanks so much, everybody. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, nice seeing you.
Tuesday, March 4 is the Big Share, an online day of giving that supports 1,000 Friends of Wisconsin and nearly 70 member nonprofits of Community Shares of Wisconsin. At 1,000 Friends, we advocate for sustainable land use and equitable transportation policy to support healthy communities. In these uncertain times, our commitment to healthy, equitable communities for everyone in Wisconsin remains unchanged. We know that in the face of big changes at the national level, local action matters more than ever. We build coalitions to address the harm of building highways through the heart of Black and Brown communities. We run programs like the Community Transportation Academy to bring people together to advocate for street safety and equitable access to everyday destinations. We are collectively pushing the state to be a leader in climate resilience and carbon reduction so that Wisconsin communities are prepared to meet the climate crisis head on, no matter their size, demographics, or geography. Your Big Share contribution helps make our work possible. Every dollar counts. Thank you for your support and being a friend we can count on. Tuesday, March.
Hey everyone, my name is Janice Judon. I'm the Director of Programming at Urban Triage. What drives me every day is being in the room with such powerful people and change makers, working alongside other community agencies and advocates to help better serve our people is really the heart of the work. Your network is your net worth. And when we share our resources with one another, it truly gives that sense of community and belong. Awesome question. Big Share is so important because it's giving back to our community. For starters, our youth. Our youth is our future. Agriculture, with all this stuff going on in the nation right now, we need more homegrown organic produce and products now more than ever. Our nation is under attack. Our people are under attack. And it's important now more than ever to stand up for what we believe in and fight for what is our right. We have to stand together. United, we stand, divided, we fall. And it takes a community. We have to uplift each other, support each other, share those knowledge and resources that are available so we all can be better. Yes, so let me tell you about a time when I worked with a youth who reminded me a lot of myself. We worked with this young lady who did not have a lot of hope. She didn't have a lot of confidence, and she wasn't sure of where she belonged. We partnered with this young lady. We worked with her day in and day out to let her know she matters. We helped her build her confidence. We helped her build her self-esteem. We helped her build community and a sense of belonging. So we took this young lady, and one of the things that we did to help her build her confidence, we took her shopping. This young lady didn't even know what size clothes she wore. She never seen herself outside of a pair of leggings and a hoodie. So we took her to the store. We let her practice looking at herself in the mirror and telling herself beautiful things. We did resume and job readiness career prep with her. We went over how to successfully interview. And what does that look like? What does that entail about making eye contact and having meaningful communication, knowing your responses ahead of time, and how do you promote yourself? And I'm proud to say that this young lady walked into her very first interview and left out with her very first job offer.
We're all teachers and we're all learners, and it's all collaborative together. And that is something that really brings me so much joy, is being a part of that. So I get to do all of the things that I love the most in this world, in this job. I get to manage the farm. I get to get my hands in the dirt. I get to work with people from all ages, from preschool on up through elders in the community, doing farming, doing cooking. Everyone has been involved in kind of co-creating this together. It wasn't just me putting something together in a void. It was definitely something that we built together. So we'll invite our community gardeners or other people in the community to come and cook with our students and share different cultural foodways. We'll have people come and show different farming techniques from different cultures. We'll have people come and share different art forms. The class that we teach is a garden class, but what we do in that class is anything and everything. You can teach anything using the garden as your classroom. So we started with making mosaic stepping stones, glass mosaics. Every student got to make one and place it in the garden. And that was the beginning of the art in the garden at Badger Rock. Now we have an opportunity for kids to make a stepping stone every year. It's become part of our thing that we offer so kids can come back and see themselves in this garden even long after they're gone. It's one of the first things the students notice when they come into space. They're like, oh, we painted, we made that, you know? There's a sense of pride and ownership, and also just giving students space to be creative and express themselves and add their own unique twist to their space. That is what makes this place what it is. It's not me, it's the community and the kids creating this space, all of us together. Come on out, we have a lot going on.
All righty, we are back. Thanks to all who are tuning into Big Share Live. This is the 11th annual Big Share Online Giving Day. And of course, we are here with you every year, usually the first Tuesday of March. We are here to celebrate and to educate the community on all the great social and environmental justice causes that are in our community and that are part of Community Shares of Wisconsin. So we had a power hour that went from 10 until 11, and that was sponsored by our great friends at Summit Credit Union. And we're happy to announce the power hour winners between the 10 and 11 hour as Bayview Foundation and Wisconsin Literacy. Congratulations, Bayview Foundation and Wisconsin Literacy. Woo! All right, so now we're going to transition into a conversation with a special guest of ours. Thank you, Gray. Why don't you come on up, Gwen? So, I'll move this way. So Gwen Hutchins is a friend and someone that I've met a few years ago, more than a few years ago now, in a running group.
Yes, exactly. Yep.
And a lot of really awesome people in that running group, and another longtime member of that group who was a supporter of Community Shares is our dear friend Mark. So in honor of Mark Saunders, we are here today as well. So I heard about, Gwen and I are friends on Facebook, and so I heard about her book. It's called Critical Air, and why don't you tell us what it's about and how you decided to write it?
All right, well, thank you so much for inviting me here today. And again, thank you to Community Shares for all you folks do. It's amazing. I have to say, I follow you and I support you, and just listening to all of your programs and stuff, it's quite amazing. So thank you for all you do. Really appreciate it. And Critical Air is a book that I authored, kind of came out of actually my husband's constant nagging. I had started to do some critical air transport in Alaska, in remote areas of Alaska, and I would come home with all these goofy stories about what I'd been doing, and lots of people started saying, "Oh my gosh, you have to write a book." And so I started just journaling and kind of taking notes along the way, and in the last 10 years, I just decided it's time to get it done. So it finally got done. So critical areas about my travels and work in Alaska, mostly out in Dutch Harbor, Alaska, which is one of the most remote areas of Alaska, and taking critical patients from Dutch Harbor back to Anchorage, and then on to Seattle if they needed further care from there. So, and then after I'd done that for quite a while, I started getting invitations to take critical patients that were stranded from different places around the world. And so I started kind of doing that on my off time. So I had some pretty incredible stories from those areas too, from Nepal to China and the Philippines, that sort of thing.
Great.
So, yeah.
And so I know you personally and know your values and your interests. How has doing the work that you've done informed your personal values and focus on different issues in the world?
Well, it's interesting. When I worked in Alaska, there were so many things that the poverty in different areas, the drug addiction, the alcohol abuse, it was just, in many ways, just overwhelming. And it really opened my eyes to actually a lot of things. Not only the need for incredible help, but also the need for understanding in a different way than maybe we all think that we need to understand what's going on in different situations. I think sometimes we sweep in and we think that we know more and that we are their savior. And maybe the bigger picture is that we can learn a lot from them, a lot. I relate a story about being asked to go into a village where the villagers had been taking their beaver tails, and they would ferment them or pickle them and bury them in the tundra in grass baskets. And somebody came in and thought that that was unsanitary and told them all to put them into Tupperware.
Oh, no.
Exactly. And it set up a botulism, and we ended up taking patients out of that community. And what I learned from that is the fact that, you know, we come in there thinking that we know better, when in fact they had been, that their methods had been tried and true for 5,000 years.
Right. They didn't have botulism then.
They didn't, you know. So it makes you step back and think, well, wait a second here. Maybe you do know. Maybe we are not the authority on everything.
Right.
So that was just one of many stories that I tried to relay in my book about different situations where people, just listening to people makes all the difference.
That's a great point. Yeah, so tell us the scariest story that you experienced in your work, because I'm sure you had some close calls.
We had, well, probably, I chronicle at the end of my book, I was detained in the Philippines, and that was quite horrifying.
Why were you detained? What happened?
Well, there was a coup, and I didn't realize that I was walking into a situation that I was going to be held for ransom.
Oh,
and
wow.
So that would probably be right up there with
that's pretty intense,
life-changing. But probably as far as, and this didn't even make it into my book, one of the situations where we were working, we had a patient on board actually, and we were going to land in Sitka, which is a small community in Alaska, and the landing gear didn't come down. And so the pilot took us really quite high, and he turned around and said, "You guys nail everything down." He said, "I mean, pencils, pens, everything. Make sure there's nothing." He said, "I can't get the landing gear down." So we went up to a fairly high altitude and did a free fall, and then he turned the engines off and then turned them back on and jerked the plane up, and the landing gear came down properly, and then we landed fine without incident.
Wow.
But just going through that, oh my gosh, this could be it.
Wow. That's incredible.
So,
yeah. So all the interesting places you traveled to, do you have a place that you feel like changed you the most?
Probably going to Nepal. I picked a patient up in Kathmandu, and it was shortly after the earthquake there, and the Kathmandu was just in shambles. It was just, there was rubble everywhere, and there was no fuel for anybody to be in their cars. I mean, it was just one of those things, and I was approached by a beautiful young woman who had a child by her side and was asking for food. And I didn't have any local money on me, and I ended up taking her to a grocery store, and it was a tiny little hole-in-the-wall place that actually took a credit card, because most of the places didn't take credit cards. So I just told her, get what you want. And she bought items that were just interesting to me. For instance, a bag of rice and a 50-pound bag of malt, which I went back and I sort of looked at and I thought, wow, those were really good choices for feeding your family. Malt has got a lot of minerals and vitamins and proteins that are really helpful if you don't have a lot to eat. So just being in an environment where people had to ask for help, and then when you offer help up, they made good choices from my perspective. But Nepal was just a fascinating city or country, and Kathmandu was just at the time was in shambles, but you could just see how beautiful it could be.
That's wonderful. Okay, so what, going back a little further, what got you interested in doing this work? How did you get started at it?
Well, my husband had done a lot of world travel with his work, and the kids were finally out of the house, and I decided I just wanted to do something different with my career, and so I took a job in Ketchikan in the emergency room there for a 13 weeks, and while I was there, I was approached by one of the physicians who asked if I would be interested in setting up a base out in Dutch Harbor, Alaska, because they really lacked medical care out there, or the ability to transport patients from Dutch Harbor into Anchorage, which is a 4-hour trip by air. So I thought, wow, there's a challenge. So I said I would do it for 6 months. I would go out and I would help set up the base and get things going. And I thought, that should be it. And then 13 years later, it was just wonderful work. It was so rewarding. Every day was different. It was a challenge. So that was kind of, it really kind of filled that need that I had to do something different.
Nice. And so you're an RN?
Correct.
My daughter, who's a junior in high school, wants to become a registered nurse.
Great.
And so I am so thrilled. I'm so proud of her. What is your advice to people who are considering joining the medical field these days?
99% of the reason that I wrote this book was to encourage people to go into the medical field, nursing especially. I think that people don't realize the tremendous latitude you have in careers, and especially, and when it comes to nursing, you can do anything with a degree in nursing, from bedside nursing and actual patient care to legal aspects, schools. I mean, there's just so many things that you can do. And so I think that people think it's a very narrow range of education, and it's not. It opens up an entire world. I highly encourage people to look at it and, you know, like in my book, just to see what you can do.
Yeah.
It can be really fun and challenging. Or if you want to just be a bookworm, go into research.
Yeah, also true. One other aspect of your life, you and your husband have started a family foundation.
We do.
Can you tell us a little more about what inspired you to start the family foundation and what your group focuses on?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, we have the Ed and Gwen Family Foundation, and we started it just because we felt like we needed to give back to our community. And so by creating a foundation, we wanted to be a little more hands-on rather than just handing money off to somebody and not knowing exactly what they're going to do with your money. We thought we wanted to, you know, be able to direct it a little more. So we started a foundation, and our main focus has been to support youth, kids at risk, and youth athletics. So some of the things we do are we have a mini triathlon that we put on every year. This year it's August 10th, and it's called the Running Bear Triathlon. You can go online and check it out. It's really fun, and all the proceeds from that go to youth athletics, especially in the Northwoods where there's quite a bit of poverty. And we also send kids, at-risk kids, to camp. And I just remember when I was a kid, I grew up fairly poor, and the neighbor had some coupons that he had acquired and were able to send me to a camp, and it just entirely changed the trajectory of my life. And so I feel like sometimes kids just need to be able to see different things, and so we also send kids to camp that want to go to camp that maybe can't afford it. So
yeah, earlier today in our opening session, we were talking about the value of just being in nature, and so I feel like that really resonates with what you're talking about as well. That kids really need to have that experience, especially if they don't live in a place where there is a lot of green space.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we talked yesterday about you donating some copies of the book.
Yes.
And we haven't been able to get it online yet, but we will make some copies of your book, Critical Error, which you can also find online at different booksellers.
Absolutely.
But if you're interested in purchasing a copy, we will be putting it online, and we will charge $25 as a donation, and then that money will fund Community Shares, as your foundation has been so kind to offer to us.
Yes.
So we'll get more information about that out to the public, and I just want to thank you, Gwen.
Oh, thank you.
This book, I've read bits and pieces of it, and it's super fun, and I'm definitely going to share it with my daughter.
Oh, please, yes.
And I just think you and your husband are doing such great
thank
work in
you.
the community, and we're so happy to have you here.
Well, thank you so much.
All right. So
I was also going to mention that if you purchase the book online on any of the venues, for the next week, we'll all the proceeds will send your way.
Awesome.
So you
Amazing.
can get it here or online, either way.
Fantastic.
So, yep.
Awesome. Thank you, Gwen. Thank you, everybody, for being here and tuning in. We've been talking with Gwen Hutchins. She is a local nurse, a retired nurse now.
I'm retired now, yes.
Who wrote a book, a collection of stories called Critical Error, about her time as, what was your title?
Flight nurse.
Flight nurse. And Gwen and her husband are both also fantastic advocates in the community and supporters of Community Shares. So thank you, Gwen.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. And when we come back, Judy Young, our membership and operations manager, will be joining us and doing some short interviews with a couple of the Community Shares member nonprofits. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Great job. That was fun. I got to have my own book club.
So I left a bunch of books for you, so yes. Feel free to do whatever you want with them. I think somebody put $20 out there, but whatever you want. If you need more.
They're the most passionate, compassionate people in the world. So why wouldn't we advocate on behalf of early childhood for all of those reasons, for the teachers and for the children, and then the benefits that has going to happen for our society?
We depend on RECA to keep aware of everything that's going on in the early childhood community, both nationally, or both in the state and nationally. As post-secondary educators, we spend a lot of time with students, and we really count on RECA to look for opportunities for us, for grant opportunities, and for trending topics, and for different advocacy things.
Everything that we do is centered with the best interests of the early childhood workforce in mind. We hope that through this, we also help young children, families, and communities thrive.
We love how they're driving transformational change through really supporting those educators and providers, supporting young children and their families, and ultimately supporting communities.
WICA ofrece ahorita muchas de las comunicaciones en español y es muy importante de que esto suceda por lo mismo de que la comunidad de proveedores está creciendo, habla en español, entonces es bueno para que ellos estén actualizados, que tengan los cursos necesarios en el idioma que ellos entiendan para poder proveer la calidad de cuidado que nuestros niños merecen.
WICA lleva por muchos años haciendo algo que es pieza clave para todos nosotros, lo que es la abogacía. Creo que la abogacía es muy importante, ¿verdad? Ya que no solamente abogan por lo que son los niños, las familias, los proveedores o las maestras y maestros, sino abogan por lo que es algo muy importante, que es la educación temprana.
Creemos profundamente y le damos prioridad a la diversidad, la equidad, la inclusión y la pertenencia en nuestro trabajo todos los días. Brindar servicios y compartir información en español e inglés es muy importante.
I've not grown lettuce before, and it was very fun growing it. You're planting something and you don't know how it's going to turn out.
Thinking about your lettuce and people trying it, it makes you feel good.
It was fun. Like, it takes a lot of hard work.
I need two of you to help dig holes.
We're at the Grow Academy in Oregon, Wisconsin, and we're about to put the first lettuce starts in the ground for our garden to school project, spring 2023.
And we want it about that deep, fellas.
We're partnering with Grow Academy. We're partnering with the Goodman Youth Farm for a farm to school connection.
Pretty cool. It's been 4 weeks, 3 or 4 weeks that we've had these in the classroom getting going, and now it's finally warm enough to be outside. I think it's going to be at least above freezing at night. We have some row cover we're going to put over just in case to warm the ground and keep them cozy until they get going. This is day one, and so now we just got to worry about all the rabbits, all the deer, and everything else.
I didn't really know a lot of stuff about gardening until I came to Grow, and Brian taught me how to do things like plant seeds and water them and make sure I keep them alive. And ever since then, I just like to do it.
Gardening and farming is a perfect outlet to give kids success in a way that they haven't had before. So planting a seed, watching it grow, being able to nurture it is an important step for everybody to understand that, yes, I can have success in doing something in this way.
Being able to do this and, you know, grow things for other kids and stuff like that, I think it's a good experience. Makes the time go by faster. I like just being able to grow stuff and then, you know, seeing the time it takes for everything to, you know, get bigger and stuff like that. It's not something I ever really did in the community. It's fun.
Let's take the whole thing down there, a little bit in the shade. Probably have one person on the outside of the fence, one person on the inside.
I mean, they're going to be available to every kid in the elementary schools. You know, some of this lettuce, we'll combine it with some other ingredients and possibly some other greens to make sure that everybody can have some.
It's better than the regular lettuce I eat. It's good. Best part was helping make healthy food for other people. I've not grown lettuce before, and it was very fun growing it. You're planting something and you don't know how it's going to turn out.
Thinking about your lettuce and people trying it, it makes you feel good.
It was fun. Like, it takes a lot of hard work.
I need two of you to help dig holes.
We're at the Grow Academy in Oregon, Wisconsin, and we're about to put the first lettuce starts in the ground for our garden to school project, spring 2023.
And we want it about that deep, fellas.
We're partnering with Grow Academy. We're partnering with the Goodman Youth Farm for a farm to school connection.
Pretty cool. It's been 4 weeks, 3 or 4 weeks that we've had these in the classroom getting going, and now it's finally warm enough to be outside. I think it's going to be at least above freezing at night. We have some row cover we're going to put over just in case to warm the ground and keep them cozy until they get going. This is day one, and so now we just got to worry about all the rabbits, all the deer, and everything else.
I didn't really know a lot of stuff about gardening until I
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Big Share Live 2025. I'm so glad you are here to join us this morning. My name is Judy Young, and I work with Community Shares of Wisconsin, and I am the Membership and Operations Manager. And today I have with me here the lovely Ann, and I'm going to have her introduce herself and tell us something about her organization, the name, and why she is here for the Big Share.
Thank you, Judy. I'm Ann Katz. I'm director of Create Wisconsin, the state's community cultural development organization. I'm trying to talk into the mic and look at the camera. I'll just hold it. Right, there we go. Good idea. We are the only organization, the only independent statewide organization in the state working for, advocating for, speaking up for, caring about everything connected with the arts and creativity around the state. So that means everything from, we work with everyone from and everything from nonprofit organizations, local government, economic development, education, quality of life, pretty much everyone who cares about Wisconsin's future. And we believe, we know that creativity is the resource that Wisconsin needs for the 21st century. And we provide advocacy, service, and development to help people, organizations, businesses, and communities figure out how to use the arts and creativity from the ground up.
Okay, so tell me this, Ann. Why is the Big Share important to your organization?
Well, thank you to Community Shares, first of all, for having us be a member organization for maybe 20 years. Gosh, I should look that up. But we've been a member organization for a long time, and we really appreciate the network, the funding, the community that we have. We're part of Big Share because we're a nonprofit organization like everybody else. 70 or so nonprofits working on social change. We are working to make the world a better place through the arts, and so we raise our money like everybody else does, from individuals, corporations, businesses, grants, all those programs. And the Big Share is a good portion of our budget. So it's a good way for us to get the word out about our work and how it fits into Community Share's overall work and the health and well-being of the state. And so we're very proud to be part of the Big Share.
Okay, thank you for that. Tell me, well, let's give a little call to action, okay, to our donors out there. Let's give a call to action for Ann, and I'll let her give you that call to action, and then we'll ask her about some up-and-coming events that their organization has coming up soon.
Excellent, thank you. Wisconsin is a place, Wisconsin is full of creativity. This is why you should support Create Wisconsin through the Big Share, or any time, but especially now, especially today. Wisconsin is a place filled with creativity. We have authentic, unique communities. We have amazingly creative and interesting people. We have beautiful landscapes. We have everything that people want. And we work to nurture that creativity and help it grow. And so right now is a big time because we're working in the budget world. The state budget is up. And although private philanthropy is incredibly important, like donations to the Big Share, public support is also important. So we're working on investing in the arts through the Wisconsin Arts Board. We're working on creative economy development. We're working on getting a film office and film incentives in the state. Wisconsin is one of only 4 states that doesn't have a film program, and we should have that. So all of that work, our advocacy, our service, our development of the creative sector and the creative economy, that's why you should support us through the Big Share.
Okay, and do you have any up-and-coming events coming up? Why don't you share those with us and with our audience today?
Okay. As a matter of fact, we do. So because it's budget season, every year we do an annual, the biggest conference for the arts and creativity in the state. It used to be Arts Day. Now that we are Create Wisconsin, it's called Create Wisconsin Day. That is happening on Tuesday, March 25th, actually 3 weeks from today. Oh, we have a lot of work to do. And it's going to happen at the Overture Center for the Arts. And it's a day where the people involved in the arts and creative sectors come together. We have people coming from Kenosha. We have people coming from Superior and everywhere in between. And they meet each other. They share ideas. They get to know each other. And they also go up to the Capitol to talk to their legislators. And so it's a fun day. We also have a great keynote speaker coming in, Randy Cohen, who is a noted arts policy and research expert. He's coming from Washington, D.C. to give the keynote speech, so we're excited about that. We also have the City of Madison's Youth Poet Laureate, Justin Russell, speaking, and we have an artist in residence, Kiba Freeman, coming from Stevens Point, so that people can do the arts while they're in Madison. I should end. You know, it's an arts conference, so we always believe in having some kind of art-making opportunity. So for the last few years at Create Wisconsin Day, we've had an artist in residence who guides the participants in creating some work of art. One year it was tiles, one year it was a mural. This year, Kiba is going to do kind of collages that people can work on in the space and then take home with them. So it's another way to get creativity out and to showcase our amazing artists that we have in the state. I'll finish by saying the day before, we'll actually be meeting here at the Art and Literature Lab for kind of a pre-conference, because we have people coming from Superior and Green Bay and up north and everywhere, and to make it more, to make it worth their while to make the trek, we try to do as much as possible. So we have 2 days of conferences, and the local arts conference the day before is kind of a more informal opportunity for people to get to know each other and to learn from each other. We're going to be having actually someone come in from New York to talk about Make Music Day, which is the summer solstice, the day of music. Make Music Madison is big. We also have 20 other communities in Wisconsin that do Make Music Day. So it's going to be exciting. We've got the opening conference and then Create Wisconsin Day. So go to createwisconsin.org to learn more.
Well, thank you, Ann, for joining us today for the Big Share 2025 Live. And you heard it here, guys. If you want to give to the arts, Create Wisconsin and Katz. Go ahead and donate right now, okay? And get those numbers up there and show your support, show your love. And I'm looking forward to Solace because I have done some of those events and they are awesome. So you don't want to miss out this summer in Madison. If you don't live here, come here and enjoy yourself. Yeah. So thank you today. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Judy.
All right.
Thank you to Community Shares and everyone out there.
Bye, guys. So welcome back to The Big Share. My name is Judy Young from Community Shares of Wisconsin, and I am the Membership and Operations Manager. And I have with me today Jill from Disability Rights Wisconsin, and I'm going to let her introduce herself and share a little bit about their organization.
Thanks so much, Judy. As she said, I'm Jill Jacklitz. I'm the Executive Director at Disability Rights Wisconsin, and we are Wisconsin's protection and advocacy organization for people with disabilities. So that means that we defend the dignity and rights of people with disabilities all across the state, every corner, every type of disability, every day. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah. And really our main mission is to make sure that people with disabilities get to live their very best life. And we do that by doing individual advocacy, one-on-one advocacy with people, legal advocacy, and we also do that by challenging systems and making sure that the policies and systems that are in place are there to protect the dignity of people with disabilities.
Okay, so you're here today for the Big Share 2025, right? And you've been here in this spot before. So what makes it so important for you and your organization this year?
Oh my gosh, that's a big question with a big answer. So we are federally funded, we have state funds, and we exist to do advocacy, right? And every unrestricted dollar that we get to raise through things like the Big Share help us do that in the most strategic and effective ways. And this year, I have to say, in this period of time more than ever, we really are relying on those kinds of donations. We've been doing a lot of work to protect Medicaid. There's a lot of threats to Medicaid at the federal level, and we have the ability with the kind of funds we raise through the Big Share to be able to fund our public policy manager, to be able to do coalition work, getting the word out, trying to make sure that people who use Medicaid understand what's happening, are able to tell their stories and be part of protecting that vital program. So that's just one example of how the Big Share really makes a big difference for us. And we have set a pretty bold goal this year. For us, it's a bold goal. We are hoping to raise $25,000, which is for us a big stretch from last year. It's $10,000 more than we raised last year, and I am very confident we're going to get there. We have some tremendous match donors who have stepped up to help us. They're going to match every penny we raise up to $14,000, and so far we're doing great, and we just need to do more and more as the day goes on.
So with that said, and with our audience hearing why the Big Share is so important to you, let's go for another call of action. And you have your donors out there watching, you have your people out there who's going to be matching you. Let's get them to match and go over the match. How about that? What you think?
That's terrific. That's exactly what we hope.
Okay, Jill, so we're going to have you do one more call to action on how they can support your organization and how they can go over those dollars and keep on giving and giving and giving for your cause.
All right. Go to the Big Share, go to the Disability Rights Wisconsin page on the Big Share and give us a donation. And we are very grateful for every penny we get, no matter how big or how small. We just want to know the biggest thing that this drive gives to us is knowing that people support our work and know how valuable it is and really support the dignity of people with disabilities in Wisconsin.
Okay, one last question. Do you have any up-and-coming events that they can attend or join or donate to?
Well, that's a great question, and I wish I had a great answer. We do events all the time, but a lot of our events are actually more joining with other organizations at conferences, at things like that, where we have our staff training people, teaching people about self-advocacy skills. And so those are the ways that look for our staff at events like that. And we always have an opportunity for people to donate on our website.
Well, there you go, you guys. You've heard it live here at the Big Share 2025 Live. Don't forget to give to Disability Rights Wisconsin. We have our wonderful Jill here today, and we're glad that you could all join us today. So give, 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 and keep on giving till you can't give anymore. We appreciate you all, and thank you for your time.
Hi there, welcome back. That was fantastic conversation between Judy Young, our membership and operations manager, and a couple of our member groups. So we're so happy to have Judy join us. We are about to transition into the entertainment, the first of 2 entertainment segments of the telethon. And I'm happy to first introduce you to Dan Gartsky. He is with Boardman and Clark, and they are the sponsor of the entertainment segment of Big Share Live. And they also have created a beautiful video, and he's going to tell us a little bit more about the video.
Great, thank you. Okay, as I was introduced, I'm Dan Gartsky. I'm an attorney with Boardman Clark here in Madison, where I practice primarily family law. I also serve as counsel for Bayview Foundation, which is one of the beneficiaries of this program. And I'm state president-elect for the State Bar of Wisconsin. Kind of interesting. Boardman has partnered with Community Shares on the fantastic Big Share event for many years. We have many connections for our lawyers to what goes on in the organizations, including lawyers sitting on boards. This year, to show our support for Community Shares, we decided to submit a video talking about it, which is more interesting than hearing me. So I'll just applaud Community Shares for the great work they're doing, and that we're happy to support this in a big way. Thank you.
Thank you, Boardman and Clark. And so now we will be seeing the video.
And the impact that Community Shares has made on their organizations. Here's what they had to say.
My name is Richard Heineman, and I'm a partner here at Boardman Clark. I've been here since 1998, and my primary focus is in energy within the context of the municipal practice group. So Sustained Dane is all about inspiring people and connecting people and educating people to undertake sustainable actions in their lives.
My name is Mai Chow Chang, and I am an associate attorney here at Boardman Clark in the family law and immigration practice groups.
And I'm Dan Gartsky. I'm an attorney at Boardman Clark and focus my practice on family law.
The Bayview Foundation supports its culturally diverse, low-income families in realizing their aspirations and provides affordable housing, fostering cultural pride, and building community through the arts, education, and recreation.
Why are fundraising campaigns like the Big Share important for nonprofits?
This campaign is really the opportunity that Sustained Dane and other organizations that are part of this have to let people know what they do and give people an opportunity to confirm their commitment, not just again with dollars, but also with commitment to join in, participate, learn, share, connect, all those sorts of things.
An example of how a successful campaign made a difference for Bayview was the Capital Campaign. The Capital Campaign enabled Bayview to build a community center that housed many different programming.
So many donations came in, large, small, and in between. It's been a wonderful outpouring of caring for the community center.
Why does Boardman Clark support the Big Share?
Well, Boardman and Clark is strongly committed to our greater community. The Big Share is one of those elements that we can do, and it promotes not just Bayview, but many other local organizations.
From Boardman's standpoint, we've always viewed our role as partnership, right? We've never viewed the organizations that we work with as just organizations to whom we give money. Our view is that the work they do is work that we want to participate in and learn from and be part of.
Why should people give to the Big Share?
Well, it's a great way to make a direct impact on the community, not just Bayview, but all of the other wonderful organizations that are being supported by the Big Share.
It's not a single program or that wouldn't exist without sponsorship or with community giving. The organization itself wouldn't exist, and the money that we're collecting and the commitment that we show to participate in the programs they offer, that's just vital to the survival of the organization. So that's why it's so important to participate in this campaign.
And it's easy to do. It's easy to do. It's just a couple clicks away, and there are lots of different organizations that you can choose from.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Big Share Live 2025. My name is Gray Miller, and I am one of the Community Share's staff. I work as a campaign manager for workplace giving campaigns and whatever else they might need me to do. So the question is, why am I standing up here with a guitar? The reason why is because I did not listen to my grandpa. See, my grandpa was a young recruit in the brand new U.S. Army Air Corps during World War II. Yes, that makes me an oldster, Alberto. He told me a story that when he first signed up, that they had all the recruits line up, and the drill instructor said, "All right, who here has a driver's license?" And my grandfather thought, aha, I don't want to be marching around and doing stuff. I don't want to have to work that hard. I'm going to raise my hand. He raised his hand high. And they said, "Great. Everybody who didn't raise your hand, go over there and get those shovels and start digging. Those of you who have a driver's license, go over there and get those wheelbarrows and get it ready to reel them around, get rid of that dirt." And my grandpa told me that the lesson he learned then was don't volunteer. And we were, fast forward to when we were sitting around in a planning meeting for the Big Share, and Bria, who is the amazing mastermind behind everything here, said, "Oh man, I really need a musical act for noon, just a little, short half hour." And I raised my hand and I went, "I used to sing guitar stuff for preschools around Madison. I could do it." And my grandpa looked down and just shook his head. So I'm the grandpa now, and luckily my grandchildren do like to listen to me. And this is possibly their favorite song. It's a sing-along song, so once you catch on, please make sure you speak up and sing along. A sultan sat on his vaguely Asian mat in his palace in downtown Persia. He took a sip of coffee, just a drip, and he said to his servant, "Kurja." "Well, Kurja, 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 that's the worst cup of coffee in Persia. 'Cause all I want is a proper cup of coffee made in a proper copper coffee pot. I may be off my dot, but I want a proper coffee in a proper copper pot. Iron coffee pots and tin coffee pots, they are no use to me. If I can't have a proper cup of coffee in a proper copper coffee pot, I'll have a cup of tea." Got it, Tyler? It's okay, you'll catch on.
In days of old, when knights and men were bold, and orange juice was much cheaper, Ben Turpin rode into a coffee shop and showed his pistols to the keeper. He said, "Stand and deliver! Can't you see that I'm all a quiver? 'Cause all I want is a proper cup of coffee made in a proper copper coffee pot. I may be off my dot, but I want a proper coffee in a proper copper pot. Iron coffee pots and tin coffee pots, they are no use to me. If I can't have a proper cup of coffee in a proper copper pot, I'll have a cup of tea." I almost messed up that one. Sometimes singers mess things up on purpose just to make them look really hard. Let's get a little international here. Dun, 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 dun. When Bonaparte knew that he was on the cart 'cause he'd lost that Waterloo fight, he gave his sword to Wellington, my lord, and he said, "Oh, you Britishers do fight. Now that you've had your Waterloo, sir, tell me what am I having with you, sir? 'Cause all I want is a proper cup of coffee made in a proper cup of coffee pot. I may be off my dot, but I want a proper coffee in a proper cup of pot. Iron coffee pots and tin coffee pots, they are no use to me. If I can't have a proper cup of coffee in a proper cup of coffee pot, I'll have a cup of tea." I mean, it's okay if you didn't get that verse because it was in French. When King Solomon and his wife would fool around, as we read in the ancient scandals, he gave her lots of silver coffee pots with diamond legs and handles. Then said the Queen of Sheba, "I'd rather have any old teapot." 'Cause you don't have to sing up that high. I'm certainly not. All I want is a proper cup of coffee made in a proper copper coffee pot. I may be off my dot if I want a proper coffee in a proper copper pot. Iron coffee pots and tin coffee pots, they are no use to me. If I can't have a proper cup of coffee in a proper copper coffee pot, I'll have a cup of tea. Oftentimes, when I reach this point in the song, someone says, "Can you do it really fast?" Tyler, so glad you asked. Yes, I can. This goes out to you, Timber. All I want is a proper cup of coffee made in a proper cup of coffee pot. I may be off my dot, but I want a proper coffee in a proper cup of pot. Iron coffee pots and tin coffee pots, they are no use to me. If I can't have a proper cup of coffee in a proper cup of coffee, I'll have a cup of tea. Thank you. So when I was teaching preschool, this was many, many years ago. In fact, probably most of the people that I taught preschool to are well into their 30s or 40s at this point. But I liked to take songs that weren't traditionally children's songs and sort of present them in a way that made them more accessible to children. And this is an example of one of those songs. You'll be a little surprised. Do you want to see some really fancy guitar playing? That's great. Alberto will be up here in about 20 minutes, and you can see it then. But in the meantime, I'm going to do this one. Here's the thing. You may, well, we'll just sing the song first, and then we'll talk about it after. Black and orange stray cats sitting on a fence. Ain't got enough dough to pay my rent. I'm flat broke, but I don't care. I strut right by with my tail in the air. Stray cat strut, I'm a real cool cat. I'm a feline Casanova, hey, that's a fact. Get a shoe thrown at me by a mean old man. Get my dinner from a garbage can. I don't bother chasing mice around. I slink down the alley looking for a bite, howling at the moonlight on a hot summer night, singing the blues while the other cats cry. Wild stray cat, I'm a real gone guy. I wish I could be as carefree and wild, but I got cat class and I got cat style. And this is where you'd have a fancy guitar playing if I could do it. Instead, I just meow. Yeah, I got it, really, no problem. It's jazz. I don't bother chasing mice around. I slink down the alley looking for a bite, howling at the moonlight on a hot summer night, singing the blues while the other cats cry. Wild stray cat, you're a real gone guy. I wish I could be as carefree and wild, but I got cat class and I got cat style. There we go. You'll be happy to know that's as fancy as it gets. Now, here's the thing. I want this to go out to any children who may be children of the kids who learned preschool music from me, because you may see your parents have this kind of faraway look in their eyes like, oh, I remember this, or I haven't heard this song sung that way long. And if they look very distracted, if they look kind of like lost in their memories, that is a very good time to go and find their credit cards and donate at thebigshare.org to one of the nonprofit. Don't actually do that, but you could always encourage them. Always encourage them to do it. Now, I did get lots of inspiration. That first song, Proper Cup of Coffee, it's actually been around for a very long time. It was written way back in the 20s. It was a dance hall tune. Several different popular groups in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s did it, but it was a group from the 90s called Trout Fishing in America that I first learned it from. And I covered a lot of their songs as I was doing my preschool music stuff. And I will say that I did finally email them and ask them for permission to use their songs in this. And they were happy to do so. They wished us the best of luck in thebigshare.org. And they also wanted to clarify this next song that I'm going to sing for you, which is a wonderful song for foodies, and it is you will learn something. If you didn't know how to make this already, you'll know how to make it by the end of the song. It's a song by Emily Cates and Marilyn Kane, and the name of the song is Pico de Gallo. Pico de Gallo, you ought to give it a try, oh. Even if you're from Ohio, it'll get you by, oh. Don't get it in your eye, oh, unless you wanna cry, oh. So come on, don't be shy, oh. Try some Pico de Gallo. It's got jalapenos. I reckon y'all have seen those. They're kind of hot for gringos and probably flamingos. Some little tomatillos, onion and cilantro, lime juice and tomato. You got Pico de Gallo. This is where you'd have another one of those big guitar solos. So instead I just do the la 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 la. Yeah, that's all you get. It was Cinco de Mayo, I was down on the bayou with my good friend, the Venus de Milo. We were watching Hawaii 5-0, the original version. She wanted some French fry-o, or maybe some apple pie-o. And I said, why-o, why-o? We got some pico de gallo, pico de gallo. You ought to give it a try-o. Even if you're from Ontario, it'll get you by-o. Don't get it in your eye-o, unless you want to cry-o. So come on, don't be shy-o. Try some pico de gallo. It is funny how when you are practicing, songs seem to take a lot longer than they do when you're actually performing them. I'm convinced they are setting the clock back moment by moment. So I didn't only do kids' songs. I did play music myself. I should add, the reason I played at preschools is directly related to the work that I do today. Because at the time, as a recent discharge from the Marine Corps, I did not have any real job skills, but I had, at that time, four daughters that I needed to have childcare for. And there are not a lot of jobs out there that don't require extensive training that can afford childcare for that. So like when Khadijah was talking up here about providing childcare for things, I was like, yes, it would have been impossible for me to advocate for help with childcare and things like that at the time because I was too busy just trying to put food on the table. Luckily, there were some wonderful preschool teachers that wanted to give me a chance to work with them and to be teaching music along with helping out. And I could have my kids there with me. But that struggle to get out of the place of poverty that we found ourselves in, my oldest daughter, Ashley, and I used to call it the ragged edge, made me very aware of the bureaucracy and the maze of work that is needed just to apply for help. And so organizations that help make that job easier, that help make people give people the resources and the training to help them escape this system of poverty and of hardship is something I very strongly believe in, and it's definitely an honor to get to work with an organization like Community Shares and make this happen. I was on the other side of this fundraiser last year as part of one of the member organizations, and I can tell you that it is an amazing place to go, and the people here absolutely just believe in trying to make the world a better place. And right now especially, we need more of that. Okay, soapbox done, and let's sing a song. This is a song, the reason I said all that was because this is a song that I often would play, not for the kids, but I would play it by myself late at night after the kids were in bed. Slip sliding away, slip sliding away. You know the nearer your destination, the more you slip sliding away. I know a man, he came from my hometown. He wore his passion for his woman like a thorny crown. He said, Dolores, I live in fear. My love for you is so overpowering, I'm afraid that I will disappear. Slip sliding away, slip sliding away. You know the nearer your destination, the more you slip sliding away. I know a woman became a wife. These are the very words she uses to describe her life. She said, a good day ain't got no rain. She said, the bad days when I lie in bed and think of things that might have been. Slip sliding away. You know, the nearer your destination, the more you slip sliding away. And I know our Father had a son. He longed to tell him all the reasons for the things he'd done. He came a long way just to explain. He kissed his boy as he lay sleeping, and he turned around and headed home again. Slip sliding away. You know, the nearer your destination, the more you slip sliding away. God only knows. God makes his plans. The information's unavailable to the mortal man. We're working our jobs, collect our pay. Believe we're gliding down the highway when in fact we're slip sliding away. Slip sliding away. Slip sliding away. You know, the nearer your destination, the more you slip sliding away. Thank you. Yeah, I think I got time. I got two more for you. So yeah, Paul Simon was definitely a fun one, and yes, for the benefit of the audience, I will actually see if I can figure out which of those strings is so out of tune. Yep, it's that G. It's always embarrassing when you're up in front of a crowd and your G string slips. Hinckley, we can fix that in post, right? Close enough for jazz. Yes, real guitarists can use harmonics to play. I, however, work for a living. All right. Yeah, so Paul Simon, one of the reasons I really enjoy his work is not just that he's a masterful lyricist, a great storyteller, a wonderful performer, and also an excellent musician. It's also because he often writes songs that only have 3 chords. And this particular one I thought would be good appropriate as an example of songs that don't really age terribly well, because I've always thought that this song in particular was a song about smoking marijuana. And I've lived my entire life thinking so, and I thought how ironic it is that there's this song that was kind of a protest song, and now we have, you know, some of the nicest shops that you can find are weed stores. It's big business now. However, I found out this is not a song about smoking weed. In fact, Paul Simon said that he never really thought about what it was about. He just liked the song. So good enough. Pick your favorite cultural transgression and just imagine this song is about that. Mama Pajama rolled out of bed and she ran to the corner station. Papa found out, he began to shout, and he started the investigation. Well, it's against the law. It was against the law. But what the mama saw, it was against the law. Oh, Papa looked down and spit on the ground every time my name gets mentioned. Papa said, oh, if I get that boy, I'm gonna stick him in the house of detention. And I'm on my way. I don't know where I'm going. I'm on my way. Taking my time, but I don't know where. Goodbye, Rosie, the queen of Corona. See you, me, and Julio down by the schoolyard. See you, me, and Julio down by the schoolyard. Guess what else I can't do? Can't whistle. Literally the best I've ever whistled. Whoa, in a couple of days they come and take me away. Met the press that the story leaked. When the radical priests come to get me released, we was all on the cover of Newsweek. And I'm on my way. Don't know where I'm going. I'm on my way. Taking my time, but I don't know where. Goodbye, Rosie, the queen of Corona. See you, me, and Julio down by the schoolyard. You, me, and Julio down by the schoolyard. All right, now my last song before I have the honor to introduce one of the best musicians. I actually saw him perform last, pronouns he, him? Saw him perform last year here at the Big Share and was blown away. So you're in for a real treat. I'll save that till after this song because this song is written, it was one of the favorite songs of the kids and of me and of my children and of my grandchildren, because it was written by one of our greatest songwriters, performers, and someone who's taken far too soon, Prince Nelson Rogers. It was 7:45, we were all in line to meet the teacher, Miss Kathleen. First came Sherry, then came Susie, third in line was me. All of us were ordinary compared with Cynthia Rose. She always stood at the back of the line, smiled beneath her nose. Her favorite number was 20, and every single day, if you asked her what she had for breakfast, this is what she'd say. She'd say starfish and coffee, maple syrup and jam, butterscotch clouds, a tangerine, and a side order of ham. If you set your mind free, maybe you'll understand. It was starfish and coffee, maple syrup and jam. Oh, la 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 la, la 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 la. Cynthia had a pretty dress, but different color socks. Sometimes I wondered if the mates were in her lunchbox. Me and Tyler opened it when Cynthia wasn't around. Tyler cried, I almost died, 'cause you know what we found? We found starfish and coffee, maple syrup and jam, butterscotch clouds, a tangerine, and a side order of ham. If you set your mind free, maybe you'll understand. It was starfish and coffee, maple syrup and jam. Oh, la 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 la, la 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 la. Cynthia had a happy face, just like the one she'd draw on every picture and every room. But it's all right, it's for a worthy cause. Kind of like all the members of Community Shares. I sing about starfish and coffee, maple syrup and jam, butterscotch clouds, a tangerine, and a side order of ham. If you set your mind free, maybe you'll understand. It was starfish and coffee, maple syrup and jam. Oh, oh. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Thank you. Don't forget to go to bigshare.org and donate. So now I get to put back on my hat as a staff member of Community Shares and say that I've been teasing, talking about him all the time. You may have been to Lakeside Cafe last Friday and seen him perform. I did not, because as one of those oldsters, yes, I read that post that you made. As one of those oldsters, I only go to Lakeside Cafe during the day. But he is an amazing performer. He is an alum of the University of Wisconsin, just like I am. And he, what did you call it? First wave. First wave students at UW. And he has stuck around Madison and is making amazing art. And here he is, there in the forest. Alberto.
Stepping by myself, you were curious what I was sending over. You were curious what I was bringing up on the phone that day. Don't need no pretty features to talk about, pretty frames of what it's all about. You were rare sight on my days, rare sight on my mind. Seems like yesterday, saw how you love people, screaming from the river to the sea, they shall be free. Yeah. Well, you were the wild rice flower woman, saw you in my dreams, shepherd of the wild rice flowers blooming, saw you through the trees. It's a big, big world, now it's closer to me. You wear your soldier well, seated a bed in my heart today, echoes of that star lake where her people found where the good berry bloomed. You were a gift to my heart today. I think the spirits give offerings. There was wild rice flowers playing on my mind every time I'd see you through the mirror. Seems like yesterday we were camped out with people, screaming from the river to the sea, they shall be free. Yeah. Well, you were the wild rice flower woman, saw you in my dreams, shepherd of the wild rice flowers blooming, saw you through the trees. It's a big, big world, now it's closer to me. Wear your soldier well, love, to you and me. Now it's closer to you and me. You wear your soldier well.
Thanks, y'all. It's Wild Rice Flower.
I found you at night, then followed these frights. Everyone stared, but I didn't care. Well, I was on the outside too, so I opened up to you, and you laid me down and sank your fangs into me. I know my blood is sweet. There's joy in life in it. You can walk in the sun for a minute, but you can't take all of it. You can drink for a little while. What a delight to not hear your mind. All of these people, they have so much to say. As dark as the night behind those eyes, I was never afraid of you. The terrors I had seen, just a child. I saw more when I looked at you. I know my blood is sweet. There's joy in life in it. You can walk in the sun for a minute, but you can't take all of it. But you can drink from me for a little while. Feast on me tonight, feast on me tonight. Tonight, 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 tonight. Oh, what the mood would do. All these creatures, they come out of the woodwork. Well, I don't fear them anymore. The dawn will always come for me. Yeah. Feast on me tonight, feast on me tonight. Tonight, 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 tonight. Under the moon we sit. The dawn is coming soon. Let's get all of our fills before you have to go. Crawl back in your home, babe. Yeah. Yeah. I know my blood life in it. You can walk in the sun for a minute, but you can't take all of it. But you can drink from me for a little while. Yeah. Thanks, y'all. That song I wrote after binge watching True Blood. I've been living a cold and lonely, lone life here, babe. What have we done to this plane? What have we done to this plane? Well, I've been trying to find my might just somehow, to get it right just somehow. Make my sign and let me walk. Well, I've been tired of begging for the peace that you held from me. They're giving free rein on natural laws. There's no one to stop it all. It's like we're in the wild, wild west. They'll let it die just for some means. Can you hear the mother calling? Can you hear the mother calling? Tell me what we find in nature. Help me out. Is it human nature to blow high? Yeah. Take it down a notch. They'll let it die just for some means. Oh, we left his eyes throwing at midnight. Yeah, babe, throwing into the night. What have we done to this plane? What have we done to this plane? They'll let it die just for some means. Tell me what we find in nature. Help me out. Is it human nature to blow out? Take it down a notch. What have we done to this plane? What have we done to this plane? They'll let it die just for some means. They'll let it die just for some means. They'll let it die just for some means. Thanks, y'all. Wrote that song in the North Woods talking about just corporate greed and destruction of environment and things like that. And so that's what that song's about, which I think is sort of relevant. I think there's a lot of organizations in Madison that are doing social and environmental justice. And so if that song made you feel anything, you know, donate some money to some organizations in Madison that are doing something about it. You came and saw me so headstrong, knocked me off my seat. Cannonading gunfire just to show the heat. You keep me on my way. I think I like your kind of chaos. The way you throw me off keeps me hard-earned. You keep me on my way. They won't keep me from the sea. Wind in my back, only the waves are gonna take me where both sides sharper than knives, both sides on the big ship with a new hide. Let's get the word out. Let's get the word out. Let's get the word out. I'll just be on my way. They won't keep me from the sea. Wind in my back, only the waves are gonna take me where both sides sharper than knives, both sides on the big ship with a new hide. Let's get the word out. Let's get the word out. My. Let's get the word out. 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 Thanks, y'all. All right. Well, I got a couple more for you. This song's called Symbiosis. Time and some revenue. You kept me squared away, and I helped you loosen up your soul. Feel free flow and take it all as it goes. Here we find it, symbiosis. I gave you what you took from me. Well, if it's good for you and it's good for me and it's good for you and it's good for me, then I will hold on. I won't let it go now. If it's good for you and it's good for me and it's good for you and it's good for me, then I will hold on. I won't let it go now, no. To be hard, you could be the river, I could be your dam. You could be my shears and I could be your lamb. Darling, just let me know. Well, if it's good for you and it's good for me and it's good for you and it's good for me, then I will hold on. I won't let it go now. It's good for you and it's good for me and it's good for you and it's good for me, then I will hold on. I won't let it go now, no. If you set it off for me, I'd set it off for you. If you'd set it off for me, I'd set it off for you. If you'd set it off for me, I'd set it off for you. If you'd set it off for me, I'd set it off for you. If you'd set it off for me, I'd set it off for you. If you'd set it off for me, I'd set it off for you. If you'd set it off for me, I'd set it off for you. If you'd set it off for me, I'd set it off, love. I'd set it off for you. You don't have to be hard, love, no, yeah. Well, if it's good for you and it's good for me and it's good for you and it's good for me, then I will hold on. I won't let it go now. If it's good for you and it's good for me and it's good for you and it's good for me, then I will hold on. I won't let it go now, no. Searching for my Thanks, y'all. This is my last song, and it's an ode to the place I was born, New Orleans, and it's a perfect day for it, being Mardi Gras. So I hope everyone's having a happy Mardi Gras, and this is called The Big Easy. Meet me down in New Orleans, we could taste the world in the Marigny, in the Bywater, and off through Treme, dancing along to that old time song. Well, here you don't miss a damn thing. You see how they're living, that's why they call it the Big Easy. That's why they call it the Big Easy. It's easy, darling, right? It's easy, love, hi, hi, hi. Sipping sillies down by the Mississippi, tossing tails around while the trade ships go by. You was mine and I was yours, and we let the sun set, 'cause yeah, you don't miss a damn thing. You see how they're living, that's why they call it the Big Easy. That's why they call it the Big Easy. It's easy, darling, right? It's easy, love, hi, hi, hi. Here we go, hey. She like it like this, she like it like that, she like it like this, she like it like that, she like it like this, she like it like that. Laissez les bandes s'enrouler. Let the good times, let the good times, let the good times roll along, yeah. That's why they call it the Big Easy. That's why they call it the Big Easy. It's easy, darling, right? It's easy, love, hi, hi, hi. Thanks, y'all. Happy Big Share. Give, give, give. Thank you all so much.
So welcome back to the Big Share Live 2025, and I am here to announce our 1 o'clock power hours. So we have the most raised is Clean Wisconsin, and the most donors, Wisconsin's Women's Network. So we'd like to thank you all for those who have donated and have given to the Big Share so far. So we have Clean Wisconsin and Wisconsin Women's Network for $2,000. Oh, awesome. Yay, Big Share 2025 Live. Thank you, guys. The sponsors are, I forgot. Our sponsors are Custard, Brush, and First Business Bank. Okay? So, yeah, I'm new at this, you guys, but love you. See you later. Bye.
Vision Services at the Wisconsin Council of the Blind and Visually Impaired. Executive Director Denise Jess.
Hello, and a very warm welcome to the Wisconsin Council of the Blind and Visually Impaired. Our mission here at the Wisconsin Council of the Blind and Visually Impaired is to promote the dignity and empowerment of people in Wisconsin living with vision loss through advocacy, education, and vision services. We've been doing this work for over 70 years. I'm so excited today for you to meet our qualified, certified, kind, and energetic vision services team and learn more of how our services could support you on your journey.
Education and Vision Services Director Amy Werf.
The goal of low vision therapy is to help someone maximize the remaining vision that they have. So glasses may not be able to help at a certain point. Surgical interventions or medical treatment can't assist. Low vision can step in and pull out all that other vision that they can still draw on to try to help them see the things that they want to do again and see them better and more efficiently.
Two women sitting across a table from each other, one of them using a digital magnifier to read a bill.
So the first evaluation is really just talking. It's finding out what their goals are, what their needs are, what are the things that they want to be able to see or to do again that they haven't been able to very easily.
Two women sitting across a table from each other with a plate between them and several lamps.
Some of the common things that people express that they have difficulty with, a lot of that is pill bottles, trying to read that small print for the dosage or the phone number for the pharmacy, trying to read their mail when it comes in, the bills or the statements from doctors. Reading the mail or the newspaper is really difficult for people. Seeing photographs. Nobody prints pictures anymore, so everybody has pictures on their cell phones, and many older people with vision impairment have difficulty seeing those pictures on a phone. And leisure activities, reading books, playing card games, doing craft activities are some of the things that people express trouble with.
A woman watching a man read the letters on a vision test chart.
So some of the tools that are shown during the evaluation and then are recommended, number one is lighting. We talk a lot about different lighting. There's some lamps on the table here, so people don't have to go out and buy special lamps. A lot of it is just using the lamps they have at home or finding some low-cost alternatives at the store. It's about the style of light. Is it a warm yellow light or is it a brighter white light like a daylight bulb? Oftentimes lighting makes a dramatic difference for people. We talk a lot about background color, especially when you're taking pills. If you have a different background color behind those pills, you can see them a little bit better. Another tool is the magnifier. Those are really important for people to be able to read things in their homes, pill bottles, medicine labels, things in the kitchen to see how long is it that they're supposed to cook something in the microwave or a recipe that they enjoy working on with family members. Seeing the newspaper to read an article. Magnifiers can be really important. And again, the light on a magnifier, this one has a light right on it, can be just as important as the power of the magnifier for someone.
certified vision rehabilitation therapist and certified orientation and mobility specialist Brent Przentka.
Vision rehabilitation therapy is the teaching of adaptive techniques for those living with vision loss to help enable them to live full, independent lives. When I begin working with a client, I usually like to sit down with that client first and get to know them as an individual, and then find out where their vision loss might be impeding in their daily lives. And then together we work on a plan to reach goals that can help them continue to do those things that they love to do. My approach is client-centered, so that individuals essentially are the ones that are telling me what they would continue to like to do, and then I help them come up with a plan to figure out how to be able to continue to do those things. Some of the skills that vision rehabilitation therapy teaches might be things like adaptive teaching cooking techniques. It could be labeling your appliances in your home so that you can use your appliances independently. Microwave, stove, washer and dryer, things of that sort. Vision rehabilitation therapy also helps teach money management skills, so identifying your money. It could be time management skills, keeping a calendar, knowing how to identify the time. It might also include some technology skills. So if you're struggling to use your telephone, your cell phone, learning how to use your voice maybe to use that phone so that you can call to those that you might need. It could mean setting up a voice assistant in your home, i.e. Alexa Echo, that you use. So instead of having to see your cell phone or a computer, it's a device that you would talk to help for many different things, like keeping your calendar, finding out what the weather is for that day, setting a timer. Anyone who's experiencing vision loss could benefit from vision rehabilitation therapy. If you're new to vision loss and it's slightly impacting your vision, but still getting in the way of your independent living, we can help teach you some skills that might even benefit you down the road if your vision continues to progress to get worse. Or if it's somebody that's had vision loss for quite a while, but has not learned these techniques to help them live independently, we can come help teach them to continue to live full, independent lives.
Two men sitting at a table, one watching the other use a video magnifier to read a newspaper. Access Technology Specialist Jim Denham.
Access technology, which is sometimes referred to as assistive technology, is any hardware or software which helps people gain access to information. When a client comes to us for the first time, one of the main things we focus on is the client's goals. We really want to work with the individual to determine what is it that they want to do and what technology that they're currently using. We then give them the ability to try different pieces of hardware or software to determine what technology might help them meet their goals. This may include screen readers, this may include refreshable braille displays, or tablets which have built-in access technology.
A man watching another man type on a computer keyboard.
One of the ways that technology can assist individuals who have some mild form of vision loss is screen magnification. This can increase the font on the screen, can also change the background color, and can do things like highlight the mouse pointer. Many of the devices we work with on a regular basis have accessibility features built right into the operating system. A good example is the iPhone. The iPhone has screen magnification for individuals with low vision. It also has a screen reader for individuals such as myself who have no usable vision. This allows me to touch something on the screen and to hear what is being displayed. For individuals who use Braille, another option is refreshable Braille, which is a device which can tactily show information which is being displayed on screen through a series of raised cells.
A man watching a woman use a keyboard with tactile markers.
We offer two different types of access technology instruction. The first is group access technology classes. These are online sessions which occur once a quarter. In these sessions, we highlight a particular topic, and our purpose is really not to show how to operate the specific piece of technology. It's more to show what the technology can be used for and the benefits of that particular piece of technology.
A group of people sitting around a table, many of them with smartphones in front of them.
The second type of access technology instruction is one-on-one instruction. During one-on-one instruction, we work with the client to ensure they have everything they need to accomplish their goals. This instruction can take place either here at the council, at the client's home or their place of business, or increasingly, we conduct access technology instructions remotely.
Two men sitting at a table, one of them with his hand on a computer speaker. Brent Prezentka.
Orientation refers to knowing where you are in your environment and knowing how to get where you want to go. Mobility refers to how you're going to get there efficiently and safely. Orientation and mobility training can take place in any environment dependent on the goals and needs of the individual. We can train them here at the Wisconsin Council of the Blind and Visually Impaired in Madison. We can come to your home environment and help you navigate and learn how to travel safely in your home, your neighborhood, your local community. It could be a store in your neighborhood that you want to learn to navigate safely. It could be a workplace environment that you want to learn to navigate. It could be your public transportation system that you want to learn. When I meet with somebody to discuss their goals for orientation and mobility training, some examples of questions I might ask might be, do you feel unsafe in any of your navigation of your home or other environments, which might include going out to get the mail from your mailbox, going up and down stairs in your own home, traveling in your neighborhood on a walk around your block. Do you feel safe in doing that?
A person using a white cane approaching stairs leading to a building entrance.
Almost anyone with vision loss could benefit from orientation and mobility training. Certainly those that plan to use a white cane would benefit from orientation and mobility training and how to use that white cane safely and efficiently. Somebody that moves into a new home, a new community, to learn that environment would benefit from orientation and mobility training. Somebody that might have started a new job and needs to learn a new route to get to that job, or their workplace environment, learning that workplace environment would benefit from orientation and mobility training.
A man watching a woman use a white cane to navigate a corridor.
Thank you so much for visiting with us today at the Wisconsin Council of the Blind and Visually Impaired to learn about our vision services. Whether you're new to vision loss, experiencing changes in your vision, or know someone who is also experiencing vision loss, we would love to partner with you to learn the skills to be able to live your best life. Thank you so much.
Wisconsin Council of the Blind and Visually Impaired, wcblind.org, 608-255-1166, info@wcblind.org.
everybody. My name is Ann Behrman. I'm a retired pediatrician. I worked for Group Health for 32 years, and I'm here to talk with Amy and Claire, who are going to introduce themselves about Physicians for Social Responsibility, Wisconsin, and the Wisconsin Environmental Health Network.
Hi, my name's Amy Scholes, and I'm a retired nurse from the Veterans Hospital, where I worked for 35 years, both in the intensive care unit and a prep and surgical area. And I'm the president of Physicians for Social Responsibility.
Hi, I'm Claire Gervais. I'm a family practitioner in Madison, and I'm a co-president of Wisconsin Environmental Health Network.
Can we have the first slide, please? Take two. Hi again, everybody. So I'm going to be looking at slides on a monitor. I'll try to look at the camera, though, too. But we wanted to start out after the introduction with a short video. So we're going to have a 3-minute video to kind of tell you, why should you care about nuclear weapons? Yes. Well, while we're waiting for the video to come on, remember this is a time.
Today, I've got guest and physicist Max Tegmark here to answer some questions. Hey Max, why should I care about nuclear weapons?
Because we've learned that they're even more dangerous than we first thought. The biggest threat from nukes isn't explosions that kill millions of people, or radioactive fallout that kills even more, or even a high-altitude electromagnetic pulse that causes mayhem by frying the electrical grid and electronics across a continent. No, the biggest threat from nuclear weapons is a global nuclear-induced winter in which the fires and smoke from as few as a few thousand nukes could darken the atmosphere enough to plunge Earth into a planet-wide mini ice age with year-round winter-like conditions. This could cause a complete collapse of the global food system and apocalyptic unrest, potentially killing most of us 7 billion people on Earth.
But didn't we get rid of most nuclear weapons when the Cold War ended?
Well, yes and no. When the Cold War ended, the US and Russia slashed their nuclear arsenals, but they still have about 7,000 nukes each, which could allow either country to create a nuclear winter all on its own, even if the other doesn't retaliate.
But why should I worry about a nuclear winter when nobody in their right mind would start a nuclear war?
Unfortunately, an all-out nuclear assault isn't as unlikely as you might think, because the most likely way for a nuclear war to start isn't political, it's accidental. For example, the time faulty computer chips in US alarm systems erroneously signaled incoming Soviet missiles and the US started to prepare for full-blown retaliation, or that time when Russian satellites mistook an unusual glint of sunlight off of clouds for incoming American missiles, and an officer averted retaliation just by ignoring the alarm on gut instinct. Or the time after the Cold War ended when Russian radar systems thought a Norwegian scientific rocket was an American nuclear missile and almost launched their missiles in retaliation. You know, these close calls keep happening, and sooner or later our luck is going to run out and an entire nuclear arsenal is going to be launched accidentally.
Isn't getting rid of nukes a national security threat, though?
Well, no, because it's pretty clear that a country only needs a small number of nuclear weapons to have an effective deterrent against nuclear attacks, and any more are as much of a national security threat to the nation that owns them as to the rest of the planet. So given the risks of accidental nuclear war and nuclear winter, it's stupid, dangerous, and irresponsible for any country on Earth to have more nuclear weapons than it needs for deterrence. If we continue hoarding excessive nuclear arsenals, winter is coming.
Okay, I have one more question. Why should I spend my time worrying about nukes when there's nothing I can do about them?
Actually, there is something you can do. The nuclear arms race isn't driven entirely by security interests. Money drives it too, and politicians like to act tough. And in a time when they really should be downgrading, the US and Russian governments are both planning to upgrade their arsenals at a huge cost. And who does that money go to? Well, about 2% of the S&P 500 companies are involved in nuclear weapons production, and while you can't stop paying taxes, you can help stigmatize the nuclear arms race by divesting from companies that produce nuclear weapons. I'll give you a link that you can put in the video description to a site that helps you do just that.
All right, thank you, Max, and thanks to the Future of Life Institute for their support and help producing this video.
Okay, next slide, please. Everybody, I'm going to be kind of looking at a monitor on the side. I thought there would be a big screen, so I'll try to keep my eye on the prize. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay, so that was a brief introduction about why you should care about nukes. And know that these slides are going to be on the PSR's website. It's psr-wisconsin.org. If you also want a short primer, you can read about a 10-minute section, Nuclear Weapons 101, on that same website. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So why do you think that physicians and nurses and other healthcare professionals are worried about nuclear weapons? Keep that slide on, please, for me. I think it's because usually we like to say as healthcare providers, you know, we've got you, we can care for you, we can do something for you. But what we know about nuclear weapons is if there's ever an explosion, an interchange, even a very small interchange, we don't have you. In fact, there's no place to hide. And this is a really good article by the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons from 2022, talking about the collapse of the healthcare system if there is nuclear war. So what Physicians for Social Responsibility and our international group, the International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War, know prevention is the only cure. There's nothing we can do if there's a nuclear war. So we need to work as hard as we can to prevent it. Next slide, please. So how many nuclear weapons are there in the world? Well, now there's about 12,400. But interestingly enough, 90% of those nuclear weapons are in two countries, Russia and the US. About 6,000 each. There are then 7 other nuclear nations. Next slide, please. And you learned in that video shortly about nuclear winter. What we want to make the point in this slide is that it doesn't take a huge number of nuclear weapons to cause nuclear winter. In fact, there was data that was done starting in the 1980s, but particularly in the 2000s, that showed that a limited nuclear war, 50 nuclear weapons fired by Pakistan or by India, with an equal 50 from the other side, about half of 1% of all the nuclear weapons that exist in the world could cause nuclear winter. And what will happen? Well, certainly there will be millions of people who will die because of explosion and after in the next weeks of radiation illness. But what's really catastrophic is that there's going to be a huge release, just like with volcanic action, of ash and smoke into the atmosphere. About 5 million tons from this limited use of 100 nuclear weapons. That smoke will engulf the Earth, block out the sun, and drop global temperatures by about 1.3 degrees centigrade. More in the northern hemispheres, like in the US, Canada, and the grain-growing regions in the Ukraine, et cetera. So the places that really grow the crops that sustain us, wheat, and then in the southern climes, rice, they're not going to grow. They're not going to just grow for that season, but they're not going to grow for at least 2 years after that. And it's predicted that even back in the early 2000s, that approximately 2 billion people are going to be at risk to die of starvation, about a third then of the world's population. So even a limited nuclear war is going to cause nuclear winter, something that we really need to pay attention to. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Oh, thanks. So even the Department of Defense, when we talked about accidental nuclear war, he did in the video. And since the 1950s, the Department of Defense has on its books 32 what they call broken arrow events. People don't always know that in the 1950s and 60s, there were planes loaded with nuclear weapons that were circling the globe all the time. And the Department of Defense says, ooh, for the US, we've had about 32 near misses, which meant we dropped nuclear bombs. Luckily, none did go off. They had safety mechanisms. Or we had crashes of those planes that carried nuclear weapons. So 32 of those broken arrow events. We're also worried that we now know there's over 90 nuclear plants, power plants in the US that have spent fuel rods next to them. Those spent fuel rods are full of plutonium and uranium. And if theft of those spent fuel rods or material from the nuclear facilities are stolen, they could be put into conventional weapons and make what's called a dirty bomb. And finally, we ought to be worried about cybersecurity, cyber attacks. And Valentine's Day of this year, an Iranian drone dropped a bomb on the sarcophagus, the old Chernobyl nuclear power plant that melted down. So we know that that's a possibility. I want to talk a little bit about Volk Field. You know, this is Wisconsin on the right, and Volk Field is kind of behind Camp Douglas, where this is. This is on the way to the Twin Cities for people that drive on the interstate. near Tomah, Wisconsin. In 1962, in October, was the Cuban Missile Crisis. And on the 25th of October, there was a signal from Duluth, Minnesota. There were no control towers at Volk Field, so the pilots that had weapons that contained nuclear weapons, pilots that had planes that contained nuclear weapons at Volk Field here in Wisconsin, got their orders from Duluth, Minnesota. And in Duluth, they thought someone was trying to climb the fence to get into their Air National Guard unit. They did some warning shots which sent off an alert to all the Air National Guard units that Duluth was responsible for. The problem was in Wisconsin, the wiring was wrong. And instead of giving a warning to the pilots to say, pay attention, it gave them a scramble sign, which meant the pilots jumped into their gear and ran out and got into these planes on the runway, ready to take off and drop nuclear weapons that was started World War III. Luckily, the telephones worked, and the commander at Volk Field got the call, oh, sorry, it wasn't a person, it was a black bear that was trying to climb the fence. And the guy got in a truck on the field and drove straight out at the planes to stop them from taking off. So even in 1962 here in Wisconsin, we had a near miss for a nuclear war. Next slide, please. So we spend a lot of nuclear weapons. That's what I told you before. And this graph this is 5 years of nuclear weapons spending. The US is on the far right. Those are the other 8 nuclear nations down. You can see we spend a lot more on nuclear weapons than any other country. This is from 2019 to 2023. Next slide. And another way to look at it are these red blocks. The US is in the big red block, and all the other nuclear nations, what they spend is that below. And in 2 years ago, the 9 nuclear nations spent about $91 billion with a B dollars on nukes that year. But we know that even a second of that spending could buy more than 17,000 vaccines. And a year of that spending could provide food, 13 years of food for the 45 million people who are at risk of starvation. Next slide, please. So the US's tax dollars this year for nuclear weapons is going to be about $57 billion, or about $100,000 a minute that we're spending on nuclear weapons. And we at PSR always ask, what makes us more secure? Well, we think what makes us more secure is better health care, education, housing, clean water. So we know that we could spend that $100,000 a minute on much better things than what we're spending it on for nuclear weapons, which we hope are never used. Next slide. And the cost of nuclear weapons is killing us now. It's killing us now because that $57 billion, about $1.6 billion comes from Wisconsin taxpayers. And you can see below that about $87 million comes from Madison, $108 million comes from taxpayers in Milwaukee. And even more shocking than that is most of the nuclear weapons we have on board were built in the 1970s. And starting in the Obama administration, they decided, oh, we really need some new nuclear weapons. We need to make sure these are going to work well. And so the new nuclear arms race was really begun back in the early 2000s. And the plan is to spend $1.7 trillion. Congress has appropriated this money over the next 30 years on nuclear weapons. Next slide, please. So what's saving us from nuclear war? Well, accidents luckily haven't happened that did it. And there are some treaties. One of the older treaties that began in 1970 is the Nuclear Nonproliferation Treaty. And that was the treaty done by most of the nuclear nations, not Israel, not India or Pakistan, who never signed it, and North Korea, who pulled out. But it was really to say the nuclear nations need to make sure that it doesn't spread, that not other nation states get nuclear weapons, and that the nuclear weapons states sign a treaty to say we're going to build down the weapons. The treaty that you're going to hear a lot about this year is something called the New Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, or the New START Treaty. The New START Treaty expires in 11 months, and it's a bilateral treaty between the US and Russia. It limits the number of deployed or usable nuclear weapons to about a little over 1,500 for each country. The most important thing about New START is it allows verification. The International Atomic Energy Commission can go to Russia and look and see if they have what they say they have and not more. Equally, they can come to the US and do the same. But we need this treaty the renegotiation needs to start on this treaty soon. It's already behind the game. And it needs to, this time, include China, which is building from hundreds of nuclear weapons to thousands. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn it over to Amy to talk a little bit about something that the non-nuclear nations are doing to try to stop this insanity.
Thank you, Anne. So the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons was modeled after other treaties that were outlawing weapons that were considered to be inhumane. So it has several things about it that I want you to take note of. Number one is that it was adopted by the United Nations in 2017, and it went into effect, because of this resolution by more than 120 countries in 2021. Basically what it does is it prohibits the development, testing, producing, and use or threats of use of nuclear weapons, and it provides a framework for verifying and reversing the nuclear weapons to eliminate them. So from this has a US-based grassroots coalition has come together to be part of a movement called the Back from the Brink Resolution. So I'm going to have you do the next slide, please. So the Back from the Brink has 5 major tenets to it, and basically it's saying that we want to pursue a verifiable agreement among the nuclear nation states to eliminate nuclear weapons, get rid of all their arsenals, and then to renounce the option of using nuclear weapons first. Third, we would like to end the sole, unchecked authority of any U.S. president to launch a nuclear attack. So that at this point, the president does not need to have any sort of communication with Congress, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, to decide whether the button should be pushed. And then fourth is to take all nuclear weapons off what they call hair trigger alert, which is a policy that enables a rapid launch of nuclear weapons, and the weapons can be launched within 10 minutes. It was originally to prevent what they call mutually assured destruction, so that it allows for retaliation. The fifth is to cancel the plan to replace the entire U.S. nuclear arsenal over the next 30 years that Anne referred to, which cost $1.7 trillion. Next slide, please. So, I'll go ahead and ask you to move on to the next slide. So, locally, Physicians for Social Responsibility has been able to work with 16 local peace organizations and also justice and faith organizations. And in October of 2023, they passed the Back from the Brink resolution. So this resolution says that Madison will not participate in any contracts that are over $50,000 and with any sort of with weapons contractors. And we are also working with the city of Milwaukee. There's a coalition with Peace Action to also pass a Back from the Brink resolution. We hope to also share this template with Racine and other cities that are interested in passing this. Next slide, please. So Physicians for Social Responsibility has been opposed to nuclear power, and one of the main reasons is that they're dangerous. And people might remember that in 1979, 3 Mile Island was a partial meltdown in Pennsylvania. In 1986, in Chernobyl, in the Ukraine, northern Ukraine, there was a major meltdown of one of the reactors there during a testing, and the amount of radioactivity that was released was 400 times that of the bombing at Hiroshima during World War II. And then in 2011 in Fukushima, Japan, there was an earthquake and tsunami that led to the meltdown of 3 reactors. And at both Chernobyl and at Fukushima, the area surrounding that is uninhabitable for many, many years. more recently, in 2020, there was a derecho, those straight line winds of 130 miles an hour, hit a nuclear reactor in Iowa, the Duane Arnold reactor. And at that one, the cooling towers were damaged, and they were without outside power for a full 24 hours. And it was what they called one of the most serious incidents in the last 18 years regarding nuclear reactors. Next slide, please. So the main problems with nuclear power, it's been proposed as a solution to climate change, and it's also been proposed as a source for energy for both AI and data centers. The time to make one of these is that it takes 10 to 19 years on average to not only plan, but to get it operating. And then the cost of the energy produced by these is 3 to 4 times of what it costs to produce renewable energies. There's no safe central storage for the nuclear waste. There's 100,000 tons of nuclear waste that is being stored on site at all of the 92 reactors in the United States, which of course makes it more vulnerable to weapons proliferation. And we talked about the meltdown risk that's inherent with these reactors, particularly with aging reactors. And the reactor here in Wisconsin is one of the most embrittled in the country, the second most embrittled. And then those that have the uranium miners, 10% of those have contracted lung cancer as a result of the radon exposure that they've experienced. Next slide, please. So PSR Wisconsin has decided to take on the nuclear reactors at Point Beach, which is on the shores of Lake Michigan. Our concern with this reactor is that it is, like I said, very old. It's it will be 60 years old in 2030, and they have requested to extend their license for another 20 years. So most nuclear reactors are designed for somewhere between 20 and 40 years, and ours will then be working for an additional, it'll go from 60 years up to 80 years. There also is, these were built before there were a requirement for cooling towers. So that means that there's a lot of aquatic damage when 900 million gallons of water a day goes through this this reactor, both when it takes it in and then when it returns it to the lake at 23 degrees greater than the temperature that it took it out at. And then, of course, if there's any sort of an accident and there is a leak or contamination into the water, that this contaminates the water for 40 million people, both in the US and in Canada. Next slide, please. So this lawsuit that we have filed in to prevent the relicensing of this reactor is will be determined in December of 2025. So we hope to know by that time. And in the meantime, we continue to advocate for renewables like wind, solar, and geothermal. And we are also advocating for energy conservation, which can help to offset the energy that is produced by a nuclear reactor. Last but not least is we recognize that nuclear energy is very expensive and it's a huge economic burden to the ratepayers. So as NextEra, the nuclear reactor owner, says, shifting to clean energy isn't an option, it's the solution. And ironically, they consider nuclear energy to be an option, but we consider it to be dirty and unsafe. Next slide, please.
Hello, everybody. I'm Claire Gervais. I'm the co-president of Wisconsin Environmental Health Network. As I mentioned before, I wanted to tell you a little bit about WEHN. We're a group of health professionals and also environmental advocates working together on education and advocacy about how toxins affect our environment and health, as well as the health effects of climate change. So we've got a lot of things that we work on. We're an offshoot of PSR in that we wanted to do more than just work on nuclear weapons, which is a big feat in and of itself, because all these other toxins are in our environment are an issue. So we've taken on PFAS, lead, pesticides, most recently plastics, which is a newer area of environmental health research. The slide that's up is about our Making the Connection conference on March 7th. The time is slightly changed, so it's 11:45 to 5. There's a QR code if you want to look at more information online and sign up. We really encourage you to sign up by Thursday because we're going to cut off the registration at some point on Thursday. But why you should go is that there really are some significant concerns about plastics and health. Some of the facts that you may not be aware of, but all the plastics that are ever made are still here, and only 5% are recycled. By mid-century, we'll have more plastic in the ocean than fish, and single-use plastic is the largest proportion of use. Well, so what happens to these plastics, that are still here? Well, they break down into microplastics, and they end up being found in foods like marine animals will ingest them, but also on fruits and vegetables. They're also in so many of our products like cosmetics, things like black plastic spatulas, cutting boards, packaging. Plastic is everywhere. You can't get away from it. And there are health effects at every life cycle. So from extraction to plastic production, affects people that are working in the industry, causing some cancers like leukemia, lymphoma, liver cancer. And for extraction, we see, cardiovascular disease, lung cancer, and all of you have probably heard of black lung disease. There are so many other health effects, and I would encourage you to come to the conference and learn more about this. But we're also going to have some speakers that are going to talk about plastic reduction and legislation. And you can see from this slide who each of these folks are. Jonathan Berard is going to be on a panel talking about potential for legislation on reducing plastic packaging. He's from Beyond Plastics. And Hillary Ong is going to talk about reduction of waste and decarbonization in the ER and how to reduce our reliance on single-use plastics in healthcare. The other speakers, Dr. Phil Landergan, Dr. Linda Kahn, Dr. Matthew Campen, are all going to talk about specific effects of plastics so you have a better understanding of that. So we really encourage you. It's going to be held again March 7th at the Health Sciences Learning Center on campus. The time has changed to 12:15 that the conference gets started, but registration to check in is at 11:45. It should be a great event. It's our most popular event, our yearly Making the Connection conference, and this year it's all on plastics and health, as you can see. So we really encourage you to come, and we also encourage you to donate to Community Shares. And if you like what we're doing, please donate to PSR WHN. We're all one. So thank you very much.
Hi, I would just like to introduce ourselves to begin. I'm Megan Chase, and this is Noah Mays, and we are two of the interns from the Madison Commons team. We're both seniors at UW-Madison, and we're going to kind of dive into the housing insecurity today on this panel. We have 4 amazing industry experts here that we're going to be asking some questions with, but to begin, I'll kind of explain why we are here and why we are the moderators today. So basically, we both are interns on this team called the Madison Commons. It's a hyper-local newspaper within Madison, and what makes us stand out from other student-led organizations and publications is that we focus on Dane County as a whole. So instead of just looking at campus or Madison type events, we look at things and current events going on in the Dane County community. And one of those really, huge issues right now is housing insecurity. I'm sure that everybody watching and everybody here is aware that Madison and Dane County have high rates of housing insecurity. And so Noah and I, along with Professor Sue Robinson, who's in the front row over there, as we were working on the publishing side of things, we also started thinking about how can we get involved with the community on a more one-on-one level. Instead of just writing and being the journalist that publishes a story, we wanted to kind of have our hands on. And so we decided to kind of introduce a directed study course within UW-Madison. There are 7 students total, as well as the 2 of us, which help kind of connect with nonprofits throughout Madison to help look at housing insecurity as a whole. And all of this will culminate with an event in April. And so kind of to go into more detail about this directed study, Noah's going to take over from here, and then we'll start off the panel. Thank you, guys.
Hi, so our directed study really started with the goal of wanting to use local news resources and combine them with solutions journalism ideology. We started a team with Professor Sue Robinson of 9 students in total, focusing on housing insecurity with the goal of wanting to create content and kickstart local conversations. We have all types of student projects going on right now, including a video detailing a model family scholar house from Louisville, Kentucky, a short documentary on the former and current tenants of Royal Arms and some mistreatment that has transpired, articles on local news topics like the evolution of Allied Drive over time and the usage of AIs in Madison rental market. And I'm currently planning a Know Your Rights presentation with 2 UW Law School professors for local tenants. Those are just a couple examples of the work that we're producing as a part of our directed study. But I think one of the most important things is Megan and I are here today as students, but also as community members, wanting to learn more from you guys, hear more about this issue, and how we can help kind of lay a blueprint for Professor Sue Robinson to continue this course for semesters to come. So, to start with the first question, we thought maybe each of you could just introduce yourselves, the organizations that you work with, and then housing insecurity is a buzzword that can be thrown around a lot. How about starting by defining housing insecurity in your own words and what it means to you, how you found yourself in this line of work in the community?
Sure. My name is Hannah Renfro. I am the Executive Director at the Tenant Resource Center. The work that we do, really housing security, is built into everything that we do at the Tenant Resource Center. We've been around for 45 years this year, and it is at that housing security, the idea that everyone has the right to safe, affordable housing, really is embedded in everything that we do, all of our programs, but also all of our operations, how we hire, everything that we do in the community.
My name is Caitlin Singleton. I am a site manager for the nonprofit Project Home, who owns 2 subsidized affordable housing projects in the city of Madison. I would define housing insecurity as the lack of safe housing, the lack of affordable housing. For me, that also is the lack of subsidized housing and the lack of decent, clean, sanitary housing.
Good afternoon. My name is Justice Castaneda. I'm the Executive Director of Commonwealth Development. Commonwealth Development is actually a violence prevention initiative that started in the late 1970s to really think about different ways to mitigate long-term violence in neighborhoods and really focusing on neighborhood stability. We do that through a focus on healthy housing, a focus on equitable economic development, and concept and really thinking about stewards of sustainable land use. Housing insecurity is not a buzzword, it's 2 words and it's a buzz phrase, and I think that you gotta parse those out. I guess if I had to put it there, I wouldn't even say there is such a thing. I think that what we're really seeing is the manifestation of a alignment of, I would say, misguided political priorities over the last 150 years as it pertains to basic needs for human beings in the United States, and that has shown up in a lot of different places. But I think if you take the first part and say healthy housing, and at Commonwealth we break it down into 3 categories: healthy housing 1, 2, and 3, and maybe we'll get into that because 3 is easy to remember. But then also getting into insecurity and access to basic needs, and you put those 2 things together, and you're going to get a host of both political and philosophical debates that are, ideologically driven mostly.
Veronica Vega with the Bayview Foundation, and I'm the case manager, caseworker. Housing is very complex. It's very hard to define where we are right now and how we are actually helping our community in navigating this very difficult situation. We have seen many people on the streets, and how are we helping these people? It is as a community, I'm seeing you guys being so young and interested in these housing programs, and it makes me have hope for the future. Right now, at Bayview, we're trying to be a sample of what housing is, how we provide services. It's not only a house, but it's how we prevent for them to lose housing and helping the kids growing healthy in a healthy community. Thank you.
Thank you, all 4 of you guys, for those great answers. One thing I want to say right off the bat, too, as I kind of go into this panel, is we do not expect that us 2 are experts at all. You guys are the experts. And so I really appreciate, Justice, what you had to say, where you said housing insecurity isn't necessarily a buzzword. It's maybe more of a buzz phrase, right? And looking at what housing is in and of itself and insecurity is in and of itself. And so we would really like to have this open conversation today, and we appreciate that you guys are here to kind of help us learn as well. So to kind of go right off of that last question, we would love to have you each describe in detail, what your organization is doing, how you stand apart from others, how you are helping to mitigate housing insecurity in Dane County.
Let me go first again. All right. At the Tenant Resource Center, we operate 3 main programs. And again, that notion of housing security and supporting long-term housing stability is really at the heart of all of them. The first program that we run is a health and housing program. So we have housing case managers that work with individuals living with HIV who are referred to them from UW Health Clinic. And so our case managers work with medical case managers to provide that wrap-around services for folks who are experiencing housing insecurity. Our second program that we run is our housing counseling program. And this has been a part of the Tenant Resource since its very beginning 45 years ago. And that team is providing outreach, education, workshops, and conversations, answering questions about every step of the rental process. They talk to over 1,000 people who call us and email us with questions every month. We have about 500 people who come to one of our offices every month asking questions and asking for support, and they are at outreach events multiple times a week to provide that education and empowerment. Then our third team that we have is the Eviction, Diversion, and Defense Partnership team. So that team was started with COVID-related funds in 2021. We are connected to every household that has an eviction filing in Dane County. We provide support to. We let them know about resources. We help them with rental assistance applications. We have attorneys that we work with, and we help them with just navigating court and understanding what's going to happen at court, what happened at court earlier that morning. We have a room in our office where tenants can come to attend their virtual court hearings. So we provide all of those services to every household who has an eviction court filing in Dane County. And the purpose of that, the mission of that, is that no one in Dane County is facing eviction alone. They might not want our help, and that's totally fine, but we make sure that nobody is facing it alone if they want assistance and support.
So Project Home is a local nonprofit, and part of their programs is offering subsidized affordable housing. We do have two projects, one on the east side of Madison, the Rodney Shield House, which is a Section 811 subsidized property that offers housing to individuals who have been diagnosed with HIV or AIDS. Our other property is a Section 42 project-based voucher property on the west side, Allied Drive neighborhood, and that is a multifamily property. Our rent is affordable. It is also subsidized, so our rent is going to be below market rate, which for the city of Madison is still pretty high. Most of our units are subsidized though, so tenants pay 30% of their household income toward rent each month. Apart from housing, we do offer other services directly at our properties to assist residents. We have a part-time resident services coordinator at both properties who offers case management referral services and ensures that residents have long-term housing with us. With that being said, in probably like 14 years that I've been with Project Home, we have not had to file an eviction, which is pretty rare in this multifamily housing. We also have an on-site food pantry that our residents can access once a week. We offer resident events, community building events, and we try to work with many local organizations to offer whatever services we cannot offer directly on the property that we can refer our residents out to.
So Commonwealth has 177 rental units. I guess I would start by saying the way that we're addressing housing in Dane County is by not addressing housing as if it's a thing in Dane County. We work in neighborhoods, and we think that the unit of analysis has to be neighborhoods. I think a challenge in general is that people talk about it in a very ubiquitous way, and I think, you know, it can mean so many things to so many people. We work in two very specific neighborhoods, and we've been very deliberate about the work that we're doing there in terms of stability, and stability meaning that, you know, violence is not just, you know, it's the absence of the thought of violence, but it also, you know, if you think about the presence of a number of other things, but also stability of tenure. This is something that we value, I think, and maybe we can mix it up. I know Hannah and I have talked about this a great deal, but the changing landscape of rental assistance over the last 6 years has really done a lot to the way that we engage and work with residents. But I think just as a model, having a very relationship-based approach to supporting people, I think to go to market rate, we don't have, ours is, I always say we repatriate the concept of low-income housing. We're very deliberate and unapologetic about saying low-income housing. It's the bottom 3 quintiles of the income distribution. It's not, vouchers are great. The vast majority of people that need vouchers in Dane County do not have access to them. And so we focus on trying to find ways to support the folks who, and we do have a number of folks not through project-based, but through voucher-based, through individual vouchers. Obviously, you know, no one can, but a lot of it is people who otherwise are making in those bottom 3 quintiles of the income distribution, and really figuring out how we can leverage every part of the organization. And then also, I think as important, beyond the organization, is how do we leverage the resources and supports of all of our partners in the areas where we have housing so that we can provide good places for people to live.
Thank you.
At Bayview, we not only own, but we also operate housing and subsidized housing, and also what people pay 30% of their income, or if they don't have an income, they pay zero, and Bayview pays for all the utilities. And we have a 30-year contract with HUD. Also, we not only provide housing, but we provide all the social services that healthy community needs, what is social worker activities for adults, seniors, youth programmings, and we also have a gym inside of our community center, our food pantry, so it's everything at home, so they don't need to go anywhere else. Whenever we need to do a referral, we will work on that. I am the social worker in there, that's my role, and I help these people navigate these complex systems that we have in the county. Thank you.
Justice, you had mentioned how you've had conversations with Hannah about how the landscape has changed here in Madison over the past 6 years. Can you give us a little more insight on that, and in your experience over the last 6 years, what you've seen change the most?
I think Hannah and I would have to do this together, just one-on-one. We could have another therapy session just about this. But I think the main thing is that forever, we have not had a mandate in general around creating housing, and that's every part of it, right? The creation of and the management of housing that has been built as if human beings matter, the human beings who live in it matter. And so I think a manifestation of this, and I think it became in vogue probably, I don't know, really about 10 years ago, but people started looking at evictions as, a focal point. I think it needed to be, because the laws in the state of Wisconsin are extraordinarily skewed towards the interests of property owners. And I think that had resulted in a lot of very nefarious practices. I think a lot of, in my estimation, unethical and inhumane practices in terms of threatening people's livelihoods. And so I think there's been a very concerted effort in, but trying to use very limited resources to have a maximum impact throughout Dane County. And that's done some things in terms of channeling where rental assistance funds come from. And so a lot of it now is all in the eviction courts. And so whereas for a long time, organizations like ours, we never had to file evictions, we could just get rental assistance from other places. Now you have to file the eviction to get the rental assistance, which to me, it's an interesting thing. I think the main thing that, I said 177 units, that is nothing. That is, Commonwealth represents the smallest, if the amount of housing in the Dane County were a pie chart of what people would do if they won the lottery, Commonwealth has like the give it to charity slice. And that's Mitch Hedberg, by the way. So it's something to think about. I think what they were trying to do and what has happened, I think there's been a very concerted effort by a lot of very intelligent, smart, politically minded people to have the biggest impact. And it unfortunately has affected, I think, the ways that we do business. That has changed some of the ways that we have, some of the outlets and avenues that we have to support our residents. I don't think it's hard to say. I think at the end of the day, what we need is the changes at the policy level. And so right now, we're kind of changing it at the local point of, point of assistance level, but let's just say the changes at the state level around, in terms of the levers that actually mitigate and moderate this power dynamic, they haven't had a whole lot of success, and we haven't seen a whole lot of movement there. So hopefully that will come soon. I don't know, but get specific. I don't know, Hannah, what do you think? How'd I do?
Yeah, I think when we talk about like the bigger picture of housing security, we all play these roles in it, but housing security is there's such deep-rooted issues that lead to housing insecurity. It's housing, but it's poverty, and it's racism, and it's capitalism, it's all of these pieces, right? And this, what happened with the COVID and what we've talked about with like rental assistance, what happened, the federal government said, okay, we've got this funding that we are going to invest in communities for rental assistance, and here's $50 million to distribute in rental assistance. Go, you have 4 years. I don't think that anybody who's run an organization has said that's a fantastic way to distribute $50 million in terms of not just distributing the funding, but what are the systemic problems that you're going to actually be able to eradicate or even address? How do you run an organization long term in that way? How do you get at some of those really deep-seated issues that lead to housing insecurity and manage that? If we were given, we've distributed $46 million in rental assistance since 2020. And there are, rent is much higher now than it was pre-COVID. And so when this rental assistance funding is up this year, and there will be a much, much smaller bucket of rental assistance that we'll have in 2026, but it's going to be a tiny fraction that we've had before. And then after that, there's not going to be wide-scale rental assistance in the community. I don't think that's realistic that that's going to happen anytime soon. So we've gone from this vast amounts of money that are still not getting everybody who needs it out of poverty, right, and into long-term housing stability. So the need is so tremendous, and so we've been able to make a huge dent in keeping people in their homes and keeping people in their homes long-term, absolutely. But now we all have to shift to, okay, now what does that gonna look like? And what are those services gonna be that TRC, that Bayview, that Project Home, and the Commonwealth, that's gonna change the landscape for all of us in terms of what are the services that we need, what are the needs from low-income folks, what are they gonna be when we don't have this rental assistance, how is this gonna change for housing providers, what is that gonna look like? And we're all working on this and thinking about this and planning around this, but it's going to hit us all, and we're going to have to grapple with it over the next, it'll hit hard this year and next year, but we have many years of grappling with what this looks like long term. And having an opportunity, I agree with Justice, like having an opportunity, how can we really sit in and collaborate and cooperate with each other to think about how do we really get at some of those root issues?
Hannah, Project Home, or I should say Tenant Resource Center, Project Home, and Commonwealth Development all are a part of what's called the Third Sector Housing Group, which is, it predates me, but it's all of the nonprofit, mission-driven housing providers, developers, and then a lot of the housing service providers in Dane County that come together bi-monthly to try and, it's difficult stuff, right? To put it in perspective, sorry, and if I'm off by a couple million, and you can bring me the number let's say 5 million, I owe you a turkey sandwich. If I'm missing a zero, I'll wear a clown nose for a month. But the rent roll for Dane County last time, and again, I'm about 4 months dated, is a little bit upwards of $50 million a month. So we're talking $600 million a year is the rent roll for Dane County. So just put that in perspective when we talk about 46 million in terms of what that actually represents. And so there were a lot of really interesting conversations about where do you prioritize that. And being, just because of the work I did at the very front end, I said you have to prioritize this for 30% or lower. I lost that battle. They ended up using it for 80% and above, and so just keep that in mind. That even with that money and with that rental assistance, and I probably will be done with this, but we also saw some other things. We saw what it was like, and heaven forbid, people who had to work 3 jobs to pay their rent only had to work 2, or maybe had some leisure time in their life. So we saw this kind of experiment that happened for a couple years where people didn't have to do this, and there was some other things that were going on in terms of people being present in their households and all these other things. So if you just think about, there's a lot that could be said about that, but what they were asked to do, the time, the way that they were asked to do it, I think they did a phenomenal job. And Tenant Resource Center, Urban Triage, Community Action Coalition, they did some phenomenal work. Definitely the parties at the city, the entities of the city and the county did some phenomenal work to take something that was kind of, unheard of before to make some really great things happen. Sorry.
You guys kind of touched on it briefly, and maybe for the other 2 panelists, I was going to ask, there's obviously been a lot of conversations nationally about spending cuts at the federal level. Have you guys felt the impact of those cuts at your organization yet? And if so, have you had any strategic conversations about what that could mean for strategy change going forward under a new administration?
Thank you. Bellevue is very fortunate that our cuts are not significant, and we are able to continue with our services. It will affect, of course, but not at the level of probably so many others. And so for that reason, we will continue doing the work we are doing, and even that makes us stronger to continue with all the services that we provide.
I was going to say, the administrations are always changing, so we're always constantly in the back of our mind planning for potential cuts and our budgets that look differently, and where can we spend and where can we cut from. I think right now the biggest impact is still coming out of COVID. The residents that we serve, majority, if not over 90%, area median income of 30% or lower. Most of them 10% or lower. Some even, I think I have residents with like 2% area median income. So to pay rent through COVID, we have so much past due rent that families can't catch up on. And so that emergency rental assistance, to have to get to eviction court is one thing that's difficult to grapple with, and then to think that that might be changing significantly, I think is our biggest concern at this time.
Yeah, but that to add that everything, all the prices like eggs, milk, everything else is going high. And so that is another situation that people are not able to collect the payment because they also have to feed the kids and all of that. So that is another big issue. And to add to the housing that we already have in Dane County. So hopefully times are in community, so we all work together. So we hope for better times right now.
Can I just say something about that? I just want to say that I think that's one of the important things about the funding cuts is that it's not just the direct funding cuts that cause that we're all feeling, but it's the indirect result of that. So, an organization that, our funding cut or not cut, funding cut, not cut, but that kind of uncertainty that each of us might be facing, but also that our organizations, that we work with each other, and a lot of times we're serving the same folks, that stress of going through that, it sucks up a lot of actual time. There's only so much time that we have to do the work that we do. It sucks up a lot of emotional energy, a lot of mental energy. It sucks up resources in terms of do we have to hire an attorney to look at these things? Do we have to hire a consultant to do this? Are we going to lose staff members because that stress and uncertainty is just, they don't want to do that anymore? I don't want to work in the nonprofit space anymore. This is too much, so I'm going to go do this. Those are all very real results from this type of funding uncertainty. So there are real, actual, tangible funding cuts that a lot of organizations and a lot of individuals that are facing that are drastic. And then there's all these indirect results that are happening, and just the climate and what that feels, and the pressure that it also puts on other donors. So so we all need to now fundraise to have a reserve because we don't know what's going to happen. So we're all going after the same pools of money. And I do think that there's, again, bigger picture questions about how do nonprofits work together and some of these pieces. But I just think that's a really important thing that I think it's really important for funders and for community members to understand, is all of that bigger picture indirect consequences of it.
So the short answer is we're screwed. The long answer is I think we're really screwed. I wish I saw it this is the way. It's been 7 weeks. Can we think about this for 1 second? And my big thing, someone owes me an apology, because I had to go to school for years in government, in social studies, in history, in civics, and I had to listen to these people droll on about the pillars of democracy and the sanctity of the institution and checks and balances. Ooh, checks and balances. It's been 7 weeks. And I failed all those classes. I ended up in the Marine Corps. Someone owes me an apology because I don't think that that's real. I don't know what people are seeing. It's been 7 weeks, and I'll take it like this. There are going to be significant housing insecurity just from the government workers who lost their jobs. I don't know if you're hiring right now. We're hiring for some positions. In the last 3 weeks, the applicant pools that we have right now, it's the most qualified, like insanely overqualified people for some of these jobs from Chicago and Milwaukee, from USAID, from the CFP program, which is huge for housing. I think if you're looking at what's happening today was the first day of the tariffs, what that's gonna do not just to the cost of building housing, but the cost of maintaining housing. So doing things like fixing roofs and doing all of your stuff is going to go up significantly, and that is going to be borne by somebody. Now, it is true, at the end of the day, if you're a housing provider, because in the United States, housing is a commodity, and so at the end of the day, if we have a product to sell, I think that anyone who's dealing with anything HUD funded strictly, I think there's going to be a rude awakening in terms of this. And so are we gonna be directly affected? Absolutely, because of all the costs and the way the costs of doing business are gonna go up significantly, and there's no way, I don't see how we can ignore that. Like, this is the cost of construction, forget it. Like, in terms of making, and that already is one of the main impediments from keeping rents very, very low. Now, is it true that for all of our properties that do have federal money in them, yeah, if someone's getting a voucher, they're only paying $30, but if that goes away, then it comes back to us, because then we have to say, well, what are we gonna do, kick them out? Because we just heard from Hannah that money is not there, and it wasn't there yesterday. It's not gonna be there tomorrow. So we're gonna have some very ethical things, and I think this part of this, I think all of us, the idea that it's only been 7 weeks, I think there needs to be a concerted effort. And to my colleague from the road home, from Project Home, to the millions watching around the world, go on to thebigshare.org and donate to these organizations, because it is a fundraising campaign. We really do appreciate all the support you can give us.
So one way or another, it does affect everybody. So no matter what, I mean, can be housing, can be schools, can be anything right now, jobs. So we are seeing a huge change, yes.
Well, thank you, all of you guys, for that response. I guess in following, you talk about this uncertainty, you talk about how it's a concerted effort, and it's whether you're affected directly or indirectly, it affects everyone. But what can we, as the Madison community, or the Dane County community, do besides just donating to directly help your organizations? Is there a way that we can support you, or that you wish the public could, you could broadcast to the public how they can be in support of your causes?
One thing for us, just, in-kind donations for Project Home for both of our properties. I know that's a smaller kind of a donation. We have food pantries. Costs are going up significantly to provide healthy food to our families. It's just one less expense that families have to worry about. That's a bare necessity. So in-kind donations, reaching out to Project Home, little fundraisers for in-kind donations is helpful too, monetary donations as well.
For us at Bayview also as well, income donations will be welcome, and thank you so much to each one of you who donated this morning. And to Bayview, was wonderful to see many people doing that. And for us, it will be the community learning what the issues of housing is, and also maybe volunteering. We have the food pantry, we have the youth programming. I mean, it's many ways that you as a community will be able to help in this process of learning what the real deal of housing. And so if you are interested, please go to Bayview Foundation, and you will find a bunch of opportunities for you to learn. Thank you.
Another way that's really helpful for us, and I assume other organizations as well, is figuring out if there's if you have a specialized skill set and you could donate an hour a week to work on a website, or you're a social media guru, or you're an accountant and you'd like to sit on our board. But those are real skills that a lot of organizations need consistent help with. I mean, we have housing counselor volunteers and mediation volunteers, but we have a lot of use for folks who, you plan events and you'd like to help us plan one small event a year that's, providing resources to the community. Getting in touch with organizations that you like what they're doing and you think they're doing cool things and you're interested in that, and asking if there's, I've got some time, I've got 4 hours a month. 4 hours a month is a lot for some of the things that nonprofits need, and you can't afford to contract out for somebody to help with some of these tech pieces or some event planning, like I mentioned. But we could really use somebody that's really good at that and could do some of those things. And so I think that's a really useful way. I also think that there's opportunities, if you are interested in helping to organize something to work with nonprofits to provide, you've got a big space and you would be willing to let nonprofits use it for free or things like that, where we could do an event together with other nonprofits where our staff members could get together and do something fun at, at some location. Those are the kinds of things, getting creative with how we could support the work and also the people at the organizations that are doing this work. It's really, really hard, and finding ways to support them.
I think we got to be creative, and the archaeology that does not dare to reconstruct is but a form of necrophilia. And I think right now, let's just talk for a second about a couple things. So someone said to me the other day about this, the character that occupies the White House these days. They said to me, this guy is extorting foreign governments for their resources. And I looked at this person, I'm like, that's called United States foreign policies for the last 125 years. I don't, right, he's just saying it out loud. So I say that to say, going back to the way it was isn't necessarily what we're trying to do either. So there's some opportunities here, and I think the creative part is essential. We need to think about a lot of this stuff. We do need to think differently. And 501 Amendment to the Tax Code is not a benevolent, that was not a benevolent technology. That was created during the Nixon administration that was created during the 70s as a way to take money out of the federal government, give it through private philanthropic entities so that it could, in essence, the invisible hand would be able to identify what's important. It is not safe. And so if we think that as 501c3s that somehow the universities, where are we going to go? Hannah mentioned people are going to be going to another place. Where are they going to go? To government? Are they going to go to the universities? Because these places right now, so we need to think differently. And I think recognizing where to freak out and where not to is going to be the discipline to do that, because a lot of the things, like I said about foreign policy, this is not necessarily new. It's just kind of saying the quiet part out loud. They're just saying what it is. USAID does amazing work all over the globe. There was a critique when it started that it was a type of soft imperialism that was used as a covert way to topple governments. And so, like my father, who, you hear stuff from people like him who are my name is Justice, you know what I'm saying? So but hearing him say they're gonna cut the FBI, I'm sitting here well, right, they're gonna cut the FBI. Right, okay. So think about where to freak out and where there's opportunity for us to think differently about what we've been doing. And I think that innovation is necessary, and it's gonna take a lot of being humble, a lot of the, everything Hannah said, double down on all that. I could explain it, but everything Hannah said, we need to think together, and we need to work together, and now is that time.
Yeah, once again, working in community, that's what we need right now. We need to stay united and to support one of each other. That's how we've been doing, and that's what we should continue doing, to support all these families and needs.
So thinking locally, at Madison Commons, we know we're one of the smaller publications. So as a reporting intern, one of the things that I'm thinking about is what isn't the Cap Times looking at? What isn't the State Journal covering? So to ask you guys, do you guys have any thoughts on ideas or problems that you encounter in your work that I guess you wish were getting more attention? Like what is the Dane County community missing? What do you wish that they knew about this issue?
I just want to say this. I mean, go into the building where those two newspapers are, and I have my own feelings about them as their editorial bodies and their newsroom. It is empty. They don't have any people anymore, and so they are working on a very ephemeral. They are not doing investigative anything. They have some folks that try to, but with a newsroom that is probably if you look at it today versus what it was 25 years ago, that is not an accident, right? So the idea of this stuff, I think, is really important. So I just want to put that out there, that we need to have more of a focus on definitely smaller things, but also independent journalism, and we need to support that, and we all need to, in essence, become part of it. So, we can't just rely on the paid press corps for news anymore.
One issue in Madison, specifically to housing, that I think I see every day is, you see buildings being put up on every corner. There's housing everywhere. At one point we had like over 300 families on our waiting list for 2 properties, not very big properties. Majority of those people needed a subsidized unit. Their incomes could not even afford what is considered affordable housing under like Section 42 tax credit, rent limits. So we need more subsidized housing. Now where that's gonna come from, depending on what government budgets are, but Madison needs more subsidized housing, period.
And it's not only building the new housing and the new developments, but with that, building a strong community. Us at Bayview, we welcome 15 new families. We have over 2,000 applicants for these 50 units. In these 50 newcomers, we had 220 new people in the neighborhood that we are right now. And so with that, there's a lot of single moms, grandmas, and all of them with a lot of trauma behind. So it needs to be not only the buildings, but also community centers that provide services for all the needs these families are facing.
I just want to second that. That's such a good point we talk about with housing, and just that it's the housing, but it's all of those services surrounding it that are so important to invest in. That's not, housing is, talk about like housing first, provide housing so that folks can work on other things and build other things with their life. But a lot of folks need assistance with that and need that support. And if they don't have that, and then we get mad that a project or that, has failed, or that somebody has been evicted or something has happened, but folks need that support surrounding them. And so investing in those pieces is just so critically important. We can't just like plop down like we have an answer. That's not just the answer. It's so much bigger than that.
I was just gonna say, and that's why I think at Project Home we've been so successful in our properties, is we have an on-site resident services coordinator who looks at, employment, food, transportation, everything is offered in our little offices, not just the housing.
As a meta morsel that I'll just throw out there, demand for housing in Madison and Dane County is exogenous to the area, and that matters a lot in terms of how we're making decisions about what to prioritize. This gets into a long esoteric conversation I won't do right now, but there is a actual school of thought, and it comes out of the anti-gentrification or the gentrification research in the largest metros around the creation of any type of housing to solve housing issues, and it has to be applied with the locality in mind. But if you just create luxury housing, you're not addressing the needs of it. And I get the supply-demand thing. Trained economist, I get what they're saying. This, again, is a meta conversation, but Madison is unique. It's not unique like special. It's unique in the way that any city is unique, but the geographic layout of the city, and then also the fact that the largest metros that a lot of the supply side arguments are coming out of, they are losing people every decade. Madison is not. And so when demand is exogenous to your locality, we will never build enough to meet the demand. And so if all we're doing is focusing on any type of housing. And you'll hear this. We need housing of all types. You'll hear politicians say it. We need to focus on housing for our bottom 3 quintiles of the income distribution. Every lever that we have with municipal policy, every level that we have with social policy, that's where we need to focus. The market will create housing for people that make a lot of money. They always have, it always will. It will not address the needs of the folks that these organizations are supporting and working in solidarity with every day.
Maybe we not only welcome the 50 people, right, the 50 families actually, but a lot of them, lower education, they don't know how to run a website or fill out a form in the website or anything like that. So all the services provided for enrolling kids in school, making sure the kids go to school, the kids are in upper level on the education, why they are missing at school, do they have something to eat, do they have the transportation to go to appointments, even in scheduling appointments for the family. We had several families that they haven't seen a doctor for over 11 years or so, or never have seen a dentist. So all these issues come together. So it's not just housing, it's navigating these complex systems that people are in the edges that they never have see these healthy issues like as a problem because they don't have a house to live. So that's the last time they were thinking about it. So when they have the house they have to live right now, and somebody giving them a hand, they feel comfortable, they feel safe. At some point also they feel like weird because people haven't talked to me the way you do. Nobody have cared about me before. People never have called me and checked how am I doing. So all these changes need to be done when we create new houses, these big buildings, and just putting people in there.
So kind of following up to that, when you talk about all of the different, facets of housing insecurity, that's more than just the house itself, I guess, and I want to go back to an earlier thing you said, Veronica, about hope, and you do feel a sense of hope. If you guys could share with us an anecdote, an experience, something that happened in your work with housing insecurity that made you realize how important and how significant your role is, I think that would be so helpful for the viewers to kind of see that like one-on-one experience, that storytelling aspect of this.
I think for me, anytime someone moves in and handing them the keys is the biggest thing, especially most of our families come straight out of homelessness, so and have not had stable housing for a very long time prior to that. So, every time someone new moves in, it's great.
Same for me. Every single thing, no matter how big or small it is, it fills my heart, and to see a smile on kids' faces, have something to eat after they come from school. Probably they don't have anything to eat at home. Our program also feed them before they go to home. And so we are sure they have something in their tummy before they go to bed. Just see people having their home, like with furniture before they didn't have anything. Most of our people came from either homeless and feel like they have a roof over their head, a stove, a community that they can engage. At Bayview, we have so many programs. We have Zumba, yoga, Tai Chi, community lunches every single day. We have, like I mentioned before, a gym, something that they didn't have before. Also for the kids, the opportunities to go to different field trips, restaurants, or maybe even to go to Devil's Lake. Some families are not able to afford to go to Devil's Lake, or even to go to downtown the Capitolio, as simple as that. And to be able to do that, to able to provide those experiences for the kids, it's just amazing.
One of the things that sticks, there's so many, it's like on a daily basis, right? But is when you hear examples of folks who have told us that they came to our office and they learned that their security deposit, they learned about their rights for their security deposit. And we've had this happen, and they figured out like, oh, I was supposed to have this returned and this is what they were supposed to give me, these things. And they go home and they apply that and they get their security deposit back. But then we'll hear from them, later, and they talk about, and then I told my kid was also in this situation, and they taught their kid about that. Those kinds of like community education and community impact and community empowerment, like that's really, that, makes, that warms my heart. I talk to people, this is long before, I was at TRC, but I talk to people that are, my age, and they're like, 20 years ago, I was at the Tenant Resource Center. I was a college student, and the hot water didn't work for 3 months, and, y'all helped me do this. Like, those are things, those have those ripple effects for, the individual, the people who they love, and their neighbors, and then all of their neighbors, and the people who they love and take care of, and they might become landlords someday, and then they know what those rights and responsibilities are. Those are some of those bigger impacts.
So in addition to Commonwealth Development, also currently serving as the Vice President of Community Shares of Wisconsin. And a year or so ago, I don't remember what the context of the conversation was, but people were talking about something about websites, and it dawned on me. First of all, I think at the time, in a cavalier way, and I feel like these people spend a lot of time on their websites, and I was like, I don't want to break it to you, but I've never looked at your website. I don't even know. I just know what you do, kind of. And I felt like, well, maybe I should look at their websites. So I started doing it. And have you looked at them? In the 70 organizations, or almost 70 organizations that make up Community Shares, go onto those websites, look at the people, look in their eyes, listen to these people and what they do every day. They don't have giant staff. They have, 3 people and a couple of AmeriCorps folks in tow, and they're out here trying to navigate and negotiate some of the most complex challenges that exist on the planet. But feel them and see them, understand the beauty that is. And they're out here and they're looking at this giant-ish sandwich, and they're saying, you know what, we're gonna take a bite, and we're gonna do it every day, and we're gonna go at it today harder than it was yesterday. And most of the time, we're not gonna get the breaks that we need. Matter of fact, they're few and far between, and we're gonna come back every day. And we're gonna do it because we have a love, not just for the work that we're doing, but for the place that we live. And this is about our land and our people, and about our future. And if you see that, if you go onto these organizations and you understand them that way, that's why I do this. That's why we go to work. I have the privilege of going to work every day to work with some of the most beautiful, passionate people that exist on the planet. And I go at that. I will never be good enough to sit amongst these people. They are phenomenal, and know them and understand that. No matter what happens, like we've been here, right? I always say, for my people, they've been trying to kill us for like a millennia, 500 years. This morning I had a sandwich that pissed somebody, I don't know where, I don't know what channel this is on. That probably made somebody very upset, and I enjoyed that sandwich. And I'm gonna have another one later. Tonight we're gonna be singing karaoke at the Weary Traveler. Come by. We're gonna have a good time, because we have to work from that. And not like in the Hallmark sense of love, the bell hooks concept. Complicated, understand hope, not hokey hope, but critical hope. And I come out and I do this every day because of these people, because of the work that they do, and because of the people they work in solidarity with.
Thank you. It is so beautiful what you say. At Bayview, staff is really committed with what we are doing. It's not a job for us. It's like what we love to do, and it's that what actually makes it special. What people want to come to us, what it feels welcome, why people trust us. It's not just what the name is, or because everything looks beautiful and colorful. What attracts them? What attracts is the warmness, the welcoming, and that's what we all need. And everything it has to be with housing.
Thank you so much. So we have 3 minutes left. I want to really quickly just say if there's anything we didn't touch on today, feel free to jump in and say that if there's anything important, and then I'll close in like a minute. So just leaving that open if anybody has any last thoughts.
Something that I really want to add, and it doesn't have anything to do with Bayview, I have seen this through all the years that I've been serving the community, is the higher rates that we have right now in a very old houses, a very like 20, like 30, 40, 60, 100 years, I don't know. They raise the prices, but they fix something, they don't. They stay the same, they don't want to even want to change a door, or they don't want to change the faucet, whatever, and the prices just keep going up. So I hope this is an issue that at some point we will be able to fix it. I don't know how, but I have seen all of this through the years, and it's just very painful.
Life is too short for whole wheat pasta. You ask me, I'm telling you. That's what I got. That's what's on my mind right now. No, continue these conversations. You know, like we have to do this. I think we're gonna have to get back into the room. And I think, you know, I always am wondering, like sometimes with the races for whatever name the election, they'll say, basically before the election, they'll just start saying who won based on the money that's been given to the race. They're like, oh, whoever, we're losing, we lost. And it's like, well, what's that money going toward? It's going toward ads for people to watch on something. So if you don't watch it, why does it matter? And if you go back and you just talk to people and we get out here, we're gonna have to do this the old way. It's not gonna happen on television, it's not gonna happen on social media. The people that are buying our things and taking over this government control our phones and the ways that we're getting information. And it's interesting, like, to just think about the fact that we keep going back to that, like so many gerbils in a science experiment. Like, we go back and eat the food, even though we know that that's where the poison is. And so it's gonna take this. It's gonna take these things. It's gonna take the smaller, more nimble forms of journalism to get this word out. And so, you know, keep doing it. Life is still too short for whole wheat pasta.
Thank you guys so much for listening today. This has been so educational, I hope for us, but also for everybody watching. I think if I were to underline, I think most importantly here, the goal of today was to say let's donate, not only to Madison Commons, but also to all four of these amazing organizations. And let's hope that as a community we can kind of come together and make, even if it isn't the biggest impact we can possibly do in the world, I think at this point we've learned that even the small actions help. So thank you so much for listening today, and thank you to you guys for all of your help on this panel.
Thank you so much.
I think that's
Appreciate you.
Thank you. That was so helpful. You guys had such good
questions and stuff.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm really excited to be here today for the Big Share. I'm part of the Sierra Club chapter in Wisconsin, and I'm excited to tell you a little bit more about one of our big campaigns. We have a really fun activity that we're going to be sharing with you afterwards, but first off, I want to first introduce myself and then give you a little bit of background on the issue that we'll be talking about today. So my name is JD Insanada, I use she, her pronouns, and I'm on staff with the chapter in Wisconsin. I have the privilege of working with a lot of really amazing people on our campaign to protect the water, climate, and tribal sovereignty and shut down Line 5. And so that's what we'll be talking a little bit about today, just so you have some background and context before we get into our really fun activity that we'll be rolling out over the next couple of months. Let me share my screen with you all so you can see what we're going to be talking about. So, what is Line 5? It's a great question. It is a tar sands oil pipeline. It was built in 1953 by Enbridge. This pipeline runs across northern Wisconsin through the UP and down through Michigan, and basically just transports oil from Canada back to Canada for the most part. As it's doing this, it is putting our Great Lakes at risk, it puts tribal sovereignty at risk, and it puts our climate at risk. Enbridge has a really horrible history of spills, of construction damages, and it's something that we really want to avoid here. And what's more, Enbridge has been operating Line 5 illegally on the Bad River Reservation in northern Wisconsin. This is a huge deal. A federal judge has stated that Enbridge has been trespassing in known trespass since 2013. The band has not renewed Enbridge's easements or allowances basically to operate on their land. And there's currently a court case going on to remove the pipeline from their lands, and the band wants out of their watershed as well. If you're asking what are tar sands, what's tar sands oil, that's a really good question. This is one of the dirtiest forms of oil and energy. The extraction is incredibly damaging You can see a picture here. Tar sands extraction involves clear cutting and poisoning waterways of nearby areas. It's both really expensive to produce and is much more damaging to our climate. So it's a major concern for us and causes harm throughout the lifespan from extraction to production and use. I had mentioned earlier that Enbridge also has a really, really horrible track record when it comes to safety and protecting the landscapes that its pipelines run through. These are just a couple headlines that have come up over the years, but we know that Enbridge regularly spills oil from their pipelines, including Line 5. And in construction of their pipelines, they have caused serious damage to aquifers, to other waterways. They've released drilling fluids that we don't know what they contain. And so this is a major concern and something that we really want to avoid everywhere, including here in Wisconsin. So there are two really key areas that Enbridge is pursuing new portions of Line 5. So completely new construction, something that's really concerning since this pipeline is so old and operating so long past its intended and expected and engineered lifespan. Those two key areas are here in Wisconsin with a proposed reroute, and then in Michigan with a proposed tunnel project under the Straits of Mackinac. I'm going to be focusing on the proposed reroute since that's the area that we focus on most as the Wisconsin chapter here. However, we're very aligned with folks across the region who are fighting the Line 5 proposed tunnel in the Straits. And we know that this is the same pipeline regardless of state lines, and it's really important to be collaborating and make sure that we are protecting everybody along this span. With the proposed reroute, Enbridge, since they have been operating their current pipeline illegally, has proposed building a new portion of the line around the Bedford Reservation. You can see that up in the top corner of your screen, and this is a zoomed in version. If this pipeline were to be expanded and built here, that would mean lots of concerns around construction impacts and just continuing the operation of this pipeline that is so far past its lifespan. We also know that if the pipeline were to be shut down, there have been economic studies showing that the impact to the cost of gas would be basically negligible, and there's just so much at risk from allowing this pipeline to continue operating. I've covered a few of these pieces before that you can see on the slide here, but really above all, the reroute is a false solution to the fact that Enbridge is currently trespassing on tribal lands, which they know and have been doing on purpose, and we don't need this pipeline to be operating at all, and that means that a solution is to shut it down to make sure that it is safe and protect the people, the wildlife, the water, and our climate. Some of the really key issues that come up have already been mentioned, but treaty rights are a really big deal. You can see here that tribes hold rights in ceded territories in this area, including where the reroute is proposed, and that construction and operation would threaten those rights. We're also really concerned about the climate impacts of this pipeline. We are seeing every day the impacts of the climate crisis and know that this is something that we need to mitigate and stop. Allowing Line 5 to continue operating will only exacerbate the issues that we're already seeing. And then finally, of course, we want to make sure that the water, the lake, rivers, streams, little creeks, all of that is protected from the oil that Enbridge is pumping and from their construction practices, which have shown to be so damaging. This expands to all of the many critters that share this land and water with us. And so all of these together are why we are trying to protect the Great Lakes, protect the water, protect ourselves, our climate, and are trying to shut down Line 5. And so with that, I get to introduce to you a really exciting project that we have taken on. We are looking for something really fun to do, and we want people to be excited about talking about protecting the water and learning more about what's at stake here. And so we have a new project that we are developing. We're going to be collecting a huge number of origami fish and putting them on display collecting them from across the region and across the country to show why people care so much about protecting the water, and all of the other reasons that we want to stop Line 5 from continuing to operate. So I have an example here of a little fish. I'll zoom in a little bit so you can see. But we have started to collect these and will continue to do so over the next couple months. It's a really fun little project. And so today I'm going to walk you through making your own origami fish, which you can send to us and we'll include in the full display. There will be an event later in the year to show off this display. The fish will be taking a little trip to tell decision makers that we want Line 5 to be shut down and to protect the water. And this is a great way to engage more people who may not know about what's going on and to have some fun while we're doing it. So I'm going to cut to a video of me showing you how to do these folds. We'll also have the instructions available for you online, as well as another how-to video and guide coming out soon. And we encourage people to decorate your fish, as you see. Hopefully you can see. I'll show a little picture that's better later. But decorate your fish, tell us where you're sending it from, write a little message of why you want to protect the water on it. And we will love to see them as they come in. They can be dropped off at the Sierra Club office in Madison, and we are happy to share more information as well. So feel free to reach out to us. We're excited to share this project with you, and I've had a lot of fun with it so far. Okay, so now we're coming to the fun part. Hopefully by the end of this portion, you'll end up with a very cute little fish like this one. As you can see, this is the one I showed you before, protect the water. So cute, can swim away. We'll probably go tell a decision maker, hey, please shut down Line 5. And to do this, we're gonna walk you through some instructions on how to fold your fish. The video will be here on the screen. We also have some written instructions that we can share with you if that's more helpful, but I think it tends to be easier for folks when they're able to see somebody else do it at the same time. So I'm going to start with a recycled piece of paper. This is an old media advisory that we used, and it's a rectangle, so we need to make sure that first off we have a square piece of paper. So I just started by folding down one corner of my sheet to make it as big a square as possible. Then I'm going to use some scissors and I will cut this into a square. The text on the other side of the paper might make it hard for some folks, especially if it's your first time testing this out. So if you think that that might be a barrier, it could be good to use just a plain sheet of paper first, but of course it's great to be reusing paper that would be recycled otherwise. So now that we have our square piece of paper here, the first step we've already done actually. We need to make sure that we fold this piece of paper in half diagonally in both directions. So this is one direction, and then we'll unfold it and refold the other corners together. You'll want to crease these because the lines will be helpful for you as we continue on. The next step is for us to unfold again, and this time for again lines to help us further down the line, we want to fold it in half, length and widthwise. So we'll start in this direction, and then along the width we'll flip it around and fold this up as well. Now that we have all of our creases set up, we're going to unfold our piece of paper. The side with the text here is the side that'll be inside your fish. So anything that's on this side of the paper won't be seen in the final version. The next step that we have is to fold the bottom of your paper up into the center and the top of your paper down into the center, and they'll meet kind of like a little book or a pamphlet. So this is our first fold here. And we'll flip it and do our second fold. From here, we're going to turn our paper 90 degrees, and we're going to do the same thing folding the bottom half up to the middle and the top half down to the middle. You'll want to align your creases and lines as best you can to make your fish look as clean as possible, but if you're off a little bit, it's no problem and you will still have a fish at the end. So the next step we have here is one of the more difficult steps, and so you may want to pause, slow this down, or come back again to watch it a few times before you attempt it by yourself. But what we're going to do is we are going to be opening up this top portion and folding some of these inside pieces out and down. We're going to end up with a shape that looks a little bit like a house on the top, and then we'll be flipping it over and doing it the same way on the other side. So we're going to be taking this right side. You want to make sure that you're holding it here because we're doing nothing in the bottom right now, just in this top portion of the paper. The corner that is up here in the middle right now, at the end of our fold, is going to be down in this corner. So we're just going to pull one side, and you can see that corner that was at the top is now down here in the bottom of the top half, I guess. And you'll end up with a diagonal fold here that you can crease up into the corner. We'll do the same thing on the left side, pulling down this inner flap so that the corner that was up by the center of the paper is down on the left side. And again, flattening this out. So you can see then, if we flatten down the top, we end up with a house-like shape, the roof and the body. And then we're going to be doing the exact same thing on the other side of the paper. So we'll flip it around. And again, use just this inner tab and pull it down so that you're lining up those corners. Make your crease and do the same thing on the left side. It's helpful here to be able to line up some of your creases that you've made earlier. You can see this one and this one will align, and that will help you end up with the shape that you want. All right, so we have our two roofs now, and what we're going to be doing in this next step is just going to be for the bottom. We're going to take this right wing here and move it down. We're not doing anything on the left half of our origami right now, just moving this one little wing right here. So we'll be moving this corner down here into the middle. And then we'll just smooth down that crease in the middle. And then we'll do the same thing on the left side. Just using this one wing that's loose and pushing it down to meet the other one. You should end up with a shape that looks like this. Okay, for our next step, this is kind of a two-piece step. We're going to be folding first off this bottom right corner up into the middle. Again, we're only moving this flap or this wing of our origami piece. Folding it up to the center. So this is what the step looks like in the middle. And then we're going to be holding down that triangle that we just made and folding over the one loose flap back over to the right. We're going to be doing the same thing then on the other side. So again, pulling the bottom left corner this time up into the center, making a crease, and then flipping the left flap out to the side. So this is our current shape and pretty much our last step right now. This will be a little bit easier. We are going to be working now with the top half of our origami. On the right side, we are using just this flap, and we're moving the entire piece down into the center. Hopefully you're starting to see a fish emerge. If not, it will appear soon. And now that we've done that fold, we'll do the same on the left side. Make our crease. And lastly, we need to flip our fish over. Ta-da! So this is your finished origami fish. It's okay if you can't get it on the first try. It took me a while as well. But we hope that this is a fun activity for you. You can then take some colored pencils, some markers, some stickers, and decorate your fish however you like. Hopefully you'll end up with something colorful and exciting. You can add some wording if you like, around the theme of protecting the water, protecting fish, and all the other critters that rely on the Great Lakes just like us. We'll be collecting these at the Sierra Club office in Madison. You can send them to us or drop them off, and they will all become part of a huge display that will be going up. We'll photograph it, we'll have an event, and then these fish will be taking action themselves to protect the water and shut down Line 5. So hopefully you enjoyed this. We have a bunch of materials and information coming out soon on how you can host your own origami folding party, where you can find more information about Line 5 and anything else you might wonder about. This could be a great opportunity to watch the film Bad River with friends and family and then do a little activity afterwards to take action. We've got some information on how you can view that online as well. You're always welcome to reach out with questions, and we hope that you have enjoyed this activity and are excited to get a little bit more involved. So thanks for spending some time for us today, and we'll hope to see you soon.
Good afternoon. Welcome back. Thanks for joining us for the awesome conversation we had with our housing groups. You are watching Big Share live at Big Share 2025, and we do have an announcement of the 2 to 3 Power Hour winners. I'm being joined by the lovely Judy Young. And we want to thank Wegner CPAs. Wegner CPAs was the sponsor of the 2 to 3 Power Hour. And the winners are Wisconsin Wetlands and Disability Rights Wisconsin. Woo! Hooray! I know the folks from Disability Rights Wisconsin were here earlier. I bet it was because they talked with you, Judy.
You think so?
Yep, I think.
tried to push it as best
You
as I
did.
could.
You did. All right, so then we are going to be joined in a few minutes. We're going to be doing our match minute. Our amazing donor, Patrick Heck, has donated $5,000. And that is going to be distributed out to all donations that come in through a 1-minute match minute. And that match minute is coming up at 3:30. And we are going to be joined, this is going to be way better than the polka dancing that we did this morning. We'll be joined by Ballet Folclórico de Maria Diaz. And her dancers will be joining us at 3:30. Should I keep talking until then, or are we... Am I on now? They're clear. Yeah, clear. Thank you. Okay. And you're giving me like 30 seconds before the actual minute starts? Or?
So Sherry's going to say that we're going to celebrate this next minute with this dance, and then you guys are going to, can you count the minute yet? Okay, cool. So let's bring Sherry
Good afternoon. We're back. We are about to do our Match Minute, sponsored by Patrick Heck. For those who are paying attention, looking for an opportunity to give where your gift can have a greater impact, Patrick Heck will be matching your donations. We have a total of $5,000 that is going to be matching gifts during this next minute. And so, are we ready, guys, or are we talking more? Well, let's talk a little bit more. The beautiful dancers we have here today are, the group is Ballet Folclórica de Maria Diaz. Folclórico, pardon me. And Maria Diaz has been a dancer, a professional dancer for over 25 years, and now she teaches dancing. She has been with us during Big Share Live in the past, a few years ago. And this is some beautiful music, some lovely dancers from within the community. And we're about to start. What are your names?
My name is Rachel Fuentes, and I'm excited. I'm nervous.
Okay, we'll do this real quick.
My name's Ilona de Hilario Castro.
Jose Luis de Hilario Castro.
Ooh, yes. All righty. Are we ready? Woohoo! Amazing. Thank you so much. Maria Diaz, would you please come up and introduce yourself a little bit, please?
Yeah, my name's Maria Diaz. I'm locally here at Madison. I've been teaching these young ladies for the past 10 years. These young ladies and gentlemen, of course, they're all high school, middle school, and elementary schools, local here in Madison.
And if folks want to find out more and join your group, can they do that?
Yes, they can. I will be taking more students probably at the end of summer. Right now, we're practicing just to move along for the summer programs that we have coming up. And they definitely can find me on Facebook under Ballet Folclórico de Maria Diaz.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. Woohoo! Beautiful, beautiful. All right, so we are getting close now. We will be joined by Yuseli. Ooh, there's Beverly from Wisconsin Democracy Campaign. Is Yuseli with you? Okay. So we will be taking part in an interactive game of, can you, Beverly, tell us a little bit about the game that Yuseli will be
Sure. Yeah. Yuseli has been instrumental in, oh, you want me to stand up? Sure. Yuseli Flores has been with our organization about 3 years, a little over 3 years now. And she's from Mexico, and very proud of her heritage. She's loves to share it with folks. And one of the things that she does is create a Loteria game, which is like a bingo style game. And it's a way to educate people on different themes, because she creates different themes for different purposes. And this one I think is going to have a theme of Supreme Court. Yeah, cool. And which is timely with the election coming up in April. And it's a way to educate people on the importance and why they need to care about that particular theme. So.
Yeah, and Yuseli demonstrated the Loteria for community shares during a workplace giving kickoff at one point. Yeah. And people can play from home. Yes. Are we on? Yeah, okay, I don't see a light. Hello, it's the late afternoon, everybody's tired. But it's not too late to give. We are not currently in a power hour, but we will be starting another one at 5. We're waiting on Yuseli to join us for the Loteria. And after that, we'll be joined by a panel of youth who will talk on the theme of Build Our Future Together, hearing directly from youth. So a great afternoon theme of youth dancers, youth speakers, and yeah, I think maybe we'll take a minute and pause, and we'll play a video. Okay.
In 2021, with federal COVID-related emergency funding, the City of Madison and Dane County came to the Tenant Resource Center and said, we would like to continue providing rental assistance and to do that in the best way possible for the community. And the Tenant Resource Center reached out to Legal Action of Wisconsin and some other organizations, and they've been partnering together for many, many years on housing-related work.
The Tenant Resource Center team of 12 stands smiling with their hands up under a billboard that reads, Justicia de Vivienda para Todos, or Housing Justice for All.
There's a real imbalance of power in the landlord-tenant relationship, and the eviction process is quick and intimidating, and most renters are not represented in it. So when we can pull together a partnership of organizations that can try to serve households experiencing a really stressful process of eviction, both with the potential to receive rent assistance funding to stabilize them in their homes, but also receive legal representation in that process, we're able to serve households in a more holistic manner and intervene in a timely way to hopefully stabilize them in their housing and inform them on their options under the law.
There is a large power imbalance, but also some of these tenants, this is the first time for them even going to court. They don't know the procedures, they don't know anything, so the knowledge that an attorney brings, or that just having someone to actually guide them through the process, is really useful. I would say particularly also for Spanish-speaking tenants or Spanish that speak a different language, having an attorney to request an interpreter to kind of facilitate that process for them can be really impactful.
Hayana and another member of the Housing Council team give a presentation. Kayana wears a green shirt and the other member wears a red shirt. They stand in front of a projector screen.
There's been so many instances where a tenant has contacted us because, for instance, they did not know about their eviction hearing because they were incarcerated or they were in the hospital. And to be able to talk to those tenants and to talk to them about options, and then to be able to reach out to Aaron or to Heidi or to one of the other attorneys at Legal Action and to say, this is what happened here, and to call them that same day, this is what happened here, what can we do to help support this, and can you be able to represent this tenant, and to be able to see that tenant to be able to reopen a case and to be able to prevent an eviction judgment from happening, from being evicted from their home, is truly remarkable. It provides and supports our whole community's well-being.
In an image, Tenant Resource Center Associate Director Crispelli Antimo stands in front of a screen giving a presentation to a room of 8 UW students.
The renters aren't just facing the loss of their housing, but they're facing the loss of federal housing benefits that can be lifelong benefits that ensure they can afford their place to live. So people on fixed income, seniors, people with disabilities who have aren't able to just go out and make more money or get more jobs, the loss of those federal housing benefits means they may never get access to a federal housing program again because there's such a shortage of housing affordable for low-income people and very low-income people. And all of a sudden, this whole process takes place and their housing can be ripped out from under them.
Heidi, wearing glasses and a blazer, stands next to Legal Action paralegal Rebecca Pritchett, who is wearing a black and white striped shirt at the Dane County Courthouse's Law Library.
There's an entire local rule now that requires them to include the information about our project, so that's just invaluable.
I started as a case manager, so I got to work a lot with clients and kind of get to know their situations, get to know what actually it looks like for them to go through the court process, go to court dates with them, go to trial dates with them. So I think getting to follow a tenant along through all these different steps and informing them and assisting them in however way I can and provide them with knowledge that I've gained at the Tenant Resource Center by working with different attorneys, it's just really satisfying to see them actually hopefully get their case dismissed.
We really get to be creative with the solution. So when we call each other and say, we'd like to do this different thing, we'd like to pivot and move here, we'd like to talk to the judges about this thing, and we all are really committed to making that happen, to see those individual changes and then those big, bigger social changes.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to Big Share Live 2025. My name is Sherry Dubiel, and I am the Executive Director of Community Shares of Wisconsin. And we just had the most beautiful dancers, Ballet Folklorico de Maria Diaz, and the match minute raised $8,580. Amazing. That's for sure the most we've raised in a match minute so far. So that was amazing. And so huge thanks again to Patrick Heck, our donor, who donated to match all gifts during that minute. And now we're going to have another awesome activity. We are joined by Yuseli Flores. Yuseli is with Wisconsin Democracy Campaign, and she is going to help us play some Loteria de Supreme Court. Yep. All right, I'm going to let you take it away.
Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. Again, I am with the Wisconsin Democracy Campaign. I'm the organizing director for the Wisconsin Fair Maps Coalition. Everybody here present today in person will be going home with a bumper sticker that says Fair Maps for a Stronger Wisconsin. One of our partners printed these stickers out for us, the Wisconsin Farmers Union. I am really excited to get to play Loteria with you all. Loteria is a 500-year-old bingo game that is played in Latin America, but primarily in Mexico. An Italian man that was trying to promote his tomato brand brought the game over to Mexico, and we just started playing it at home. But we also recognize that we can use cultural experiences and cultural games as a cultural tool to educate our community. So there's a huge election happening April 1st, and it's the Supreme Court race. And we will be playing Supreme Court Loteria. So if you had an opportunity to scan the QR code at home, you should be at a landing page that is telling you to generate a card, which will look like this on your screen. And if you're playing with us in person, you should already have one with you, as well as dry erase markers so we can play 3 rounds. The way that you play bingo or loteria is when I will call out a card, you will mark that card. And the first person that gets 4 across or 4 up and down can yell out Loteria or bingo. We will play 3 rounds, so do not clear out your card because then more people have more opportunities to win. And we can go ahead and get started. So with further ado, you can do diagonal. Yes, great question. If you're watching online, you can also play diagonal. So the first one, and this is no practice round, we're just gonna go at it, and the prices are a $10 gift card to La Revo Books. They are the Midwest and Wisconsin's only Latino library. So you'll be supporting local. All right, without further ado, your first card is drop boxes. Absentee ballot drop boxes, which were used in hundreds of communities during the COVID-19 pandemic, were illegal in the state, except in clerk's offices, according to a vote by the Wisconsin Supreme Court. So these are some of the things that the court decides. The next one is power of the ballot. 1 person, 1 vote. The ballot is the great equalizer. Next is voter disenfranchisement. The folks at the Supreme Court, 3 of them were perfectly willing in Trump versus Wisconsin to throw out tens of thousands of votes in Dane County and Milwaukee County, unfortunately. Again, big decisions made by the Supreme Court, so every vote matters. Next is ruling against disabled voters. In 2022, the Wisconsin Supreme Court said voters with disabilities could not get assistance in the delivery of their absentee ballots. This violated the Voting Rights Act, and a federal judge overruled that decision. 1849, Wisconsin is in the wake of a U.S. Supreme Court decision overturning Roe versus Wade. Wisconsin now reverts to its statute passed in 1849. Next is Chief Justice. The Chief Justice is the administrative head of the judicial system, exercising authority according to procedures adopted by the Supreme Court. Chief Justice. 10-year terms. The 7 justices of the Wisconsin Supreme Court are elected in statewide nonpartisan elections. Justices serve 10-year terms, and to remain on the court, they must run for re-election after their term expires. Fun fact, we have an election every single year for the next couple of years till 2030 for a Supreme Court race judge. So get those pens out and get ready to go and vote. Voting rights. The role of the Wisconsin Supreme Court should be to protect the rights of all, including voting rights, and to preserve the separation of powers. That is an essential part of the balance of powers in our democracy. The state Supreme Court has an appellate jurisdiction over all Wisconsin courts and has discretion to determine which appeals it will hear. The Supreme Court may also hear cases that begin in the high courts, known as original actions. The Court of Appeals. Any citizen may file a final judgment or order of a circuit court. Appeals are non-final judgments or orders. The Court of Appeals issues a written decision in every case. The Judicial Code of Conduct. Say that 3 times. The Code of Conduct for the United States judges includes the ethical canons that apply to federal judges and provides guidance on their performance of official duties and engagement in a variety of outside activities. A judge shall perform his or her duties without favor, bias, or prejudice. This is Judicial Code of Ethics. Do we have a winner? No? Okay. Thanks for double checking. Sentencing disparities. Studies show substantial racial differences in the likelihood of being sent to prison, although little difference in sentence length amongst those sentenced in prison. Judicial recusal. A judge must excuse oneself from a case because of a potential conflict of interest or a lack of impartiality, particularly when they are the beneficiaries of substantial spending in support of their election. Fair Courts Package, a package of reform legislation to tighten Wisconsin's judicial recusal rules and other provisions to build integrity of our judicial system. Gerrymandering, a political party. We have Loteria? 3 loterias? 1 loteria? 2 loterias? 2 loterias. Okay, remind me to collect your emails at the end of today's presentation to give you that $10 gift card to La Revo Books. Gerrymandering, a political party in power redraws the boundaries of voting districts in crafty ways to give their party a further advantage. It rigs the political game in favor of one-party rule. Bench diversity. So now folks can still win. You can win, before I keep going, you can win diagonal across, like one more time, and our fast round will be whoever fills out their entire card. So next is bench diversity. Courts currently do not reflect the diversity of the communities they serve. That's why diversity on the bench is an essential component of a fair and impartial judiciary. Impartial Justice Act. This 2009 law provided, woo! We have a Loteria winner with impartial justice. Congratulations. Remind me to collect your email after today's game. We'll keep going. Now your goal is to try to clear out your card. One more person can still win diagonal or across or up or down, but now we'll play till the first person fills their entire deck, hoping somebody wins. Business bias. Out of public view in 2016, conservatives on the Supreme Court established a business court to hear big business commercial cases. It's titled to business interest and should be abolished. This business court changed our circuit court's democratic structure for handling big business litigation, degraded judicial independence, and corrupted a fundamental principle that everybody should be treated equally in court. Court transparency. The court used to hold its internal meetings in public, and transparency is an essential part of building trust and confidence in our judiciary. School funding. In North Carolina, the state Supreme Court ordered the state legislature to increase funding for public school in a comprehensive remedial plan to meet their funding obligation to low-wealth school districts. The Wisconsin Supreme Court could hear similar suits to force the state legislature to meet its public school funding obligations. Election certification. Checks on the election system to provide transparent and accurate results. Listening sessions. The governor and legislators hold listening sessions on the budget and other policy issues to hear the concerns of the public. Election ads. Millions of outside and campaign dollars are spent on advertising for those running for office. The 2023 Supreme Court race raised over $50 million. This was one of the nation's most expensive nonpartisan Supreme Court race in its history. Rides to the polls. Organizations like Souls to the Polls give free rides for voters to polling locations on Election Day and during early voting. Rideshare programs like Lyft or Uber also offer free or discounted rides to the polls. You can go to soulstothepollswe.org for a ride. Poll workers. Poll workers do everything from checking in voters, helping people register to vote, checking photo ID, and process absentee ballots. No winners yet? No? I don't think so. Election inspectors. Their priority is to ensure every eligible voter can exercise their right to vote by following Election Day procedures and providing excellent customer service to voters. The Circuit Court. The Wisconsin Circuit Courts are the state's trial courts. Circuit courts have original jurisdiction in all civil and criminal matters within the state, including probate, juvenile, and traffic matters, as well as civil and criminal jury trials. And in case you're wondering, how does she know all these facts? They're all in the back. And last but not least, we have the municipal court. Yes, we have 2 winners. I did. Oop, yep, this happens. Sorry, I wasn't slow. The municipal court. Winner, winner, chicken dinner back there. All right, so we will now do our fast round. So basically what happens during a fast round is the first person to get all 4 boxes. So let me pull up my card here. So now you can clean it off, or just remember that the first person to get all 4 corners wins. This is a fast round. This is what starts arguments in families over dinner and playing Loteria, because everybody wants to win. All right, let me know when everybody's ready to go. Okay. Judicial Code of Ethics. And I hope everybody remembered the facts, because I'm going fast. This is our fast round. Just the 4 corners. Yep, Judicial Code of Ethics. The Court of Appeals. Yep, the Court of Appeals. It looks like this. Court of Appeals. Voting rights, voting rights, voting rights. The power of the ballot, power of the ballot. Voter disenfranchisement, voter disenfranchisement. I'm just picking random here. Chief Justice, Chief Justice. The State Supreme Court, the State Supreme Court. Ruling against disabled voters, ruling against disabled voters. 1849, 1849. The Municipal Court, the Municipal Court. The Circuit Court, the Circuit Court. Election inspectors, election inspectors. Drop boxes, drop boxes. 10-year terms, 10-year terms. Poll workers, poll workers. rides to the polls. Woo! We have a winner. We have a winner. Congratulations to all three winners. Well, somebody won twice. Okay, so now you got $20 to the one and only Latino bookstore in Wisconsin. I think I have some extra time to also talk a little bit about what the Wisconsin Democracy Campaign does. We are a political watchdog group that for over 30 years has tracked money in politics. We've also dibble-dabbled in the Supreme Court race a couple of times, meaning that we sent out over 50,000 postcards to get out the vote and to remind folks to vote on the April 1st election. Back in the day, which was the early 90s, if somebody wanted any public record for campaign finance tracking purposes to find out how much was donated to their elected official, they would have to go to the Capitol. They'd get a box of receipts and scavenge like dogs through these receipts and through these papers, and then highlight the name of the person they were doing the data research on, and highlight the amount, and then kind of have a typewriter in the background and type all the numbers. And the Wisconsin Democracy Campaign argued that this should be digitized and that this should live on a platform where anybody from anywhere in the world, yes, the world, could access this information for free. And they went in front of the state Supreme Court and won. And for the last 30 years, which we will be celebrating our 30 years this May, we've been tracking money in politics on this unique public database. And we have constant reports coming out through our research and findings, which is highlighted in the New York Times, the Journal Sentinel, the Washington Post. That is also the data that helped folks realize that this last Supreme Court race in 2023 was the most expensive races in our country's history. So our data is important, and we like to keep it as accurate as possible and as alive as possible for everybody to use, regardless of where they are in the world. So that's the Wisconsin Democracy Campaign. You've just played Wisconsin Supreme Court Loteria. Thank you to all of our winners, and thank you to the Big Share for hosting such amazing, and such an amazing event for us all.
Okay, I know we are gearing up for the next panel that is coming on at 4:15, Bria, or anytime. I think we're done. We're done with Loteria. All right, so we're going to pause for a second, and we'll be joined soon by the next panel with youth voices and building community through youth.
My name is Mary Perryman Agard, and I am the president of the board at the Bayview Foundation. And I came there quite naturally. I live about 2 blocks from the foundation, so the people who live there are my neighbors. So we had a natural relationship that grew over time. I was a volunteer with the Triangle Ethnic Fest, which was at that time an annual festival that was put together by Bayview, and so I got to know the workings of the organization a little better that way. And then my professional work is in nonprofit organizational development and cultural planning. So at a certain point, when I was just working my way, sort of slipping into my retirement, a member of the board at the Bayview Foundation suggested to me that they were about to experience a major leadership transition after many, many years. And he really felt that someone with my skills in organizational development would help them at that time, so I was invited to join the board. Bayview's foundation combines providing affordable housing with community building and the development of cultural voice through arts and education and recreation, and so that was the package that drew me.
Mary, who has purple hair and wears glasses, wears a black top and pants, speaking at a podium, speaking at Bayview's ribbon-cutting event.
All that detail work we did for the first couple of years to be situated, to mount a planning effort and then a capital campaign to raise the money that we needed to raise. That involved board members, but it also involved residents. So when we began planning, we were committed to the notion of design justice, which was the inclusion of the people who lived in Bayview in the decision-making about the design.
A black woman in an orange dress poses with her child in front of her Bayview apartment. This is an old unit with brown bricks and a green lawn in front.
And I spoke to a woman who lived in one of the units who has suffered from very serious depression for her whole life. One of the things the residents asked for in the design was extra large windows and more light in the units. And she talked about the incredible difference living in a space with light had made in her ability to cope and go forward.
In an image are several of Bayview's old apartments and townhouses. They are brown brick with 2 stories. The one in front has a mural of Bayview's logo. An image of Bayview's new apartment units. The building is bright orange with big windows and patios.
We had a resident who had been somewhat isolated from her own family for a while because she didn't have a place to bring her family. Well, the new building has a social space that's available for residents to use for things like that, and the apartments are large enough to have dinner for a number of people and stuff like that. And she was reporting reconnecting with her family. And there are just many, many individual stories like that, but you hear one of those when you've been working on something for a year, and it'll keep you going for another year.
Several children get food at Bayview's back to school event in front of the new apartment units and a basketball court. In another image, Mary, among many others, cuts a rainbow ribbon smiling at Bayview's ribbon cutting event.
I started this undertaking just as I was retiring, and I was retiring from advising nonprofit organizations all over the country. And I thought, isn't it about time I took responsibility for one instead of just advising it? And another thing was the period of time that this project spread out for included some years of terrible loss in my family, terrible personal loss of life. And I found out that you can keep going. You can get up every morning if you just have a place to put your love.
My name is Maria Rodriguez, and I joined the ACLU, I'm going to say 2021. My very first job was, I was a tutor for families that were settling in Milwaukee that had been working the migrant stream. So these children were behind in number of areas, math and reading, and so I worked with children. The organization that I worked for was the Latin American Union for Civil Rights. We worked on access to voting and understanding, and I also worked as a poll worker, not getting paid, but as a volunteer interpreter at 17, interpreting what was on the ballot in the city of Milwaukee. So very early on, I began to see that these things made a difference. And even back then, which was the early 70s, we were talking about police reform and, community policing and things of that sort. So this organization really put into me that sort of DNA of the work that I would do moving forward, and sort of has led me to the ACLU of Wisconsin. Whether it was my work before or just an interest that I had, all those things kind of came together at the ACLU. So I really saw myself, sort of contributing from that angle. But being on a board is really different than sometimes doing the work, because you're really guiding the organization. And the organization is very significant for the state of Wisconsin. At the housing authority that I worked at, which was in the city of Milwaukee, we felt strongly about people having a voice. So a lot of our developments had communities of residents that met monthly, whether it was about doing activities for children, doing a little education thing, or understanding about what's on the ballot and where to vote. I felt like that was something that I could do all the time, and that kind of work. So it kind of led to other activities that I do as a volunteer, like the League of Women Voters. I'm on a subcommittee because I care about voter access, and that can mean a Spanish ballot, and looking at wards that don't have high voter turnout. So it isn't just about registering people, but trying to find out, why aren't people voting? Why aren't people exercising their right to vote? What's stopping them from voting? So it's a small committee that's focusing in on an area that's probably, low income. Latinos, could be Hmong, but we're looking at why these specific areas in the city, especially for Latinos, why aren't they voting? Those are important to me, having access because I think if you're not engaged in that piece, then things are just going to happen to you, as opposed to working towards helping and changing the system and making it work for you,
Hello, welcome back to Big Share Live. My name is Sherry Dubio, and I am the Executive Director at Community Shares of Wisconsin. And we have the highly anticipated youth panel as our next panel discussion. The title is Build Our Future Together, Hearing Directly from Youth. And I'll hand it over to them in a minute, but first I'm going to introduce people. I'll start with Diego from Rooted, and then we have a few folks from Patch, Alex and Dina, and then Jay. And Jay is going to take it from here as our MC. So I will hand it to you.
Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. Like we mentioned, my name is Jay. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I'm one of the adults who work at Patch. My official title is the Patch Madison Coordinator, so I hang out here right in our hometown. But today I'm going to go ahead and ask us a couple of questions. To get started, I would love to hear y'all introduce yourselves a little bit more. Feel free to include any information you're comfortable, like what school you go to, your pronouns, and all that good stuff. Dina, do you feel ready to get us started? All right.
High school. And yeah, my pronouns are also.
My name is Alex. I am a senior. I'm 17 years old. This is my 3rd year in Patch. Did I already say my pronouns are she, her, hers? And fun fact about me is that I used to live in Rochester, Minnesota.
My name is Diego. I'm 17. I'm a junior at La Follette, but I've been taking my classes at MATC as a part of the early college STEM program.
Awesome.
And I work at Rooted, sorry.
Yeah, no, you're great. Awesome. Thank you all so much for sharing. And then just to keep on rolling here, how did y'all get into this work? How did you get connected with Rooted and with Patch? Go ahead, Dina.
I'm trying to remember. I remember seeing like a listing somewhere that this was a job that was available, and it fitted all like my passions perfectly, and I felt like it would be the perfect fit for me to get involved with like trying to make healthcare better. And yeah.
So I used to attend Horizon High School, and the director of that school, Tracy Gall, referred me to this position. And I went for an interview, and I met Jay, and I started getting involved in the work, and it just fell into place, and I've worked here ever since.
I attended the Badge Rock Middle School, which is, it's like a shared building between that and Rooted. And so from that school, I was introduced to the culinary and garden class, taught by Miss Sarah. And from that, it just connected me into working with Rooted, and I've been there since 3 years, I think, yeah.
Oh, perfect. And then I'm going off script here a little bit. I have a question for you. So in your own words, how would you describe the work you do and your organization that you're working for? Alex or Dina, you can take this one. And Diego, I'd love to hear from you as well.
I can go. Okay. I would say that Patch is, I would say it's an advocacy program and also an organization that really values equity and making sure that everyone is able to get the health care that they need and deserve. And I think in particularly with the struggles that teens face, but for everyone as well, because the topics that we cover affect everyone.
Well, the work we do at Rooted, I think really is centered around our community and what we do with just everyone that either is around the area or comes to visit. We help out with the food insecurity around the area, and also with educating youth and even some adults that may not know how to cook with our virtual cooking workshops.
Amazing. Thank you both for sharing a little bit more about that. And then so far in your work, what has it taught you? Like, what have you been learning? What are some skills you've developed through each organization you all work for?
Excuse me, I would say that working in Patch the biggest thing that it's grown is my confidence and standing up for myself and standing up for people who don't have a voice. It really has developed my social skills and communicating with people and being respectful of people who have different opinions to my own. That's been probably another one of the biggest things. So yeah, communication and respect.
Yeah, that was a really good answer. Yeah, I think I feel very similar in that my communication skills and my group kind of conversation and like being able to collectively come up with ideas and ways of helping people has really grown. I would say that's been my biggest thing that I've gotten better at from Patch, but I would also say that it's been really important for being able to highlight topics that aren't always discussed and that people are scared of talking about. And I feel like we have a really good program that where we can discuss and make a difference.
I think from what I've learned working with Rooted has been a lot of like teamwork based stuff. We do a lot of stuff in groups, and learning how to collaborate with one another and execute a plan that we have made is really important to us, as well as more like skills that we are able to transfer outside of work, like learning how to work in a garden and how to make food with stuff that we grow. And we've also had the opportunity to learn how to write grants and applications. So it's just been really helpful to learn everything, a variety of things in this one program.
Amazing. It sounds like y'all are learning a lot and getting all those crucial skills. So thank you all for sharing more about that. My next question for you is, what do you need from adults right now? Not just like in your work, but in general as teens, just living your lives. What do you think you need from adults right now?
I think what a lot of youth and younger teens feel is that they feel kind of underrepresented when talking about serious topics and issues. I feel like there's not a lot of room for younger people to be heard and taken seriously. I know there's some events where they're like available to talk and they can say things that, hey, this is what's bothering me, but nothing's really done on that. And I feel like that's something that can be done more in the city.
Yeah, I would say that being treated as like a full person and not a little kid is the most important part of like the teenager transition phase, especially in the later teen years, but really at any age. Being treated like a child or someone who doesn't know how to make their own decisions, or just being told, you can't do this because, or you can't just say because, you can't just say because I'm the adult, because I know better. People need answers, people need to be informed, and so I think, again, being treated as an adult is probably the most important to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree with these answers a lot. I think that also another big thing is that I feel like teens are obviously going to grow older, and we're going to become the next voice and the next generation of leaders. So our perspectives on different topics is extra important because of that. And there definitely are differences in the way we might view things or the way our experiences. And I think that it's important to take them seriously, and it's important to learn from them and to really hear us. Yeah.
Oh, definitely, y'all. That was so great. Thank you for sharing. That's like very important for all of us to recognize and know. So I appreciate your honesty and transparency. Oh, excellent. Excellent, excellent. All right. And then what do you want for like future young people? Like going directly off of that, what would you want for future generations, either applying for your different roles and also just in general? What do you want for future young folks?
I think a lot more opportunities to be in programs like Rooted or Patch, because I feel like a lot of younger people don't really understand how all these skills can help in the future, but being able to be in a position where you're actually doing all these things that are just like a bullet point on an application, where you're actually talking to people, you're communicating with community members or just people you work with, other youth. It's just a really important thing to be in that kind of space. And I think more younger people should be in those programs to learn how to work as a society. If, like you said, we're gonna be the future of everything. All the young people will be the future. And it's really important for that to be done. For us to learn how to become future leaders, future doctors, whatever profession we want. I think these things are really important.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that our generation and the younger generation kind of get a bad rap, but there are so many important voices, and so I think continuing the work that all of us do is important, and showcasing that teenagers are really just young adults and we have important things to say.
Yeah, in particular, I really liked what Diego said about learning how to be a leader, and I think that that's I think that might be the biggest takeaway from Patch and from the teens who are there is I think everyone there has a leadership mindset and really wants to make a difference and has a vision for a better world and a better place. And I think that is what I hoped for. I hope to create that, and I also hope to inspire other younger people now to feel that same way and also try to make a difference as well. And I think that that's what Patch is really good for.
Thank you all again. Okay, and then what do you wish you had when you were younger? Just jumping on this a little bit more. What resources or who do you wish you had? All those different things. What would help you if you could talk to your younger self? What would help?
I think I wish I could have heard some of the topics that we talk about, including equity and confidentiality and topics like that. I would say I wish I could have heard younger people speak about those issues because I think I would have maybe understood it better and remembered and cared about it more, I think.
Yeah, I would second what Dina said, that representation is really important and that hearing from people that are the same age as you or that look like you is the best way to understand a topic and empower the youth.
When I think about what my younger self would have wanted, I think a lot of kids like doing a lot of everything. Like they want to do this, they want to do that. And I think having a sort of outlet for kids to be able to do that or provide resources that some parents might not be able to afford for them could be really helpful. Like, for example, if there were a kid that really wanted to make like movies or drawings or whatever, maybe some sort of thing that can provide them the tools to experiment with that. I think creativity is really powerful, and it's one of the strongest things that a kid can have. And I think that's really cool.
Absolutely, y'all hit on some really important topics. Thank you. And if you're comfortable, what are your future plans? Like after you're done in your organizations and moving on, I know all of you are in that age bracket of potentially next steps and graduating from high school and all that. What are your future plans, if you're comfortable sharing?
Yeah, so I'm going to McAllister College. It's located in the Twin Cities area, like in St. Paul. And I want to go for sociology and vocal performance, but I also want to involve myself in spaces that talk about healthcare. And I think that is actually a big part of sociology in a way as well. And I can definitely include that in what I am studying and learning about, because I think I'm very passionate about I'm passionate about wanting to help people who don't have resources, people who don't have access to care, people who are sick, or marginalized communities where it can be harder for them. And I think that's where I want to focus my career, and I think that's my plan, yeah.
I'm headed to UW-Madison next fall as an undecided major. There are just too many fields that I'm passionate about, so I'll figure it out once I'm there.
I'm not too sure in which school I will go to for college, but I do want to study politics. I want to be a politician when I'm older. President's the goal, you gotta dream big. But yeah, I've been wanting to go to schools that offer good political major programs. I know in Seattle there's a sort of dual major and Juris Doctorate at the same time, so I might look more into that, and yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you all. And just want to say it is okay to go to school and not know what's going on just yet. And thank you. And it's also okay to know what you do want to do. And it's okay if that changes. So thank you all for sharing. I'm so glad that you're heading on to those next steps. I don't have any other questions for you all, but is there anything else you would like to share while we're here?
I just thought I'd share a little more on what we do at Rooted specifically, and what I've been able to do because of being a part of Rooted. A lot of, so, sorry. We have a community garden space where we're able to share part of our garden with other community members and also teach them how to grow crops and how to grow things sustainably, and also educate the middle school and elementary school that are right next to our Rooted building. We also help teach a lot of cooking workshops with those crops, like I said earlier. But through that, there's a lot of talking, there's a lot of communicating with people and doing hands-on stuff, which is really important, because I don't think you really fully understand what it means to, for example, we wrote a grant about 2 summers ago to reconstruct or construct a brand new chicken coop for the chickens we have in our garden. And I don't think we fully understood what it meant until we looked at all the wood and the stuff we needed, and we're like, oh, we're actually doing this. Like, this is something we did. And you can look at it now. We have a fantastic chicken coop that we built. And it's just really cool to have these opportunities to learn all sorts of skills and form connections with the community too. Through Rooted, I was able to connect myself with Representative Francesca Hong, and I was able to intern for her over the summer, and it was a really great experience for me to know what I'm getting into and what I want to do in the future. And through Rooted, it's just a lot of things that I think programs like this are helpful for and can do for our community and our youth.
I love that. It is so cool to see something that you started building and that you applied. You got to see this whole process of going through the grant and then building a chicken coop and then seeing happy chickens, and that's incredible. So thank you for sharing some more about that. I really appreciate it. Alex and Dina, did you have anything you wanted to add before I open it up to our audience for questions?
I think I just wanted to add about a little bit more about what Patch is about and what we do. So one thing we often do is go to workshops where we'll have a small group of teen educators act out skits and also read from our scripts and our own add-ons and our own stories and our own perspectives individually about what it's like to be a teen, how to provide care, the proper care, and all those kinds of things. And I think that that's really important. And I feel like there's such power and change that is happening when I'm doing that, because I see the providers actually learn things, and I see them I see it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so helpful. Sometimes when we go and speak with providers, it's really helpful for them to be with teens. I promise they're not as scary as they may seem. Sometimes that happens when we go and talk to different doctors. So definitely, yes, Dina, you hit that right on the head. Thank you. Sweet. All right, does anyone have any questions sitting out there for our teens? Of course. So, sweet. So we had a question from our audience here in the studio asking, how do young people get involved with these different organizations? How can we get them connected? And what does that look like? So we're going to have our teens here go ahead and speak on that a little bit more. It looked like you were ready, Diego, so go ahead and take it.
I think the number one thing is make it sound fun, because I know from experience, you just hear things and you're like, oh, that sounds lame. I don't want to do that. But I think having like people from the program or like other youth come and talk about it and be like, yeah, this is actually really cool, and these are the things I've been able to do. I think that's kind of like the biggest thing, having people come in and be like, so this is what we do, this is why it's fun, this is how you're gonna benefit from this and learn all these sorts of things. Yeah, I think that's.
I would say the biggest thing that I worried about before being in a role like this was just worrying that my voice wasn't important, or just being nervous to talk to people. But then I think the biggest, the easiest way to get yourself comfortable in situations like that is just to do it. So doing things like this has grown my confidence and has made me feel like my voice does matter, and a lot of people are interested in what teenagers have to say. So I think leading by example.
Yeah, I also think a lot of teenagers and people in general have strong opinions and have a passion to want to see a better world. And I think this could actually draw in a lot of people. Patch could, yeah. So I think that just spreading the word, I think, is the biggest thing. I think that's the biggest thing that can be done. And I think there will be a lot of interest.
Another big thing to mention is they're also getting paid. These are paid positions, right, Diego? You get paid as well. I thought so. I wanted to double check, but everybody's getting paid in these positions as well, so that's also a fun thing to let other folks know. A lot of teens have said, oh, this was a really good first-time job for me to have before moving on into the adult workforce and all that good stuff. So thank you. Does anyone else have any other questions? Yes. All right, so if y'all could speak a little bit more on what it is like to be interviewed for your individual positions, that would be awesome.
To be interviewed for, Rooted or whatever, is that?
Yeah, for the program, or I'm not sure how it comes to how you guys are initiated into the program, but that process.
Yeah, so how do you get connected into your program? I know, for example, and I'll let Alex and Dina speak to this a little bit more, because I think Alex is the one who mentioned her interviews. So teens come in and they have an interview before they officially start working with Patch. So Diego, what is the process like to be able to get involved with Rooted? Do you also go through an interview process, or is there a different way to get involved?
Yeah, so I already had prior connections because of the culinary and garden class at the middle school, but I still had to, I still had to go through an interview process to get in. And you don't have to be from the middle school or already have connections. You could just apply when applications are open and go through the interview process. And yeah, it's open to everyone, so.
Awesome, thank you. And then Alex, since you brought it up, do you want to talk about what it was like getting interviewed by me?
So my interview, feels like a long time ago now, but I met with Jay and then his boss, Erica, and they asked me about my schedule. A lot of our meetings are during kind of the school day, because that's when providers usually meet. And so we were asked about our schedule. We were asked questions about how comfortable we are public speaking, or how comfortable we might feel developing that skill. We were asked some fun questions, and then from there we have an orientation every year in August that is usually 5 sessions, where we have returners like Dina and myself, and then all of the new people. It's only a position available from freshman to senior year of high school, so once you graduate out of that, we have new people come in. And yeah, once that is done, then we start attending enrichments and meetings, and yeah.
Yeah, thank you both. Do we have any other questions out there for these awesome panelists? If not, I do have a back pocket one I can ask. All right, so go for it.
I work on a lot of projects, and where I think it would be beneficial to have teen input or teen voices. As a, creative professional or design professional, what is the best way to reach teens and to get input in a way that is meaningful, just generally?
Awesome. So what is the best way to get teens' voice on different projects in your own organizations, or if you all have other insight on how to get teens' opinions, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I think that honestly, like flyers or like things on like school announcement boards, like no one listens to those. Like everyone, like it's the same stuff over and over again. No one cares. Like if it's, especially like during school, like no one wants to listen. So I think like the best way to do it is having other teens talk. So like if you presented the opportunity to Jay or to Diego's coordinator, and then we went and spoke to other teens, I think like that's when people are most likely to listen. Or when you again go through those programs where teenagers are already employed, you know, that's a valuable resource.
I would agree with that. Yeah, I think you said that perfectly, actually.
I just want to mention, a lot of people see like youth as using social media a lot and think that by putting their stuff out there through social media, it will reach them better. But in my experience, it doesn't really. And I feel like trying to not be like, oh, we're cool too, we use Instagram. Maybe being like more real and being like, hey, this is something that we're doing. This is like what we said, like be more, like really giving everyone like a perspective of what it is to actually do it, or like to have input, maybe like have people that like the students or youth can like trust, that someone that they can trust, where it's like, can you do this, or like we're asking for information on this, could you please, do you think like you guys can fill out this Google form or something? I know at my high school there's a lot of teachers that students like really get along with, and I feel like if one of them was like, hey, we have this Google form, can you do this? They would be like, yeah, of course, why wouldn't I? And so that's something that I would keep in mind.
Absolutely. And then I also wanted to say, so these folks aren't with us today at Patch, but we do have a teen consulting session group that they have folks bring projects to specifically to have different interviews. Teens come up, they say, hey, this social media looks great, or hey, this is like too many words on this post, I can't keep up, like please. And these are also youth who are paid through Patch to be able to do that work. So just a quick plug that one as well. It's our teen consulting program, so if you go on our website, you'll be able to find it. Yep, through Patch. Yep, absolutely. All right, any other questions out there? Okay, I have a fun one for all of you. Alex mentioned I sometimes ask fun questions in our interviews, so I'm going to go with our classic one. Friends, if you were a fruit, what kind of fruit would you be? And why do you think you would be that fruit?
Well, speaking of interviews, this was like, this is the notorious question everyone gets in the Patch interviews. And I think my answer has stayed consistent, but I think it's time for a change. So normally I say an apple, just because it's my favorite fruit, but that's kind of a boring reason. So I think that today it's going to be a pineapple. And I think it's because there's a shell kind of around, like, I don't know, it's like brown on the outside, and it's like, and it's like yellow in the, right? In the middle? Okay, I need to make sure I'm right. Yeah, so I think because there's like a shield, I think it could kind of protect me and I could stay safe if I was like actually inside.
Absolutely.
Yes.
This is the notorious Patch interview question that makes or breaks whether you'll be a part of Patch. And I've had the same answer. I've been asked it probably 20 times since I've worked at Patch, and it still is a mango, and I can't say why. It's how I feel. I don't know.
Period. Yes.
So any fruit?
Any fruit.
Okay. I'm gonna say an apricot.
Fancy. Why an apricot?
Because we used to have a apricot tree in our front driveway, but I think it got cut down a while ago. I don't remember. But apricot. Yeah, would that get me into Patch if I said that?
I think so. I think you have some pretty good chances. Love that. Thank you all. All right. Any other last questions from our audience? All right, thank you all. Thank you all for being here. You know what? I'm gonna do it. Can we give them a round of applause? These are. Yes. Well, thank you all for tuning in for this session of the Big Share. We're all so happy to be here, and we're so happy to be invited. So thank you all so much again. I hope you have a great rest of your night.
Hi, welcome back to Big Share Live. My name is Sherry Dubio, Director here at Community Shares of Wisconsin. And today we are celebrating the Big Share, and we're very excited to welcome our friends from MG&E. MG&E this year is sponsoring all of the educational programming of the day, and so all of these wonderful panel discussions that you've been seeing, all sponsored by MG&E. And right now I am joined by Dekendria, and if you can introduce yourself and tell us a little bit more about what you do at MG&E.
Yeah, so hello everyone, my name is Dekendria Stamps. I work at MG&E as a customer engagement and community services manager. We work on our residential and community services team, working with our residential customers across the Madison area to give them information about how to save energy, how to be better stewards of energy, and to just kind of make sure that we support them in their energy needs.
Great. And so we're going to be watching a video that you all have brought for us, and I'm excited to see it. Can you tell us what has inspired MG&E to partner with local schools on areas of energy, literacy, and conservation?
No problem. So we've been working with schools for well over a decade on school partnership initiatives around energy literacy. We see that it's a very important part of ensuring that our next generation of students understand how they interact with energy, because they're our future customers. In addition, we want to make sure that we are supporting our 2050 goals, which are about incorporating renewable energies into our energy mix, and also electrification of transportation and supporting energy efficiency initiatives. And we see that working with our students, they're excited about the environment, about climate, they have questions, they're very curious, and we want to make sure that we're providing that information to them every day.
What kind of resources or support does MG&E provide to schools?
So in addition to us going out to schools for various different support initiatives, we also provide a quarterly newsletter called Powerline. So educators in the area can sign up for our Powerline newsletter. It has information from our energy efficiency partners statewide, KEEP. Also has information about various different initiatives that we're doing, things that we can incorporate into the classrooms, any initiatives that we've gone out to in the schools. And then also we have some sections where we include books and resources. So we also have our Earth Day Everyday Fun book. And so that's a resource for the schools that we're not able to get. We can't get to all the schools in the area. So we created a fun book for Earth Day, and it's Earth Day Every Day, so that you can incorporate these practices into your everyday life.
And do you work with kids in all ages, all grades?
Most grades. So we usually start around second grade. And so every year I go out for Read Your Heart Out, which we just did in February. And we go in, we read books to kids about energy and how the energy that's inside of them, but also energy in our environment. And then we also do Earth Day and Arbor Day programming with second graders and fifth graders. We also do it with middle schoolers as well. We also engage high school students through the Youth Climate Conference that happens every fall. And then last weekend we were just with the Wisconsin Energy Institute for their Kid Win event. So we're always trying to incorporate it into various levels of education for students.
Great. So do you mind sharing some success stories or positive outcomes from your partnerships with schools?
No problem. We've been having a really awesome time with our school partnerships initiatives with our elementary schools, for sure. Leopold Elementary, which is over on the south side, we've really been able to be a part of their school community. They're one of our community schools, and so we go out and we do that Earth Day and Arbor Day programming with them. We also support some of their science nights or some of their school resource nights as well. Just trying to make sure that we provide that information to their school community, and they've been awesome hosts, and the kids have a great time. And that's just one of the initiatives that we've done with our local schools, but we do support various schools across the service area as well. So.
Okay, so we're going to be watching this video that you all have developed. Can you set us up? What is the video? What are we going to be doing in the video?
No problem. So I believe the video will be talking about some of our school partnership initiatives. It'll probably also highlight one of our arborists, which is, I feel like it's an awesome thing to see. It was my first time seeing a woman be an arborist, and so that's pretty cool as well. But also just trying to tie it back to how we are working within our schools to support our students and our families across our service area.
Wonderful. We have been talking with Dekendra from MG&E. Thanks again to MG&E for sponsoring the educational programming taking place during Big Share Live. And we now are going to be watching their video. Thanks so much.
We're heading to a tree nursery called Sustainable Wildlife Habitats. Every year MGE plants trees with elementary school kids, and it's something that we do as a part of our outreach.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you? Good. How about you? Living the tree dream.
I'm picking up for MGE.
Perfect. Let me grab your paper. I will be right back.
Cool. Thank you.
My name is Bree Higdon, and I'm a certified arborist for MGE, and I live in Madison, Wisconsin. My day is usually centered around our cycle pruning work, but all sorts of things can come up. One day I may be working with construction crews on tree mitigation. On another day it may be all storm calls. You know, we get calls from customers about anything that has to do with lines and trees. Sometimes the work that we're doing too makes people nervous, and there's always emotions tied up in people and their dealings with plants, and so you've got to kind of like dig a little deeper, like what is really going on here? You know, you don't know what people are going through, and I think it's a good way to approach people.
Tree Jenga.
Don't worry about getting anything dirty.
You want to go up to the front seats? Now you're ready for the work.
The trees are nothing more than a tool to bring people together and communicate is all they are.
I absolutely believe that, yeah.
I say to everybody, you know, you plant seeds along the way.
Well, sometimes you just need like one person to build you up a little bit and give you a little bit of confidence and tell you, you can do this and you can finish school and you can graduate and you're smart. I had a teacher and he was like, Bria, I think you're really smart and I'm gonna recommend you for AP Biology. And I was in AP Biology, I was like, what? I never thought I was smart before that.
I went through the same thing. It wouldn't change any of it now. Some friends of mine are teachers and I always say that I was that kid in that corner. Don't leave that kid out.
Yeah, I got a lot in common with you. Thanks for talking with me. So nice to meet you.
We are so excited to be back here on Arbor Day, hanging out with the coolest 5th grade class in all of Madison.
Happy Arbor Day!
Happy Arbor Day! We're going to come together, we're going to plant trees. Why is it important that we are planting trees? Why is that an important thing? What's that? What did you say? No,
What'd you say? No, you said something.
These trees give us oxygen to breathe. They keep our air clean. And carbon dioxide is one of the major greenhouse gases that is warming our planet. But a really, really big thing is being environmental stewards, and that's what this tree planting exercise is all about. So Bree, Kate, what are we gonna do today?
We're gonna plant a tree. Can we get 3 volunteers to start off with? I think I was right around 3 years old. I went to go live with my grandma. If she could know what I'm doing right now, and she would just be like, it makes so much sense and I'm so proud of you, and I know she thinks that. Oh, that's a millipede. That's really cool. This is called a bare root tree. Can you guys guess why that is? Yep, the roots are bare. Basically, we have our first roots right here. You guys see that, right? So that's gonna be the top of the hole, right? You ready to start digging? All right. Yeah, what she's doing, where she's putting her foot on the top of the shovel, that's really helpful to get you some leverage. You guys are doing great. When I look back on like my grandma's life, she just raised kids. But that time of interaction with me and with my dad and with my aunt, these people she's raised, she affected us so much. And I think that way about what I'm doing, you know, and if I'm making a little bit of tree science easier for somebody, like that's totally worth it. So the soil should be right there. Do we need more depth in our hole?
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty clear, right? These little interactions like add up, and I think that creates a larger effect, and that's really what I'm doing, and it's what we're all doing in arboriculture. This is the fun part. We're talking to people and just explaining one thing and making it a little easier, and it happens all day long to one person at a time, and I think that it adds up. Guys, you planted a tree.
Good job, guys.
Thank you. Hey, future volunteers, listen to this, guys. So you guys, when you're planting a tree, the dirt is going to settle, so we're going to plant it a little bit high. We don't want it to be low in that hole because then water will collect around the base of the tree, okay? Okay, I think it's a good depth. You guys agree? Okay, all right.
I know it was excitement across the board. I know one of our students were asking if we're going to have Earth Day every day. A lot of students, they don't think about, you know, the earth and what we can do to sustain our earth. And I think like these activities, the fact that they were hands-on and they captured the attention of all of our students.
For them to see and have all those hands-on experience that MGNE brought, that was fantastic. It's a very hands-on, immersive experience that we all enjoyed. Just the concept of leaving their footprints and then just getting their hands dirty and actually digging and feeling the soil and seeing the process, and they actually come out and check on their trees.
Yeah.
So that's, yeah, they do.
Even the stories that these students are telling their families when they go back. Oh, we learned about sustainability today. They can tell them what that means and how they can make, you know, our community a better place.
There you go. Awesome.
We love this partnership with MGNE, and we do such fun things when y'all come. When I think of the term community energy, I think of people coming together and sharing ideas, building relationships, making things happen in the community, making change happen. Opportunities like this, where we get to collaborate with you all and other folks in the community, are really just so valuable and add so much to what we're able to bring to our students. The sustainability lessons, I feel like it's our responsibility to include those kind of things in our education with our youth, because they're the ones who are going to move forward in the world with this world that we leave behind. And I feel like this partnership is a great opportunity to kind of dig deeper into some of those aspects.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the Big Share 2025 Live. And I have my name, well, let me introduce who I am first of all, but I know y'all know by now. My name is Judy Young. I'm from Community Shares of Wisconsin. I am the Membership and Operations Manager, and I've been with Community Shares for 7 years. So I've been doing this for 7 years, y'all. So we're going to have to raise some more money today, okay? 7 years, 7 times 7 raising money. But here today, I have with me Paula, and she's going to introduce herself, her organization.
Thanks, Judy. Yep, I'm Paula Drew. I work at the Wisconsin Early Childhood Association. So we're a statewide nonprofit organization that supports the early care and education workforce.
Okay, so we have you here today to tell us a little bit about what your organization does. So if you could share that with us, we'd appreciate that very much, right, guys?
Absolutely. Our organization exists to support transformational change for the early care and education workforce. We believe when early educators have what they need to thrive, then children receive quality care, parents can go to work, and communities can also thrive. And so that's our mission. I've worked in early care and education for 25 years. I've been a substitute teacher, I've been a lead teacher, I've been an administrative assistant, I've been an executive director of a child care program, and I tell you, it's really hard work, and our educators don't get the pay and the respect that they need. And that's why I'm so excited to do the work that I do at WICA.
So let us know so that we can understand your cause and why you're here today. So I would like for you to tell me and our audience why the Big Share is so important to WICA.
Absolutely. First of all, we are grateful to be a part of the Big Share, and we're really grateful to all the people who donated to WICA today. It's been a really exceptional day. We won the Power Hour yesterday, so we're feeling real lucky, and it is the right year for us to be feeling this lucky. We do a lot of advocacy, and right now between both federal and state issues that impact children and families. The funding that we receive from today will enable us to be sort of nimble and flexible and respond to the needs of early care and education, and especially around advocacy efforts for our state budget and as they relate to everything that is happening federally that impacts children and families.
Awesome. So that is wonderful. So we know WICA's cause and why they are here today and why you should be giving to their cause. If you can, please give and donate as much as possible. No amount is too small and nothing is too large. But so I would like to close out with this interview and ask you, do you have any upcoming events that donors can support or that just the community can support? What is going on with WICA coming up in the spring?
Judy, I'm so glad you asked me that question. It's actually like we planned this, but we didn't. Yes, we have an advocacy day planned at the Capitol on April 16th, in which we're hoping early educators, parents, business owners, community members will come and help us speak up about the importance of early care and education. It's an event that does take funding. We do training and we provide a breakfast in the morning, small amounts of swag that we can afford, right? Not much, a couple of buttons and notebooks, but we're really passionate about this. We're really passionate about providers telling their own stories, parents telling their own stories, and this is the best way to do it, and also in community with others, so people are going there together to speak their minds about this issue. And yeah, so that's coming up on April 16th. We're hoping for a big turnout. You can see the registration on our website, and we absolutely need donations to help support that effort.
Well, thank you, everybody. You heard it from our own Paula Drew here. April 16th, come on out and join them in their event. And also, don't forget to give, give, give. So we thank you for joining us today at the Big Share Live 2025. Thank you, Paula Drew from Wisconsin Early Childhood Association. All right? Thank you.
Madison Gas and Electric is your community energy company for the future. Powering our community with safe, reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy to achieve industry-leading clean energy goals. Partner with us. Save energy. Explore new technologies. Learn more.
A former executive director at Wisconsin Literacy just recently retired in early April, and I have been a lifelong, I guess, passionate literacy advocate, and it started really back in just graduating from college, and saw a notice to be a literacy tutor, and I thought, I could do that. And so I took the training and met my student, and that was really just kind of an epiphany for me, if you will. He was a 39-year-old father of a 9-year-old boy, and he biked to the library to meet me and couldn't walk in the library because there were too many books in there, and he was totally intimidated. He said, I don't really want to go inside. He was on his bike because he had lost his driver's license, and I learned later of a letter from DMV that was 2 years old that he didn't understand, couldn't read, nor could his wife. And he was laid off and wasn't sure how he was going to find employment. And he had this 9-year-old son in 3rd grade learning to read and really struggling. I was really taken aback by how many things in his life were impacted by a lack of literacy skills. And so we started to sit down at his kitchen table, and a letter and a word and a sentence and a paragraph at a time, and went from there. I then soon jumped on the board of directors at the State Line Literacy Council in Beloit, and was involved in that. And then a position opened up through state funding for a workforce development director, so connecting companies with literacy so that their employees would be skilled in what they needed to be skilled in. And so I took that position in 2000. And then in 2005, this position at the Wisconsin Literacy had opened up. It was just not even 2 years old. I was the only employee. There was so much potential, and with funding, looking for funding and just building the capacity of our programs to do this, we started with regional staff.
Image of Michelle with 7 staff members at the 2016 Celebration of Literacy event.
The staff at Wisconsin Literacy and the board of directors that we've had over the years have been just instrumental among the local programs that we are supporting. So just the number of local member agencies that have been a part of Wisconsin Literacy, and the way in which our work is impacting them. So the resources we provide, the funding we provide, the professional development and the training that we provide to these local agencies so they can reach more adults more effectively and efficiently. That growth and commitment to those members is something I'm really, really proud of.
Michelle and 2 others in bright green t-shirts. They are holding an oversized check from the Big Share.
The second thing I think I am most proud of with my time at Wisconsin Literacy is the development and growth of our health literacy division. So Wisconsin Health Literacy was launched officially maybe in 2010, about 5 years after I had started, and we had worked previously to that to build understanding of health access, health understanding among our literacy agency students, and learned a lot. And in doing so, we also realized that the other side of that coin is helping healthcare providers actually communicate health information in ways that are more accessible for everybody. One of the projects I'm most proud of is a 10-year medication label initiative where we worked with pharmacies across the state and then healthcare systems to change the way prescription medication labels read so that they were easier for everybody to read and understand and take their medications appropriately. And so that was a big systems change. Over 21% of the pharmacies in Wisconsin became part of the project and changed their labels. But then we worked on the dosage instructions with another phase of the project. And right now in the United States, 3.5 to 4 million prescriptions go out every month with this new easy-to-read dosage instructions, compared to just 78,000 just less than 3 years ago in 2021.
Michelle at Wisconsin Literacy's biannual National Health Literacy Summit, in conversation with a participant of the summit.
It's not just adults that have limited literacy skills that are challenged with our healthcare system. So if you have an aging adult parent or, all of us have healthcare or health literacy stories where we have gone into that system and been challenged in one way or the other. Wisconsin Literacy is a registered lobbyist organization, and I was a registered lobbyist in my time there.
Image of Michelle speaking at a podium that reads Monona Terrace.
And it took me a long time, I think, to feel comfortable with that and to be effective at that part of the role. We have been a really good partner to get services to the local level, where sometimes state agencies, as their size and the way in which they work, don't have quite the same access to the community. And so the advocacy work, I think really over the long run has really paid off, because I think now legislators...
Michelle posing and smiling with Governor Tony Evers.
The governor's office have recognized the power of kind of this community impact that nonprofit organizations can really have at a local level. We all have the power to impact change or to make change. And in terms of literacy, seeing an adult volunteer tutor with an adult student and the information, the self-confidence, the power, the literacy skills that are being shared in that engagement is so rewarding to see that literally, that lives are being changed, and it's not just the life of the student. I'm Michelle Erickson, and former executive director at Wisconsin Literacy, just recently retired in early April. And I
Welcome back to the Big Share Live 2025, everybody. Yay! If you don't know, now you know. This is your girl, Judy, once again, in your face, okay? And we are here tonight to talk to this wonderful panel that I have before me. It is a panel that is full of some powerful women here that are going to speak to us tonight regarding very, very significant issues. Okay, and we have our moderator tonight. I've been knowing her for almost 15 years since I've been here in Madison. I met her at church, and we just connected ever since. And then I came to Community Shares, and she is one of our member organizations. So, and she has definitely been a blessing to me, and I know she has been a blessing to Wakasa. Okay, so I have to you our moderator today, who is Nestic Morris from Wakasa. And we will be talking about today, yeah, give her a hand, give her a hand. Okay, we say give a hand praise, give a hand clap, give us some snaps, y'all know what to do. Okay, so today our panel will be talking about, their title is Now What? From DEI and critical race theories to Black Lives Matter. And they will be talking about advocating tonight for Black leadership and centering those who are very vulnerable at this time. So now I introduce to you none other than Nestic Morris. Thanks, guys.
Good evening, everybody. As what I call her, Auntie Judy said, my name is Nestic Morris, and I am the outreach coordinator at Wakasa. So we're gonna jump right in, if that's okay with y'all. Okay, so the first question is, introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your organizational work. Rock, paper, scissors.
Hi, everybody. I am Brandy Grayson, founder and CEO of Urban Triage. Our organization serves the greater Dane County area. Our focus is on homelessness and agriculture, and we also do transformative education, which ties into our agriculture, running an entrepreneur program for folks who are interested in growing and processing hemp and taking it to market. We also provide about 5,000 pounds of organic produce to our community every growing season. And then we do homeless work. We do rapid rehousing, we have doubled up programming, we do outreach in the community. Sometimes we have rental assistance and other supports, but we run total about 10 programs.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Monique Menkins. I'm the Executive Director of End Domestic Abuse Wisconsin, the Wisconsin State Coalition Against Domestic Violence. We have a legislative agenda in addition to doing training and technical assistance for the 75 programs around the state. We also have a legislative agenda, and we do community awareness, and that's it. Okay, and so, here.
I have one. Hi. So my name is Dana Pellebon. I'm the Executive Director of RCC Sexual Violence Resource Center, formerly known as the Rape Crisis Center. We have been a part of Dane County for 52 years, one of the oldest rape crisis centers in the nation. So we provide 24-hour crisis intervention and support for people who are victims of sexual violence here in Dane County. We also provide case management services, advocacy services. We have a CCS program. We have a therapeutic program. We do outreach and prevention work. We have a Game Changers youth advisory board that the youth that do really good work in our community. And we are in high schools and middle schools throughout Dane County, teaching about consent, teaching about healthy relationships and boundaries. We have our Chimera self-defense, self-empowerment class that has been running since the 80s. I even took it myself 700 years ago. So it is a full-service sexual violence resource center, and we cover, again, all of Dane County.
Hey, y'all. Okay, this is on. Okay. Hey, my name is Monka. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. And I'm the former co-executive director at Freedom Inc. and Freedom Action Now. Now I'm back to leading all of our civic engagement work since last fall. What to say about Freedom Inc.? I think that if you ask 10 different people what we do, you'll get 10 different answers. That's because we do a lot. We start just from the deep need to end violence in our communities, whether it's interpersonal violence like domestic violence and sexual assault, or it's state violence, right? Like poverty and policing and incarceration and deportations and everything. And we do that by coupling direct services with grassroots organizing campaigns and direct action to really make sure that those who are most impacted have a voice and can work on campaigns that change the environment that brought them to us in the first place, right, seeking services. And so, yeah, that's a little bit about what we do.
Thank you, everybody. So the next question is, can you define or share what safety for Black women in leadership means to you?
I can start us off. I know what it's like to feel unsafe in leadership as a Black woman. Even before I was a director and ED and all of that, even just working in electoral spaces as the only one, or other nonprofits as the only one that's expected to solve all the issues of your communities through this one grant in one quarter, right? So that it can be featured in the newsletter. I think there's a lot of violence that happens in the workplace when you're the only one that doesn't get talked about. I also know what it feels like to be unsafe when you're a public figure and you're out there in 2020 and before that. Freedom Inc. has led uprisings, and you get death threats, you get the police threatening you, you get vigilantes threatening you. And also when we were showing up in the courtrooms for survivors, you also get the families of the people who have been violent to them also threatening you. So that's what it's like to be unsafe. It's a really vulnerable space. And I think that if we're gonna work towards Black women and queer folks and trans folks actually being safe in the work that we do, I think it has to start with giving us time to think about what we want for our healing and our safety, and actually putting resources towards it, money towards it, to be specific, and money in the plan the year before, right, in the budget, and fundraising efforts towards it, and allowing Black women and queer and trans folks to stand on business. If we say we need a break, if we say we're not going to do the thing, right, allowing us to do that without there being repercussions and retaliation. So yeah.
So I'm going to say I only feel safe in spaces where I am with other Black women. That is when I, as a leader, feel safe as a Black woman in our spaces. Otherwise, I am not safe. And we here in Dane County like to use a lot of words that are progressive sounding, and a lot of promises, and a lot of empty gestures, but we are not actually concerned about the safety of Black women in our spaces. If we were concerned about the safety of Black women in our spaces, we wouldn't have had a pause before we answered this question. But we are not safe. And the only people that I feel safe around are people that are sitting right here. I mean, these are my people when I am feeling attacked, when I am attacked, when I get death threats, when somebody tells me that the racial violence that I see in front of my face or that is perpetrated in the spaces that I'm in are not what they are. So when I'm being gaslit in spaces, I feel safe with these women. And it is one of the reasons why I continue to place myself in community with the women who are on the ground with me doing this work.
I agree with everything that has been said, and I often think of how there will be one or two white women who will step up and they'll say, this is a safe person. My experience has always been that that advocacy, that companionship, that support only goes as far as people can understand it. It doesn't go as far as I need it to go for me to feel safer or feel like there is liberation at work. And so I agree with everything that's been said. And I don't feel safe in other environments or as safe in other environments, and think about that's because I know that people won't go as far as I need them to go. They'll ask me, and then they'll give me a reframe of what it could be, but they never say, oh, cool, okay, let's do this. And so, yeah.
It's such a, I don't even know what to say. It's weird because I'm usually the person that got a whole lot to say. But when it comes to safety, I think what makes the question so difficult is the fact that we exist in a world where Black women are the least protected out of too many people. I won't compare. And oftentimes in the Dane County area specifically, we have a different kind of dislike for Black women. I can't quite articulate it or put it to words. And I would just say, like, not just Dane County, I think it's a micro example of the macro of what's happening in our nation and why we ended up with Trumpity-Dumpity. Because it's like people known as Black, and specifically Black women, can be exceptional in what we do. We can be excellent, we could be brilliant, we could be articulate, we can know our stuff and still be questioned and still be judged in a way, like, I don't even have words for it. It just doesn't make sense to me, and I can't quite comprehend it. And as someone who's been in the work on the front line with other organizations, including Freedom Inc., since 2014, having my face be the movement, and really not, I wasn't asked if I was the leader, I wasn't asked if this is where I wanted to be. It just happened to be that's the place I was put in, and then I became the focal points for most attacks, right? I became the angry Black woman, the antagonizer. So when we talk about safety, I think one thing that we can do to provide safety, and specifically for Black people, and for Black men and other people, so, okay, so I'm just gonna say it. So recently, I'm gonna give you an example. This week, I experienced a situation where a Black man came into our office and did some training, and he mocked me, right? But I don't even think he realized he mocked me, because people are anti-Black and anti-Black women without even being cognitive of it. It's just how we are indoctrinated and conditioned to be. So he mocked me by saying, you know, Brandy does her lives and she goes, you know, and I thought to myself, well, that's unsafe, right? Like, in what the is what I wanted to say, but then in that moment I have to hold it in, because then I become that thing you say that I am, right? So, and then I'm on a call with someone who's biracial, and someone that I have in my world, in my network, thought and considered a Black woman. So I don't like to talk about colorism. So anyway, I'm just gonna give an example of how I felt unsafe in that conversation. So we're talking about a contract that Urban Triage has received. And she started off with saying, let me just say that this person said that I shouldn't make this request. And what they were asking us is to take we got a small grant. It's small. So it's enough to do wages and kind of operations. And she was asking me to take money from that budget line and give it to resources. I said, you didn't give me enough money to do that. And then her response, just like the guy, was like, see, I knew I shouldn't have said it. I was so frightened that you would come this way. You know, so I just want to say, okay, my 2 minutes up. I just want to say.
I was just gonna say frightened.
Yeah, like like it's always this sense of. So I know that we like Dana said, she feels safe around Black people. I'm gonna say I rarely feel safe. I feel safe around people that know me and know my heart and know what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. But I often don't feel safe. So I say this to say, people known as Black, white people, allies, co-conspirators, you really need to do the work of building your analysis of what white supremacy racism is, the depth and breadth of it, and how we often are projecting our own anti-Blackness and anti-womanness on every and all people activity. I said the way to create safety is to build your analysis and really do the work. And two, you do that work through shadow work, looking at your own crap, because a lot of times the most harm that's come to me, surprisingly, is from people who look like me, and especially in the Dane County area, and it's specifically Black men. And they end up being bullies, they end up saying things, doing things, I mean, from the city council to orders to people, it's terrible. And the thing that what happens is no one says anything. And we all see it happening, but then we call people like, girl, you see what happened? I can't believe y'all allow it. I think we can start there by one, speaking up, right? Even if you're not the person to speak out loud or in front of the audience, but tapping people on the shoulder saying, this isn't right. Like, it's anti-Black, it's misogynist, all those things. I say we can create safety by holding people accountable and doing the internal work ourselves to unpack how we show up in interactions with Black women.
And I want to say, because Brandy brought up colorism, and I want to have it noted that Brandy is the victim of colorism all the time. Because there are words that I will say, and Brandy will say the exact same words, but they'll listen to it coming from my mouth because I'm lighter skinned. And that's not okay. It's one of the reasons why, full stop, I always support Brandy Grayson. Full stop. Regardless of what it is that y'all think is going on, I know what is happening with this woman. And I know how it is that she has to move through the world, and I don't have to move through the world in the same ways that she does. So I get the luxury, and by luxury, it's really a not great luxury, because what it is that it is codified by white supremacy that allows me to move in spaces in a different way than Brandy. So one of the things that I want to say to folks that look like me that are Black is step aside and make sure that you are elevating the voices of the people that are most harmed in our communities, and that you are echoing what it is that they say to continue to uplift and attribute to them the work that they are doing.
I want to speak more to Brandy speaking about how Dane County, and it's not safe. And I think about, we have this college town, and we have Black educated women. I can't think of any position I've ever had where there wasn't someone that didn't like me because I shined or I did some good work, and that was the problem. And so I see people having no problem working with Black women that need help. They may be afraid of them, right? But they don't envy them, right? And I think that that's worth mentioning because of how the town is, lots of college-educated folks, and as soon as you get into that environment, though, dynamics change, and that there's not that safety. And it always makes me think of Vice President Harris and how no one would say it, but we knew why they wouldn't vote for her, right? And we know that more Black men voted for Trump than they did in 2016 and 2020 because of Kamala Harris. I think of when they had that debate, she walked up across the line and got in his space, shook his hand, and that's considered uppity to some people, right? And yet she was being a woman, saying hi, and she was also putting him in his place. My name is Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate, say it right, you know? And I think about how there are those underlying residual pieces that are there that often make us unsafe.
But we feel uncomfortable and unsafe, meaning there can be harm to our jobs, harm to our families. A lot of times too, like, I don't want to speak for everyone, but I know, Brandy, you have a young child too. Like, I have my kid with me at actions and everywhere I'm going, right? So like, there's actual real harm to like our livelihoods and our bodies and our families and our psyche, right? And also to distinguish like between like principled struggle and harm, right? And safety, because like Dana can hold me accountable, board member, right? You know,
I'm on everyone's board.
Yeah, yeah. Like if I see something that I don't like that Monique is doing, I can message him like, "Hey, what's up? Like, what's going on?" Like, you know, like, so that is okay. That's what we're called to do in this work, so that we don't become liberal, and our movements don't become, you know, just all talk and no action, right? But what we're talking about is a different thing, and I want to urge people to understand that and to really take that in, that we are unsafe. Unsafe if we excel, unsafe if we don't excel, right? Because then we're the scapegoat for everything wrong that ever happened, right? And so yeah, I just wanted to make those distinctions.
Thank you. That is a good distinction, because being uncomfortable is not oppression. I think a lot of times people, particularly that are not Black, want to have the luxury of being oppressed, and just because you're uncomfortable does not mean that you're oppressed. So y'all already talked about it a couple of times, but can you name some gaps and barriers that Black women in leadership or Black organizations face?
Can I just say it? Nobody believes that we know anything or do anything.
Amen.
Nobody believes. I have a background in geography, human geography, database building, remote sensing, all that stuff like that. The amount of times I've had to walk someone through a dashboard and they're looking at me like, do you really know what these numbers mean? I don't know that you know what this means.
Absolutely.
So no one believes that, so we end up having to like find allies to speak for us sometimes, or just like be performative, or just say fuck it and not get funding or not get invited into spaces. And that really hurts our communities, because I know that I'm not that special, and the reason why I got out of where I grew up at is because someone else put me on their shoulders so I can get out of where I grew up at. And I'm trying to do what I can to make sure that the things I went through, other Black women, other Black queer kids, other people in my community don't have to go through that. So there's like that balancing act of like, hey, sometimes I'm gonna speak for myself, I feel like I have to play a certain part to get the things, because I'm trying to fight for my people's like material conditions and set my pride and ego aside. And at the same damn time, people will tell me I have too much ego or I have too much pride. So yeah, that's what people don't believe we know what we're talking about or doing.
That's good. That's
And
good.
even when they are told that they are right, and I'll bring up a situation. There was a newspaper article that had incorrect information about a Black organization here. And when everybody said, this is incorrect, nobody on that level had an article that said, well, let me tell you how this was incorrect. There wasn't even a retraction. Instead, what it has allowed since is for organizations, governmental entities, different county, city officials, people who are running for office to attack this organization and to attack the leader of that organization, Brandy Grayson, repeatedly, based off of incorrect information that was not properly reported. And it doesn't matter how many people say that's not correct. What matters is that they get to persecute a Black woman. And that's not okay. And that happens here all the time. The fact that we have a person that goes through and harasses every Black woman, head of agency, that is an elected official, and everyone sits back and just watches it and lets it happen, is deeply problematic. But we don't remove those people from the spaces. Instead, we remove the people that are actually doing the work from the spaces, because you don't actually like the work. And the work is uplifting Black people.
I want to add other Black women, professional Black women, where one Black woman may not be your bestie, your cup of tea. Don't let that woman walk alone in spaces where her name is where people are throwing dirt on her name. You speak up for her. If you don't like her, you say that to your friend. You don't tell it to the universe and anybody who will listen. I think that they look for us. They use us to tear everything down. It's nobody else but us. We harm each other. And that hurts the most. It hurts me the most when it's us. And so consider why you don't like someone or what your reservations are, and consider why you're talking about this person, and is it necessary, and move accordingly.
Whew, y'all did good. Y'all did real good. There's so much, right? So to barriers to the work for Black women and the barriers to feeling secure is many. But I would just say the acceptance of mediocrity is one that's huge. I think that locally we love mediocrity. We love to edify those who actually don't deliver on their word. We love to edify those who aren't in integrity with what they say they're delivering on. It's almost like it somehow allows the person to continue with their anti-Blackness and racism, because they can be next to this person, give them $25 million, and if you go and look at their actual deliverables, they're not actually meeting them. But the requirement of local politics is not to be great and to excel and actually do the work. The requirements is that you look the part, you speak the part, and you make them look good. And I really suck at that. So a barrier for me is that I don't play well with politics. I just suck at it. I don't know how to show up and shake hands and smile and take PR pictures and be like, oh, that's my friend, when you know you're not my friend. Like, I don't do well with that. So that is a barrier that I know as an individual in an organization that we face. So it's important, like opportunities like this, where Community Shares is organizing fundraisers, or you can put your money there and they'll give it to membership organizations, because we don't have to politic in that. And that's also why Urban Triage is very grant heavy, because I could write my butt off, right? I love to write, right? I could write some stuff, which is what has sustained us. But now that we have Trumpity-Dumpity in office, everything that we've worked for and everything that we've worked towards is in question and is in danger, right? So a barrier now is, for me, is like, how do I play the politics like everyone else do locally, or how do I expand our supports international or national, where we can continue to do the work, because I don't know. So a barrier for us is funding, right? As long as Trump, if we move him out the office, we're okay, because we'll continue to get our funding. But while he's in office, it's a question of our security. So I say that's a barrier, and the mediocrity locally is a barrier. Patriarchy, misogyny is a barrier. We have too many Black men in leadership who are bullies, and they hate on Black women, and they are part of the problems, and they end up gatekeeping, and then they could be abusive, and like physically abusive, emotionally abusive, and we just go along with them. Some of them could even be pedophiles. Some of them could be murderers and ex-gang members. We don't care, as long as they fit the token of mediocrity. And then a person that speaks up against it would, like a Black woman, would be the person that's considered the antagonizer, the aggressor, the problem. So I think that's a huge barrier, that honesty and transparency and the work actually isn't edified and isn't even the target for most of the work locally. So as the founder and CEO of Urban Triage, integrity is everything for us. Delivering on our words, that's the core of what I live by. Are we perfect in it? Heck no. We fall on our face all the time, and we have to get back into integrity. But what you can never say is that we don't deliver. But people do say we don't deliver, and then, like Dana said, you run with it, which is crazy, which causes us all kind of additional issues and challenges and capacity challenges. So I'm gonna breathe, and I'm gonna go inward. So I'm gonna encourage everyone to listen with your heart and not with your biases as we continue to speak.
Anybody have any follow-up? Or y'all said what y'all said? Y'all said what y'all said? Okay. So we're gonna, the next question is, how has your experience with diversity, equity, and inclusion influenced your empowerment as a Black woman in leadership? That's the first part. And the second part is, do you feel supported on your journey?
That it hasn't done anything for me.
Okay.
The term DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, come in and be like us. And if you don't, we'll get you there, and we'll get all the numbers, and we'll do nothing to keep you there. And so I'm always for anti-oppression or anti-racism. I think DEI scratches the surface. And even when it was a thing, a good thing, right, before all the other terms came up to make people feel comfortable, it has never done anything for me. But it's let me in, but I've been in places where, I think about all the jobs I've had throughout my life. I've never left a job like, I want to try something new. It's like, I can't wait to get the hell up out of here. Let me sit down and find a job. That's DEI, right? And so you've recruited me, but you haven't done anything to keep me. Yeah. So
I was there. I was there with you. Quite literally.
So I purposely join every DEI committee I possibly can so that I can tell them that they're wrong.
Absolutely.
It's one of the fun things I like to do when I join an organization is I join their DEI committee. Because first, we don't take diversity, equity, and inclusion seriously. We don't take it as a field of study. We don't take it as a movement. We do not put the people in the places that they need to be in order for those values to be enacted. We are very concerned about things like money. So it's DEI until someone who is white feels uncomfortable, and then it is not DEI. What we have done is allow quotas to be the function of DEI work, instead of what does inclusion mean, what does diversity look like, how do you achieve equity in spaces? We aren't actually concerned about those things. So DEI has not worked for me because I have to be triple excellent.
Oh, yes.
Triple excellent to be in the spaces that I am in. I don't get room for mistakes. I don't get room to be able to say, I don't know that, so I have to be the expert on everything. I have to be better than everyone, and then maybe they'll let me speak, right? And so instead, we divest ourselves from those spaces because they're not true, they're not spaces that are doing anything for us. And we also know that most DEI and affirmative action policies benefit white women majorly. So that should tell you the answer to that question. They do not benefit us at all.
And then when you be extra,
Get a mic.
Had to say it, I guess. Then when you be extra, triple as good, then your magic is too bright. And that's a problem too.
The question was, how has your experience with diversity, equity, and inclusion influenced your empowerment as a Black woman in leadership? And the second part is, do you feel supported on your journey?
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna start with the second one first. I would say I do feel supported on my journey from certain people or populations. So I feel supported by my board, who often is reminding me of what we're up to. when I get discouraged. I also feel supported by my staff, who often remind me what we're up to. So shout out to all of y'all, okay? So I feel supported in that way. As it relates to the empowerment, DEI empowering me and my leadership, I have to say that Urban Triage started as a nonprofit organization right when George Floyd hit, right? We had already been doing the grassroots work, but we became an official organization in November 2019. We got our papers in March of 2020. George Floyd hit, COVID hit, like everything kind of hit at the same time. So I will say that Urban Triage benefited not from DEI per se, but the trending of DUI. We benefit from white guilt. So when everything was happening, we got checks sent to us from all over the place because they were just looking for a Black organization to support, which actually helped us because, of course, me being as scared as I was of money, I just left the checks on the table. Like, so literally we were working at my kitchen table. So I allowed the checks to pile up, and then I went to my board and said, what do I do with these checks? And they was like, girl, put them in a bank. So I would say we benefited from white guilt. And because of white guilt, it kind of, I mean, like literally we raised like $900,000 that summer from white guilt, and those same people are nowhere to be found now. You know, it's not sustainable. Things happen and people are like, what to do? And they're like, well, support this organization. So we benefited in that way. And then we continue to benefit from being unapologetically Black in systems that were scared to say Black or scared to position themselves unapologetically, because I believe what happened is that it allowed people, we scored a little bit higher, right? That's how we got the YESI grant, the Youth Housing System Improvement Grant, which is a HUD grant, $2 million. We don't know if we have it anymore because under the Trumpity-Dumpity, our contract is just frozen, right? And that was part of our budget for the next 3 years, you know, along with our EPA grant that we got was for 3 years. We're always trying to project out a couple years to make sure we're good. So I say that it set us up to be the chosen organization because of the work that we did and continue to do. But now in the current place that we in, I don't think it's gonna work no more. So we're gonna have to change up our strategy a little bit. So I would say that.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell a story, and I'm gonna say sorry to my former employers before I say it, but I gotta say it. I think was it Dana and Brandy touched on this about DEI being about white guilt. I worked at a nonprofit in Milwaukee before that was like an environmental nonprofit, and I was the only Black person. I was there temporarily for a summer, and in the summer I was supposed to solve all of the environmental racism issues in the Milwaukee River Valley watershed. By myself, with no money. And I remember realizing what DEI meant when my first day on the job, I got to pack up our whole tabling setup, plus make some new flyers and everything about the canvassing and the new leadership development program I was starting. So I had 2 folding tables, all of our materials and all of that, packed it up, went to my car, found parking at the festival in Milwaukee, walked 1,000 miles from parking to the festival, set up on my own, tore down on my own, got back to the office. The following week, there was another event happening, except this time, there was a white girl that had been hired, and I say white girl because she had just graduated and was acting like that. And I remember saying, hey, I'm gonna go to this event, you go to that event, and we're getting ready, and then a couple hours before we're supposed to leave, I get a knock on my door, doot, doot, doot. And it's my manager, and it's like, hey, Monka, I just want to have a word with you. We'll call her Susie, you told Susie that she could go table by herself at that event? I just think the table is too heavy. And, you know, it's just really hard to set up. And there's oftentimes not parking. So I think what's gonna happen is if you need help with something in the future, you ask me and then I'll let you know if it's okay for someone to help you. That's DEI. The well-meaning, I'll let you work here temporarily, solve all our problems with no money. Make sure your program goes good, all of that. Make sure you carry everything on your back by yourself, with no support. Yeah, and when I left that organization, I had developed a successful leadership development program, like the most well-attended public speaking seminar that they had. I had brought all these partners together to be teachers at it and trainers with no money. And at the end of the training, the execs, the ED stood up and said, "We always believed in this," and you know, all of that, right? So that's DEI. That's my experience with it. I think it helped me be like less naive about what it was gonna look like to move in this work. And the things that help me with my leadership now is actually having people to struggle with and to do the work with every day that I can be honest with, that can be honest with me, because I'm not flawless. I'm a perfectionist that causes problems, right? Like all these things, but we're a Black and Southeast Asian organization, so I have other strong like Hmong women and queer and trans folks that get to check me and I get to check them, and we show up together in this work, and that's what's helped me in my leadership. But DEI did teach me some things. Taught me some things for sure.
So we have talked about all of the things, and I wanted to know what are some positive changes that you have observed to uplift our communities? So what are the positive changes that you've seen that will continue to uplift our communities?
I'll say the work that we do. That's
Absolutely.
the positive changes. You know, I've been at RCC now for 5 years, and in a matter of 5 years, we went from 2-3% people of color, queer folks receiving services to over half.
So good.
Right.
That's good.
But that's because what we did is we put actual equity in action. And we talked about how do we decolonize the work that we're doing? How do we rebuild that in a framework that centers anti-racism, centers anti-oppression work? We changed our mission, our vision, and our values. We changed how we did our work. We changed even the names of some of our workers to be able to say, this isn't what you do. What you do is you're out in the community. Yep. You don't just sit in the office. Yep. We changed how it is that we use our funding. We changed how it is that we show up in spaces. So the positive effect of actually working through anti-oppression work and working through anti-racism work is that more people are served. They're served in a more holistic, well-rounded way. They have options and empowerment. We aren't just handing stuff to them, right? It is more, we are saying, how is it that you want to move through this world, and how can we help you empower yourself to do that and get you the resources without question. So if you need to be in the hotel for a couple of months because that's what it is that you need, then that's what it is that we do. Yeah. And then we find the money to make that happen. Because we cannot say to folks who are experiencing harm and oppression and multiple layers of harm, I'm gonna need you to pick yourself up by your bootstraps. It's one of the reasons why I hate financial literacy classes. Yes. We need to stop with that. People who don't have money are the most financially literate people I've ever met, because they have to actually make it. Instead, what we should be doing is saying, instead of this financial literacy class, here is some financial help. Without strings, without this is what you gotta do with it. Yep. It is just, this is what you need, great, here, we give it to you. And we don't ask questions. I've stopped buying things very specifically because I don't want people to feel like they have to choose between this and this. Instead, I just give money. That's good. Because that's the way that it should be. That's how it is that other organizations that don't serve folks who are oppressed live. We give money to people like Elon Musk all the time, without question, millions and millions of dollars. but we question on our audits and in our reports, did somebody get $100? Come on now.
They actually did.
Come on now. Right. So the positive things are those of us who are doing the work and doing the work in a framework that centers anti-oppression work. That is the positive that you are seeing in spaces, and the positive that you see in spaces with the people that look like us.
What are the positive changes that you've observed that will uplift that will continue to uplift the community?
Okay, I will piggyback off Dana. You are absolutely correct. I think the positive, one of the things I could say for the work of urban triage that I think we've impacted our community in a positive way is supporting people that we serve, right? Like employing them and then supporting them in ways to help them mentally shift is part of what we do. It's helping people think outside of the indoctrination of white supremacy, right? The decolonization work, understanding the program, understanding the matrix, understanding how we are trained to project and hate one another, right? So being in an organization where 90% of all staff is Black, it comes a whole different layer of dynamics that we must work through, right? Because there's so much stuff that we don't know that's showing up in our activities with each other. So positive, I'd say, is when people leave urban triage, they've learned so much, you know, and what their understanding of the work is and how to navigate systems and really how to identify their own characteristics and attributes of white supremacy that shows up, which is super important to being your best self in the world. And I also think we positively, along with the other organization, impact this community by being unapologetic in our work and grounded in integrity. I feel like most folks on this panel, all of us on this panel, we don't move from what we say our goals are. You know, you can't convince us to say one thing or do another. So what I mean by that is you won't get me to say that I don't center Black people because the word Black makes you uncomfortable. No, we center Black people and we serve all people, right? So I think that also pushes the envelope and it creates this domino effect with everyone else, where I have folks coming to me as like, oh, I took your co-conspirator work group and now I'm in UW health staff meeting saying white supremacy, racism, and people are going, oh, you know what I mean? But really making people speak truth to power by modeling what it means to move in spaces unapologetically, centering those most vulnerable, and also moving the what do you call it, the level in which we operate, you know? So you move in the bar, because I think that we've been so, you know, Urban Triage is one of the only Black organizations in homeless work in Dane County, right? So most of the meetings is us, and no, we aren't always perfect, and also understanding that we can only do what the contract tells us we can do. And of course, we're finding ways to maneuver and connect and finding ways around things, but we're the only Black organization in a consortium filled with 400 and something organizations, okay? So the way that we have to navigate spaces for our clients and within systems can be different, but I would say that when we're in the spaces, we transform the spaces. And even if people show up upset with us because we've moved the bar, then either you rise to it or you fall beneath it, right? And I think that's what we do very well. My staff show up in spaces and they're teaching people about their own system. So we in trainings and my staff is teaching them. You know what I mean? Like, that's not how you do it. So I think that's also like positively reflecting what it looks like to trust Black women, to trust Black leadership, and trust that we know how to do the work. Because as Monica said, people don't believe that we're as intelligent as we are, right? They really be questioning our ability to execute. Like I know at Dane County, folks show up at Dane County committee meetings accusing Urban Triage for being in cahoots with Dane County. Like, you think Dane County is supporting us and strategizing with us? like, okay, but that means that you really think a lot of us. That, you know, so but the questioning isn't because you see our excellence. The question is because you can't believe in our excellence. Like, you can't believe that we've done so well and our audits are so, it has to be something, right? Because these Negroes aren't that smart. So yeah, I'll leave it there.
Well, in domestic abuse, it was formerly known as WCADV, if for frame of reference, has been around for 41 years, 42 years. And I'm the first Black executive director of the coalition, and I felt that. And it was a rough ride. And what was helpful for me was that I had a supportive board, and I had a staff that, like, we kind of learned together. Well, we're in a different place, and we're going to have to figure out how to make this work. And so when people are attacking us and you're feeling like, Monique, help us feel better, but they're using my name in there somewhere, I need to take care of me and the organization. I need you all to lean on each other, because I can't be everything to everybody. And that was the lesson. And so I'm proud of the work that we do. I'm proud of the people that I work with. I have some amazing people that I work with that think the way I do and know exactly what I'm thinking when they're at meetings. And that's something that I pride myself on, because we talked about just the movement, the anti-violence movement, and how it's been structured. It's structured to leave Black women, Native women, queer and trans folks behind. And it wasn't until, like, VAWA came out in '95, and it wasn't until 2010 or something like that where they included Native women or the Native community. And so we always talk about leaving no one behind. We have work to do. And we look at, yeah, we've done this for 20, 30 years. Is it serving us? Does it serve us to look at, or always tell people, you need to get a restraining order, or you need to call the police? Or does it serve us to know that the police isn't the remedy for everyone, and being okay with that and finding ways to navigate around that? And so those are the good things that have come from it.
Yeah, I'll just finish up by saying the positive that has come out of our work, you know, building off what they're saying, is that, like, what we bring to the work and the attitude we bring to it. Like, I had a boss one time tell me, like, you know, we got this money over here to do this thing, but I know we can do that standing on our hands. What else are we about to be doing, right? Spend the rest of your time, spend like the first day doing that stuff, but then spend the rest of your time doing what we really need to be doing. And at Freedom Inc., and from my own personal experience, I know that means making our people feel seen and heard and valued, so that they can take action to make this world, to make Madison-Dane County, Wisconsin, be what they want it to be and what they need it to be for our communities to thrive and live well. And that's what we bring to the table, right? We're gonna get done what we said we're gonna get done, and we're gonna do some other stuff that nobody told us to do, but we know it needs to be done, right? Absolutely. And so, yeah, that's the positive that I see. Like, that's what we're gonna do, and I'm gonna do it whatever title I have, how much I get paid, if I don't get paid. Because I know my history, and, you know, my family is from Liberia, came here fleeing a civil war, and I grew up on the south side of Chicago, and I know the organizing culture and tradition in West Africa and the south side of Chicago, right, and Black people in this country. And I know that we're gonna do what it takes for our people to be good, right? Always, always. No matter who's behind us, no matter who's in front of us. Right? And so that's the positive that I see about our work.
The other thing that we do is we divest from white supremacy culture. And that the thing that I like about our organizations, and we're four here, so we're going to talk just about us. is that our workplaces are different. How it is that I deal with personnel is different. How it is that I do hiring is different. How it is that we do training is different. How we talk to each other is different. We very specifically have let go of corporate culture, very specifically, because it's harmful. And so when you, again, are looking through an anti-oppression lens and you are doing it in every aspect of what it is that you're doing, it changes the culture. And whenever I have somebody new start, they are always like, I don't know, man. I'm assuming I'm going to get in trouble for this. And I go, you're not going to get in trouble. We don't get in trouble. You're an adult. I'm not your mother. Instead, we talk about what it is that you need to succeed. And then sometimes we talk about, is this the right place for you?
Yes.
Because not every place is the right place. But instead of being punitive in how it is that we run our workspaces, we are holistic, we are caring, we are talking about what is it that you need, not just in this space, what do you need outside of this space? Are you having problems with getting your rent paid? Let's see how we can help you figure that out. You know, so it is about changing the culture of every space. And I will say, I spent a lot of years doing corporate work. And I left to go to nonprofits. So I was like, this is the thing. And then that wasn't the thing. Yeah. And it wasn't until I had control over my own space have I been able to create a space that is affirming, not perfect. We are not perfect. I am a human being, and I'm going to make mistakes the same as everybody else. But I also acknowledge that everybody in the space that I'm working with is also a human. So I can't say I'm going to give myself grace without giving my staff grace and without including them in on everything that we do. I include my staff in on a lot of decisions. I don't just unilaterally make choices. Instead, we talk about it. We look through our lenses. We then think about whether or not this is actually a positive change for the organization. And if it's not, even if there's money on the table, we don't do it.
That's good. That's real good. That's real good right there. So all money ain't good money, especially if it's tied to you can't do this, you can't do that, you have to do this, and you have to do that. All money is definitely not good money. But if y'all got some money, which one is this? My camera? Where my camera? If y'all got some money, there are 5 organizations that you can donate your money to. Does anybody have anything else, any final words before we close this? We know that.
I just want to say that the work of decolonizing and the work of working outside the program and matrix of white supremacy is messy. It's not this clean, kumbaya, let's namaste work. It gets dark. Sometimes your own white supremacy shows up. Sometimes you got to remind yourself. And like I often tell my staff, iron sharpens iron, right? Like you can't expect, I'm preaching and teaching the same stuff I'm working on every day, right? I'm trying not to be a perfectionist. I'm trying to slow down in urgency. I'm learning how to trust my staff. And sometimes I do a really good job. Sometimes I'm like, oh, I don't know. You know, because I do work from the place of, which is part of white supremacy, being good at what we do. You know, you don't get to be mediocre at Urban Triage. You just don't. And I think sometimes people come to Urban Triage, I think it's a Black organization. They ain't going, you know, I heard they don't do this. But then you get there, you're like, gee whiz, these people work. You mean you want me to work? Oh, you want me to do more than just, yes. Because the requirement of providing for our clients and to represent an organization that's Black-led is not normal. It takes a whole different mindset to do the work from passion. And if you're not in it from the heart, then it ain't gonna work. Urban Triage is from the heart. It's heart work. You gotta care about the people that walk in. You gotta make sure they feel seen and heard. And I don't care if we don't have money to give them, but if they're leaving us feeling defeated, then Roger, we got a problem. So I would just like to emphasize that it's sometimes we romanticize the work, or people think that we're saying that it's perfect, but it's messy. It's tears. It's some sleepless nights. It's trying to figure out how to create a framework outside of corporate white America, and how to bring people with you who are conditioned, because then you don't have certain structures. They'd be like, well, this ain't how I know how to do it. I know, because we're trying to figure out a new framework and how to be authentically Black and get the work done in a brilliant way. So I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, if we're gonna make it through the next 4 years of dump Trump, and then the next 12 years of J.D. Vance and the folks who are actually politically savvy on the right, we have to trust in, believe in, build, invest in Black women, Black queer folks, Black trans folks leadership. We can't be doing the same thing that we've been doing, questioning, pushing to the corner, all of that. We're not gonna make it. Because right now, everybody else just realized that we don't have power, but we've been knowing and we've been navigating still, and we've been getting shit done still, right? So like, listen to us, put money behind us. Thank you, CSW, for creating avenues for us to get that money and for the community to learn more about us and to invest in us. But that's all I'll say. Like, we're not gonna make it if we don't follow the people who know how to make a way when there is none, and have receipts to prove that, right? So, yeah.
And creating spaces for these types of conversations, thank you,
Yes.
CSW. That's important. And there are people I know that are watching this right now and they're feeling some kind of way. I'm gonna need you to think about why it is you feel that
Yes,
kind of way.
for sure.
Because this is our lived experience.
Yes.
And if it's making you feel some kind of way, then maybe you need to be checking yourself.
Yeah.
Because I do need you to know we all do that for ourselves and each other. I will say, Brandy, if I don't do something that Brandy wants me to do, Brandy will call me up. And if Brandy says something where I'm like, Brandy, I don't know, man, I'll call Brandy up. Because we are always at inquiry with ourselves. But we can't be the only people's at inquiry with ourselves. You have got to be at inquiry with what it is that you are feeling when you see 5 Black women up here saying, this isn't okay. And how it is that things are running in our county, things are running in our community, things are running in our state and our nation aren't okay, and that all of you are contributing to it. So how do you divest yourself from the harm that is happening to the people around you, and most especially to Black, queer, trans, women, femme-identified, non-binary folks, because we are the ones that are on the front lines every single day.
And we're not going to march with you. We're not going to march with you.
We are not.
We're not marching.
Or for you.
1 is code. 2, it's been done for years, and here we are. And I think you need to go talk to your loved ones who voted for Donald Trump and have that conversation. That's harder than marching, and you need to do the hard work and let us do our work. But I'm not marching with you. I don't know where we're marching to. When there are so many people that voted for
we will march with Black folks.
What'd you say?
I said I'm about to call you right now next week to march, so don't worry.
I will march with you. I will march with you. Just to be clear, I will march with you, but I will not march with some women that have never shown up for me or gone all the way or not willing to have the conversations and do the actual work. Marching is a diversion. Do the work.
Do the work. Do the work. That's all we have for tonight. And the question remains, now what?
What I love about wetlands is when you see the kids get done with a hike or a field trip out to the marsh, seeing the kids' faces when they come back about all the neat things, the dragonflies or the butterflies or the birds that they've seen. Wetlands are easy to fall in love with.
So, huge fan of wetlands.
Well, wetlands are cool. They're mysterious, they're teeming with life.
I love wetlands because each one is so different and unique. I love the way they feel and smell.
They're also a great place to recreate.
This is what I like to do, and I like to come here and just see it.
The great thing about working in Wisconsin with wetlands is the wonderful diversity of different wetland types we have.
We have wetlands that have trees in them, wetlands that have lots of shrubs in them, wetlands that might look more like a prairie.
If you're tired of one type of wetland, just drive a few miles and you'll find some others.
Wetlands are that unique place on the landscape between the places that are always dry and the places that are always wet.
The most important things wetlands do is help regulate the quantity and quality of water that moves across the landscape.
Wetlands are really good at capturing runoff water, whether it's stormwater, whether it's snowmelt, keeping the waters from entering our neighborhoods, covering our roads.
Second, it provides really important area for improving water quality, for removing sediments before they reach our lakes, rivers, and streams.
We're very fortunate here in Door County to have a very large complex of intact wetlands that help buffer some of those impacts that we see from humans into Lake Michigan.
Incredibly important is wildlife habitat. 75% of the state's wildlife use wetlands for some portion of their life cycle.
They're full of life, animals, critters, and I'm going to swat a mosquito because it's going to penetrate my...
I remember one guy said to me, you know, why did God make mosquitoes? And I said, well, that was the first effort to preserve wetlands.
Wisconsin historically was a very wetland-rich state. We estimate there were over 10 million acres of wetlands in Wisconsin.
But it's really important to remember that we've lost half of the wetlands that we once had on our landscape to various kinds of land use changes, agriculture, urban development, roads. And we need those things, but we also need wetlands. People say that you have to choose between economic prosperity and wetland protection and restoration. That's just simply isn't true.
We see a lot of examples of really successful projects where economic development and wetlands can coexist.
We're utilizing nature as a way to help with our water management, and it's just a win-win for everybody.
And one of the key tenets of how we approach our work is really to try to make ourselves useful. So understanding what a community's needs or priorities are and coming in and providing training or technical support to help them integrate the wetland piece to what they do in a way that advances their goals.
They really do a great job of working with citizens of the state, with practitioners, with scientists, with legislators.
When legislators have something that directly impacts them or their constituents, they've got water quality issues, flooding issues. Across the political spectrum, there's really a recognition of how important wetlands are in our communities.
We really emphasize that the most important way for people and communities to protect wetlands is getting them to love the wetlands, getting them out, seeing it, smelling it, feeling it, all the things that wetlands provide.
I love the way they look. I love all of the different flowering.
Welcome back. My name is Sherry and this is Judy. And we are here to announce our 5 o'clock power hours. But first we want to thank everybody and announce that we are now at over 608,000, I believe, is the total. And so we're doing awesome. The community is showing up and we're having a great day. we are going to announce the Power Hour from 5 o'clock, and the sponsor of that Power Hour was Hinckley, our wonderful friends who are working with us today all day long. They're wonderful partners to work with on this event, and since we've been working with Hinckley, it's been just fabulous and wonderful. So thank you to Hinckley. And the winners of the 5 o'clock Power Hours are, drumroll, ACLU of Wisconsin and GSAFE. And anybody who has been participating in the Big Share knows that GSAFE has dominated the 5 o'clock Power Hour since way long time ago, because they have been really creative in the way they raise their funds. So we want to shout out to ACLU and GSAFE and let everyone know that Tony Castaneda and his Latin Jazz Band is going to be performing live down here at the Art Lit Lab very, very soon. And so we invite you to come on down and check it out. And then we will be concluding the evening at Giant Jones Brewing, where we will be having protest music karaoke and some sushi and beer and just some wonderful togetherness. So please stay tuned for Tony Castaneda and then join us down at Giant Jones. Anything else, Judy?
Nope. It's a wrap here, though.
All right, we're getting tired. So keep making donations. We love you.
Keep giving.
Thank you.
When they love the wetlands, they will care for the wetlands and they will help promote it into their communities.
We feel a groundswell of excitement for the work that we want to do.
It takes collaboration, it takes trust, it's kind of long haul work.
And it makes me so excited and hopeful to meet with people all around the state of Wisconsin who also love wetlands and care about them.
I am more excited about the future of wetlands in Wisconsin now than I've ever been.
It gives me hope for the future that we really can protect and restore Wisconsin's wetlands.
In 2021, with federal COVID-related emergency funding, the City of Madison and Dane County came to the Tenant Resource Center and said, we would like to continue providing rental assistance and to do that in the best way possible for the community. And the Tenant Resource Center reached out to Legal Action of Wisconsin and some other organizations, and they've been partnering together for many, many years on housing-related work.
The Tenant Resource Center team of 12 stands smiling with their hands up under a billboard that reads, Justicia de Vivienda para Todos, or Housing Justice for All.
There's a real imbalance of power in the landlord-tenant relationship, and the eviction process is quick and intimidating. And most renters are not represented in it. So when we can pull together a partnership of organizations that can try to serve households experiencing a really stressful process of eviction, both with the potential to receive rent assistance funding to stabilize them in their homes, but also receive legal representation in that process, we're able to serve households in a more holistic manner and intervene in a timely way to hopefully stabilize them in their housing and inform them on their options under the law.
There is a large power imbalance, but also some of these tenants, this is the first time for them even going to court. They don't know the procedures, they don't know anything, so the knowledge that an attorney brings, or that just having someone to actually guide them through the process, is really useful. I would say particularly also for Spanish-speaking tenants or Spanish that speak a different language, having an attorney to request an interpreter to kind of facilitate that process for them can be really impactful.
Hayana and another member of the Housing Council team give a presentation. Kayana wears a green shirt and the other member wears a red shirt. They stand in front of a projector screen.
There's been so many instances where a tenant has contacted us because
for instance, they did not know about their eviction hearing because they were incarcerated or they were in the hospital. And to be able to talk to those tenants and to talk to them about options, and then to be able to reach out to Aaron or to Heidi or to one of the other attorneys at Legal Action and to say, this is what happened here, and to call them that same day, this is what happened here, what can we do to help support this, and can you be able to represent this tenant, and to be able to see that tenant to be able to reopen a case and to be able to prevent an eviction judgment from happening, from being evicted from their home, is truly remarkable. It provides and supports our whole community's well-being.
In an image, Tenant Resource Center Associate Director Crisbelli Antimo stands in front of a screen giving a presentation to a room of 8 UW students.
The renters aren't just facing the loss of their housing, but they're facing the loss of federal housing benefits that can be lifelong benefits that ensure they can afford their place to live. So people on fixed income, seniors, people with disabilities who have, aren't able to just go out and make more money or get more jobs, the loss of those federal housing benefits means they may never get access to a federal housing program again, because there's such a shortage of housing affordable for low-income people and very low-income people. And all of a sudden, this whole process takes place and their housing can be ripped out from under them.
Heidi, wearing glasses and a blazer, stands next to Legal Action paralegal Rebecca Pritchett, who is wearing a black and white striped shirt at the Dane County Courthouse's Law Library.
There's an entire local rule now that requires them to include the information about our project, so that's just invaluable.
I started as a case manager, so I got to work a lot with clients and kind of get to know their situations, get to know what actually it looks like for them to go through the court process, go to court dates with them, go to trial dates with them. So I think getting to follow a tenant along through all these different steps and informing them and assisting them in however way I can, and provide them with knowledge that I've gained at the Tenant Resource Center by working with different attorneys, is just really satisfying to see them actually hopefully get their case dismissed.
We really get to be creative with the solution. So when we call each other and say, we'd like to do this different thing, we'd like to pivot and move here, we'd like to talk to the judges about this thing, and we all are really committed to making that happen, to see those individual changes and then those bigger social changes.
Hey, future volunteers, listen to this, guys. So you guys, when you're planting a tree, the dirt is going to settle, so we're going to plant it a little bit high. We don't want it to be low in that hole, because then water will collect around the base of the tree, okay? Okay, I think it's a good depth. You guys agree? Okay, all right.
I know it was excitement across the board. I know one of our students were asking if we're going to have Earth Day every day. A lot of students, they don't think about, the earth and what we can do to sustain our earth. And I think these activities, the fact that they were hands-on and they captured the attention of all of our students.
For them to see and have all those hands-on experience that MGNE brought, that was fantastic. Very hands-on, immersive experience that we all enjoyed. Just the concept of leaving their footprints and then just getting their hands dirty and actually digging and feeling the soil and seeing the process, and they actually come out and check on their trees.
Yeah.
So that's, they do.
Even the stories that these students are telling their families when they go back. Oh, we learned about sustainability today. They can tell them what that means and how they can make, our community a better place.
There you go. Awesome.
We love this partnership with MGNE, and we do such fun things when y'all come. When I think of the term community energy, I think of people coming together and sharing ideas, building relationships, making things happen in the community, making change happen. Opportunities like this where we get to collaborate with you all and other folks in the community, are really just so valuable and add so much to what we're able to bring to our students. The sustainability lessons, I feel like it's our responsibility to include those kind of things in our education with our youth, because they're the ones who are going to move forward in the world with this world that we leave behind. And I feel like this partnership is a great opportunity to kind of dig deeper into some of those aspects.
Madison Gas and Electric is your community energy company for the future. Powering our community with safe, reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy to achieve industry-leading clean energy goals. Partner with us. Save energy. Explore new technologies. Learn more.
Hi, my name is Kimmy, and I am the program administrator at Urban Triage.
My name is Darnisha. I am new to Urban Triage. I've been here for going on 3 months. I am an executive programming administrator, and pretty much my role here really empowers me to put in the work to help people and to really give back to my community that I've grown up in. I was born and raised here in Madison, so it's nice to actually do something for my community, and Urban Triage gives me that opportunity.
Hey everyone, my name is Janice Judan. I'm the Director of Programming at Urban Triage. What drives me every day is being in the room with such powerful people and change makers. Working alongside other community agencies and advocates to help better serve our people is really the heart of the work. Your network is your net worth. And when we share our resources with one another, it truly gives that sense of community and belong.
I'm Sharon Mitchell. I am a housing navigator with Urban Triage.
I'm Brandon Holmes. I'm a housing navigator with Urban Triage.
The big share to me is very important because it gives us a way to raise funds for the unrestricted things that we need to do. We have a lot of things that come up in the nonprofit world, and we are just unable to accommodate because of the restrictions of funding. And then when things like the Big Share come, we are able to receive donations where we can put that money where it's best needed for our organization. And again, all of the needs are different per organization, but for Urban Triage, right now, one of our big things is housing stability. And there's just no funding out there right now for it. So with the Big Share, that gives us the opportunity to still support as many community members as we can with those unrestricted funds.
The Big Share, especially because it's local, and it's not like Giving Tuesday where it's so global and broad, where there's so many different organizations. It kind of gives us more of a chance to really get our purpose and information out there and get the support from our community back that we need to do and make the impacts that we desire to do, like the Emerging Adults Home and all of our youth programs, getting these homeless individuals sheltered, if that's best term, especially during these times like winter and things like that. So having the support of our community to support these youth and individuals who need some assistance navigating housing and things of that nature, I feel like Big Share would help push our agenda and give us more light that we need to get the job done.
Big Share is so important because it's giving back to our community. For starters, our youth. Our youth is our future. Agriculture, with all this stuff going on in the nation right now, we need more homegrown organic produce and products now more than ever.
I'm from the inner city of Madison. I'm from the south side of Madison. So I grew up around a lot of people who were homeless or living in poverty. So me being a housing navigator, Urban Triage gives me the opportunity to try to help those individuals a lot of those individuals that I see now, I saw growing up. So it's rewarding, and just being able to help somebody get over the hump or get past their barriers to get housed and be better for their family. It's just a really good feeling, and it helps me sleep well at night.
Be able to work with the community, man, and just be out here helping people in the community that need the assistance or need maybe not heard of the resources that are available. It's a lot of that. So to be able to give that information to people and see them thrive from their help, I think because it's more of a local thing than the other events that be out there, you know what I'm saying? Giving Tuesdays and stuff like that. So it's more local, man. The money come into the community. So what you donating is actually, you're gonna see the fruit of your labors that you donating to right here in the community. You're gonna see people, flourish from that.
Yeah, and it also gives people who aren't aware the opportunity to be aware and give back and help, people who are in need and help build up our community.
I think it's very important right now, just with urban triage kind of shifting our focus towards the youth. There's not a lot of services out there for the youth right now. And with the opening of our transitional home for them, I think it's important that it's just these young adults feel heard and supported and seen. And another thing that backs them up with kind of just figuring out life lessons is our agriculture program, which is another program that you could support. This program focuses on teaching kids how to grow, or not kids, families, how to grow organic produce, how to just basically fend for themselves if something was to happen. And I think these are just really important life lessons that kids or young adults need to learn. So I just think it's very important that the community comes together and show these kids that we are there to support them, however that may look for them in that whatever transition they are in their life.
Well, with the unfortunate events of this election, it's definitely going to be, I feel like, more pressure on us, especially as I'm a minority nonprofit organization. I feel like this year is very important for us to establish ourselves in a way where we don't have to always depend on like outside sources to help us still do the work that is necessary for our community, because a lot of stipulations may be put in place that we can't calculate right now. And I just feel like this year is gonna be either the push we need or another stepping stone.
Our nation is under attack. Our people are under attack. And it's important now more than ever to stand up for what we believe in and fight for what is our right. We have to stand together. United, we stand. Divided, we fall. And it takes a community. We have to uplift each other, support each other, share those knowledge and resources that are available so we all can be better. So let me tell you about a time when I worked with a youth who reminded me a lot of myself. We worked with this young lady who did not have a lot of hope. She didn't have a lot of confidence, and she wasn't sure of where she belonged. We partnered with this young lady. We worked with her day in and day out to let her know she matters. We helped her build her confidence. We helped her build her self-esteem. We helped her build community and a sense of belonging. So we took this young lady, and one of the things that we did to help her build her confidence, we took her shopping. This young lady didn't even know what size clothes she wore. She never seen herself outside of a pair of leggings and a hoodie. So we took her to the store. We let her practice looking at herself in the mirror and telling herself beautiful things. We did resume and job readiness career prep with her. We went over how to successfully interview. And what does that look like? What does that entail about making eye contact and having meaningful communication, knowing your responses ahead of time, and how do you promote yourself? And I'm proud to say that this young lady walked into her very first interview and left out with her very first job offer.
And it's always a really, really, really good feeling when somebody that you help come back. And they always do. They always come back and be like, man, thank you. Thank you for helping me. Thank you for believing in me. And, that kind of stuff is
that's super rewarding.
Yeah, it's super rewarding. When it comes to the agriculture part of it, it's almost like we're creating one more pantry for people to come and get food who don't have access, who don't have money. The agriculture program also teaches people how to grow and how to be able to self-serve if they can't get it anywhere else, which I think is a really great thing. You know, being able to teach one and then being able to feed one, you know, is awesome.
Anybody who's been in grocery stores out here lately, man, y'all know produce is not cheap. Come holler at us, man. We got some real good produce during the season, and it's free for the taking.
Well, the youth program is, you know, it's self-explanatory. You know, it's saving our youth who are ultimately going to be the ones making all the decisions later. So if we have an opportunity to change the trajectory of a child's life or a young adult's life, I think it's beneficial for them. It's beneficial for the community. It's for the city.
Everyone.
You know what I mean? So I think that getting a hold of the youth and being someone who can advocate for youth and help youth grow, like, you know, you got teen pregnancies, you know, you got young adult fathers, you know.
The criminal aspect of it that's out there. I mean, we don't have a lot of programs we used to have back when we was growing up, you know, that was out here for the kids.
That's right. And a lot of, you know, I grew up without a father, you know, and it was very hard for my mom. So just being able to help in those households and in those communities are huge. You know, when I was young, they had a neighborhood intervention program that I got involved in that was able to help me, you know, when things weren't going so great. So, you know, being able to have something to support the youth, I think will go further than anything.
My name is Mary Perryman-Agard, and I am the president of the board at the Bayview Foundation. And I came there quite naturally. I live about 2 blocks from the foundation, so the people who live there are my neighbors. So we had a natural relationship that grew over time. I was a volunteer with the Triangle Ethnic Fest, which was at that time an annual festival that was put together by Bayview, and so I got to know the workings of the organization a little better that way. And then my professional work is in nonprofit organizational development and cultural planning. So at a certain point, when I was just working my way, sort of slipping into my retirement, a member of the board at the Bayview Foundation suggested to me that they were about to experience a major leadership transition after many, many years. And he really felt that someone with my skills in organizational development would help them at that time, so I was invited to join the board. Bayview's foundation combines providing affordable housing with community building and the development of cultural voice through arts and education and recreation, and so that was the package that drew me.
Mary, who has purple hair and wears glasses, wears a black top and pants, speaking at a podium, speaking at Bayview's ribbon-cutting event.
All that detail work we did for the first couple of years to be situated to mount a planning effort and then a capital campaign to raise the money that we needed to raise. That involved board members, but it also involved residents. So when we began planning, we were committed to the notion of design justice, which was the inclusion of the people who lived in Bayview in the decision-making about the design.
A black woman in an orange dress poses with her child in front of her Bayview apartment. This is an old unit with brown bricks and a green lawn in front.
And I spoke to a woman who lived in one of the units who has suffered from very serious depression for her whole life. One of the things the residents asked for in the design was extra large windows and more light in the units. And she talked about the incredible difference living in a space with light had made in her ability to cope and go forward.
In an image are several of Bayview's old apartments and townhouses. They are brown brick with 2 stories. The one in front has a mural of Bayview's logo. An image of Bayview's new apartment units. The building is bright orange with big windows and patios.
We had a resident who had been somewhat isolated from her own family for a while because she didn't have a place to bring her family. Well, the new building has a social space that's available for residents to use for things like that, and the apartments are large enough to have dinner for a number of people and stuff like that. And she was reporting reconnecting with her family. And there are just many, many individual stories like that, but you hear one of those when you've been working on something for a year, and it'll keep you going for another year.
Several children get food at Bayview's Back to School event in front of the new apartment units and a basketball court. In another image, Mary, among many others, cuts a rainbow ribbon smiling at Bayview's ribbon cutting event.
Started this undertaking just as I was retiring, and I was retiring from advising nonprofit organizations all over the country. And I thought, isn't it about time I took responsibility for one instead of just advising it? And another thing was the period of time that this project spread out for included some years of terrible loss in my family, terrible personal loss of life. And I found out that you can keep going. You can get up every morning if you just have a place to put your love.
I have not grown lettuce before, and it was very fun growing it. You're planting something and you don't know how it's going to turn out.
Thinking about your lettuce and people trying it, it makes you feel good.
It was fun. Like, it takes a lot of hard work.
I need two of you to help dig holes.
We're at the Grow Academy in Oregon, Wisconsin, and we're about to put the first lettuce starts in the ground for our Garden to School project, spring 2023.
And we want it about that deep, fellas.
We're partnering with Grow Academy, we're partnering with the Goodman Youth Farm for a farm to school connection.
Pretty cool. It's been 4 weeks, 3 or 4 weeks that we've had these in the classroom getting going, and now it's finally warm enough to be outside. I think it's going to be at least above freezing at night. We have some row cover we're going to put over just in case to warm the ground and keep them cozy until they get going. This is day one, and so now we just got to worry about all the rabbits, all the deer, and everything.
I didn't really know a lot of stuff about gardening until I came to Grow, and Brian taught me how to do things like plant seeds and water them and make sure I keep them alive. And ever since then, I just like to do it.
Gardening and farming is a perfect outlet to give kids success in a way that they haven't had before. So planting a seed, watching it grow, being able to nurture it is an important step for everybody to understand that, yes, I can have success in doing something in this way.
Being able to do this and, you know, grow things for other kids and stuff like that, I think it's a good experience. Makes the time go by faster. I like just being able to grow stuff and then, you know, seeing the time it takes for everything to, you know, get bigger and stuff like that. It's not something I ever really did in the community. It's fun.
Let's take the whole thing down there, a little bit in the shade. Probably have one person on the outside of the fence, one person on the inside.
I mean, they're going to be available to every kid in the elementary schools. You know, some of this lettuce, we'll combine it with some other ingredients and possibly some other greens to make sure that everybody can have some.
It's better than the regular lettuce I eat. It's good. Best part was helping make healthy food for other people.
Hi, my name is Kimmy, and I am the program administrator at Urban Triage. The big share to me is very important because it gives us a way to raise funds for the unrestricted things that we need to do. We have a lot of things that come up in the nonprofit world, and we are just unable to accommodate because of the restrictions of funding. And then when things like the big share come, we are able to receive donations where we can put that money where it's best needed for our organization. And again, all of the needs are different per organization, but for Urban Triage, right now, one of our big things is housing stability. And there's just no funding out there right now for it. So with the big share, that gives us the opportunity to still support as many community members as we can with those unrestricted funds. I think it's very important right now, just with urban triage kind of shifting our focus towards the youth. There's not a lot of services out there for the youth right now. And with the opening of our transitional home for them, I think it's important that it's just these young adults feel heard and supported and seen. And another thing that backs them up with kind of just figuring out life lessons is our agriculture program, which is another program that you could support. This program focuses on teaching kids how to grow, or not kids, families, how to grow organic produce, how to just basically fend for themselves if something was to happen. And I think these are just really important life lessons that kids or young adults need to learn. So I just think it's very important that the community comes together and show these kids that we are there to support them, however that may look for them in that whatever transition they are in their life.
Hi, everyone. I'm really excited to be here today for the Big Share. I'm part of the Sierra Club chapter in Wisconsin, and I'm excited to tell you a little bit more about one of our big campaigns. We have a really fun activity that we're going to be sharing with you afterwards. But first off, I want to first introduce myself and then give you a little bit of background on the issue that we'll be talking about today. So my name is Jadine Sanada. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm on staff with the chapter in Wisconsin. I have the privilege of working with a lot of really amazing people on our campaign to protect the water, climate, and tribal sovereignty and shut down Line 5. And so that's what we'll be talking a little bit about today, just so you have some background and context before we get into our really fun activity that we'll be rolling out over the next couple of months. Let me share my screen with you all so you can see what we're going to be talking about. So, what is Line 5? It's a great question. It is a tar sands oil pipeline. It was built in 1953 by Enbridge. This pipeline runs across northern Wisconsin through the UP and down through Michigan, and basically just transports oil from Canada back to Canada for the most part. As it's doing this, it is putting our Great Lakes at risk, it puts tribal sovereignty at risk, and it puts our climate at risk. Enbridge has a really horrible history of spills, of construction damages, and it's something that we really want to avoid here. And what's more, Enbridge has been operating Line 5 illegally on the Bad River Reservation in northern Wisconsin. This is a huge deal. A federal judge has stated that Enbridge has been trespassing in known trespass since 2013. The band has not renewed Enbridge's easements or allowances basically to operate on their land. And there's currently a court case going on to remove the pipeline from their lands, and the band wants out of their watershed as well. If you're asking what are tar sands, what's tar sands oil, that's a really good question. This is one of the dirtiest forms of oil and energy. The extraction is incredibly damaging. You can see a picture here. Tar sands extraction involves clear cutting and poisoning waterways of nearby areas. It's both really expensive to produce and is much more damaging to our climate. So it's a major concern for us and causes harm throughout the lifespan from extraction to production and use. I had mentioned earlier that Enbridge also has a really, really horrible track record when it comes to safety and protecting the landscapes that its pipelines run through. These are just a couple headlines that have come up over the years, but we know that Enbridge regularly spills oil from their pipelines, including Line 5. And in construction of their pipelines, they have caused serious damage to aquifers, to other waterways. They've released drilling fluids that we don't know what they contain. And so this is a major concern and something that we really want to avoid everywhere, including here in Wisconsin. So there are two really key areas that Enbridge is pursuing new portions of Line 5. So completely new construction, something that's really concerning since this pipeline is so old and operating so long past its intended and expected and engineered lifespan. Those two key areas are here in Wisconsin with a proposed reroute, and then in Michigan with a proposed tunnel project under the Straits of Mackinac. I'm going to be focusing on the proposed reroute since that's the area that we focus on most as the Wisconsin chapter here. However, we're very aligned with folks across the region who are fighting the Line 5 proposed tunnel in the Straits. And we know that this is the same pipeline regardless of state lines, and it's really important to be collaborating and make sure that we are protecting everybody along this span. With the proposed reroute, Enbridge, since they have been operating their current pipeline illegally, has proposed building a new portion of the line around the Bedford Reservation. You can see that up in the top corner of your screen, and this is a zoomed in version. If this pipeline were to be expanded and built here, that would mean lots of concerns around construction impacts.
Good evening, welcome back to the Big Share Live. My name is Sherry Dubio. I am the Executive Director at Community Shares of Wisconsin, and we are doing great today. I want to thank the community for stepping up and showing all of our nonprofits at Community Shares that we have their backs. And just celebrate some success. And we are a few hours left of the day. But before we close out of Big Share Live, we have Tony Castaneda and his Latin Jazz Band back with us again this year. And so I'm going to hand it off to you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. We're already late, so let's just go, boys. Thank you very much, everybody. And we are the Tony Castagna, the Latin Jazz Band. We're very happy to be here to play for Community Shares and for today's Big Share event. Community Shares serves almost close to 70 nonprofit community-based organizations that provide all kinds of services. If you've been watching the broadcast and the streaming today, you've been introduced to some of the groups that they support. But these are people that are working in the Dane County area and in the community, providing badly needed services. And yeah, I mean, so we're happy to always be here and to be playing for Community Shares of Wisconsin. So we'd like you, if you can, to get on your phone and call the number that's on there. There is a number on there, right? It's on the online thing. Go online and check us out at Community Shares. What? Okay, yes. All right. That was a song by Cal Jader entitled Alonzo. And we're going to move right along here. And this is a song that was written in 1960 by Freddie Hubbard. And the name of the tune is Crisis. And there was a crisis at that time. It was a Cuban Missile Crisis. But we like to play this song because it kind of addresses the current crisis that we're all facing, not only in Dane County and in Wisconsin, but throughout this country and the world right now. It's a very dangerous place. It's a very uneasy situation for a lot of people. And the people that are most in need are going to be feeling it hardest. So, without any further delay, this is a tune entitled Crisis by Freddie Hubbard. Thank you very much. A tune entitled Crisis by Freddie Hubbard. I'd like to quickly introduce some members of the band. On the baritone sax and percussions, Anders Fano. Wow. And on keyboards, Dave Stoller. On bass, Henry Bain. On the timbales and percussions, Arno Gonzalez. And on electric guitar and percussions, Luca Padnow. Thank you very much. I'd also like to give a big shout out right now and say hi to my grandchildren, Ruby and Ava and Emmett and Lennox. I hope you guys are watching in Dallas and LA. So, yes. You are tuned into the Big Share, brought to you by Community Shares of Wisconsin. And we have raised $670,000 so far. It just keeps on getting bigger. Let's hit $1 million. Let's do it, right? We can do it. That would be great, and help out a lot of people in this community. That last song was Crisis, kind of addressing the current situation, the political situation here in this country and in the world. And this next song by Freddie Hubbard also kind of addresses it, I guess. It's probably our current situation, at least in this country. This is a tune entitled Nutville. Oh, this is by Horace Silver. Sorry, not Freddie Hubbard. Horace Silver. Thanks for that correction, Dave. I should know that, man. Thank you very much. We are the Tony Castaneda Latin Jazz Band. That was a tune entitled Nutville by Horace Silver. Just got to get that right and give these great artists their proper due. We're going to do a song now which kind of features just a little round we're going, and we'll also feature Henry Boehm on bass. This is a tune written by Don Grolnick titled Rainsville.